Hey, what is up, y'all? I'm Michael from Destro Designs. We are live from Viper Den Studios, the new and improved, upgraded version of Viper Den Studios. As we've talked about recently, it's a whole new look, and thank God it's about time. I've been talking about getting that laptop fixed forever, and my brother, everybody in the chat and watching at home, I want a big shout out to. He's basically my little brother, right? I have two sisters. This is my cousin, but he's like a brother, and he's the guy that fixes all my laptops. And anyway, him and his wife just had the baby, literally born yesterday. So their first child, they're very happy. So shout out to David. I doubt he's watching right now. I think he's probably pretty busy with that, with the baby and the wife. But that's what's up. Joining me tonight is my brother Thano Karamalis. Everybody knows Thano from the Twitter world. I know you're on other social media too. We'll have you get to that in a sec. But over on the Twitter world, that's where I found the gentleman, and he's an unbelievable. He's just cranking out custom figures like he's literally getting paid for it, but he does it for the love of the game. And then when you step back and you look, he has this toy room that is just unbelievable. Like sometimes you could see people have like a toy room where there's a shelf like this wide, right? And sure, yeah, there's shelves all over the place, but you've got like 2.5 foot deep shelving, and it's just cram packed with figures. And honestly, bro, I like it the way that you do it, because you see how I've kind of got it all kind of, there's no real straight lines, right? It's all kind of heaped up there. And that is sort of by design, right? I wanted it to look like a couple different scenes. So we've got like snake armors, and then I've got the fort mods in the back, and then so I finally I'm caught up on all the HasLabs. So I do have all 3 HasLabs right here, and there's shit, beautiful signage like that. And this the Destro Designs and the 788 were made by my brother CG Horror. And speaking of which, I got to send him the link. He said he was going to pop in later too. And then the Viper Den Studios by my dude Chaz, of course, for NGI Customs. Of course, I always got some Sys 3D Arsenal and Mo's Mind stuff up in here. And I don't know, I like it a little like that. Yours is a little more orderly, but you have the deep shelf.
Some of them, yeah.
Okay.
I found these shelves cheap at Home Depot, and
okay.
I'm not good at carpentry like you are. So I just couldn't. So every time I try and put something in, I'm not finding the studs. I'm not putting it in level. I'm a hack.
But those
customizing, yeah. But I know I've been around it. My friends are good at it. I'm just not. As far as customizing, it took me a long time to get a steady hand and to be able to paint a little bit. I still can't do eyes, so I have to I have to have other people do the heads for me most of the time. But yeah, I like the deeper shelves, and the height I changed on some of them.
Okay.
Yeah, it just works out better like this, and you have to have a lot of light though when they're deep like this. So True. I have light everywhere. I had to turn off lights because it'd be
okay.
I got lights everywhere.
That's a good point, right? So if you've got a shelf that's this deep, right, and the light is coming from up and down, you almost have to have multi-level.
Yeah, you got to have light coming in at it. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point.
I like to do little scenes when I can. When I can.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's always.
I hadn't thought about that like that though, right? That changes everything with the lighting. Like once you go past what, like 8 inches maybe?
8 inches, 10 inches, 10. I'd say 10, 12.
Nice.
10
okay.
Inches, 10 inches.
For sure. That's good. That's good.
It depends how, and if they're stacked, you're still not going to see in the back.
Right.
And if it's not 10 inches, you're not going to fit like any kind of spice rack or anything on there either. So you can have steps.
Yep. I feel like, and one thing that I always, anybody that's got their figures that are all standing up, I'm always marveling at it because so there's a couple figures here and there, but it's not like you've got the whole thing. It's just nuts to butts, one end to the other. So does your shit fall down a lot?
Oh, dude. Dude. I've now started using these things. I bought a bunch of them on Amazon. And they're a godsend, but
yeah, okay.
A lot of it, like behind me, where places that get bumped, like this, all this behind me because I sit here, is first of all, it's like my secondary. It's not like my favorite stuff to look at. That's why it's behind me.
Right.
Also, blue tack, either these or blue tack, and blue tack is my best friend. Like I have blue tack, just a ball of it on my work table, and I'm always using it for head to keep heads on, sometimes even to keep hands on wrists, but hopefully they fit a little better than that. But blue tack everywhere. I mean, it's the savior of my collection. And then the other shelves are shelves that I live in Michigan, so summer and winter. I mean, you're up in upstate New York, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Similar.
so you get that same cold.
Yep.
Summer and winter, it's just it contracts and it expands, and so there's always different stuff that falls. Once something falls 2 times, then I really got to go at it and be like, okay, what's making this fall all the time?
Right.
Rarely things don't break that often because I've got carpets around, so they have something to land on.
Okay.
But yeah, I try not to bump, and I'm a bull in the china shop, and I just in general I just am clumsy like that with just my body when I walk around things like, and there's not a lot of room in here. I'm planning on expanding, but for right now I'm stuck in this is the room that I'm stuck in.
So I mean,
things fall.
I only have my Python Patrol is set up. Like I got the 788, the Hiss guys.
You only collect Joe, right?
Yes. I do have a few other things. Like I've got a few of the Star Wars ones that guys that I made kind of look like civilians. I've got what is it? The couple of the Indiana Jones 6-inch guys again for like civilians. And then what was the one I recently got? Detective Jimmy Woo, and he's in like the WandaVision series or something.
Yeah.
But it's perfect. He's in
he's a regular box. I've used him for a few things.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome.
What year? How old are you? What year did you?
40. I'll be 47. 2 months.
You're
in
right
August.
around my age. I'm 52.
Yep. Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay. Same generation. I was right in the wheelhouse of everything. Of all that 80s shit. Can we swear?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all that 80s shit. I was right in the wheelhouse of all of that. I saw Star Wars at the show because back then they ran shit for like 5-6 years. So I saw A New Hope at the show. I remember when Empire premiered, I went and saw that. So that's my generation. That's why I love all this stuff. I mean, I just grew up with toys. I regret not collecting the 3-inch anymore. I think you got to be rich, patient, and not want complete sets if you want to collect the 1/6 scale. The big figures.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
First of all, they're never going to complete a collection.
No. Right.
So you got to just want main people and not even care if you're going to get all the main people.
Right.
3-inch, you do get some more characters, it seems, especially in Star Wars. I don't know about Joe because I do have all the 25th anniversary Joes down in my crawl space.
That's awesome.
I don't display them because everything I have is basically, I call it 1/12 scale, but wrestlers aren't. They're a little bigger. McFarlane's a little bigger.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm so happy about this new DC line coming out that's going to be same size as the Marvel Legends. I'm not a huge Marvel guy. I'm very selective on who I get.
Okay.
I was more DC. I read DC when I was a kid, but I'm probably going to be selective on the DC line too.
Sure.
Joe is my favorite, all-time favorite toy. Because Star Wars, you couldn't really play. You could only do what you could do. Joe's, you could have different stories. For me, in my head, when I was a little kid, Star Wars only was the stories from the movies, and that's kind of how I played it. I played like the movies. Joe did everything. I mean, he had, and you could fit in vehicles from everywhere, Tonka and all kinds of shit.
Sure.
It
was so I liked, I don't know what it was. I enjoyed the Star Wars movies. My cousin had a bunch of the vehicles, the X-Wing. He had the fucking Millennium Falcon. And I remember loving those and thinking they were all awesome. But the figures were like, I don't remember. Oh, in the Ewok Village playset, he had that thing. And then I got it eventually. I love that thing. I thought it was great. I don't know. And
I had that in pieces. Always.
Oh my God. Oh, that thing. It was, I think at the end, my grandfather had screwed a bunch of it together and shit. So it would work. Lots of fucking crazy glue and stuff. And I did like He-Man. So when I think back around that time period, I think He-Man was like my thing. But then when I saw the Snake Eyes version, the 1.5 version, and the that Destro. When I saw those, I went, wow, what is that? And then I remember I have this memory I'm pretty sure. I remember taking those two and setting them up like on the table and looking at them and just being like, "This is the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life," and just kind of going like this with the He-Man and being like, "Mom, do whatever you want."
He-Man didn't fit with nothing anyway. It was
right,
weird.
right. It was very
I
weird.
had some Thundercats. I had some He-Man. I put them together.
Mm.
Star Wars stayed with Star Wars. You know what? Really, everything stayed with wrestlers. We had those rubber figures; those stayed with themselves too.
Oh, right, right, yeah. The big ones, they were like 7-inch or whatever.
Yeah, but I'd go play with other kids, and they'd take like the Joes and stuff, and they'd put like the guns in their hands crooked, and it would drive me up a wall. And as a little kid, like, and I remember getting mad, like, you don't know how to play with your toys. And they're like, "What are you talking about?" And they would like take two figures and go bang bang and just hit them together.
Yes.
And like I was always like posing them or setting them up. By the time I was 14, I got to the point where I'd take out my figures, I'd pose them, I'd have like Cobra set up here, and I'd have Joe set up over here, and like all the vehicles and everything, and then that was it. I just couldn't play. It just got to a point where I couldn't do the pretending in my head anymore.
Sure.
But really, that's what we do now. I mean, that's why my shelves are like, that's an Ant-Man shelf. It leads to,
that's cool.
Just as an example, into Iron Man, into, so there's always a method to my madness. I gotta be honest, as much when I think back about it then, and even so now, I think the joy for me was in the journey, right? Like getting them out and actually setting them up, like having the vision in my head and then getting up to where that point, because I do remember being like, stopped early.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Right. And he would lie to me, be like, "Okay, here's what we're gonna do." I would definitely made sounds though, right? You'd like set it up and be like, "Oh, fireflies bomb," something like that. And then putting him away always sucked, but taking him out, lining him up, putting all the the holding the rifle sideways or shit like that, it drove me crazy as well. And it was good. It was like
not nuts.
Well, I can remember by the time I was like 9, I had at that point was like watching. Now my parents were children when I was born. They were teenagers. So by the time I was 5, 6, 7 years old, I was just watching whatever was on TV. So I used to watch like say Rambo.
My parents were foreign, so I'm Greek.
Okay.
So my mom was born in America, poodle skirts, all that shit. My dad comes right from Greece, learned to speak English.
That's fantastic.
They fell in love in Greece. She was on vacation,
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So I never had, I was renting rated R movies from 14, 13, younger even.
Right.
I never liked shit that I shouldn't have watched anyway. Like I didn't like Friday the 13th back then.
Oh, yeah.
And I still don't like slasher and horror and all that. I got a buddy who's like all about the slasher films, and I always give him a hard time. But,
yeah, they're okay. I like honestly, my problem with anything that's on TV these days, movie, show, or otherwise, is I'm so busy throughout the day and so old that the second I sit the fuck down, my body is just like, all right, wrap it up, shut those eyes, we're done here. That's it.
Yeah.
Like if I sit down on the couch in the middle of the day for more than 10 minutes, you bet
you're not getting back up. Yeah, you're
like
rough.
that. Snoring. My kids are waking me up. Dad, you're snoring. I can't hear the TV. 100%. For sure. Let's catch up with everybody in the chat. So yeah, but thank you for coming, brother.
How do I see the chat if I want to see the chat? Do I have to go on YouTube? Should I just use my phone?
If you have that to do it, but there should be one of those buttons, my dude, will definitely hit you with that.
Oh, here it is.
My brother Ellis is here. He says, "Hail Cobra, hail Destro. What's up, y'all? I'm glad you can make it, Ellis. We're here. We broadcast in honor of Ellis's fallen brother, Bulletproof. These guys were brothers and Joes, and he keeps his memory alive. He's got a custom figure and everything like that. So I always feel like in the true spirit of our community, the way Ellis celebrates his brotherhood with his friend is really, I don't know, it really resonates with me big time. That's what's up. Serpentor Lair is here. Make sure you are checking out my articles Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then greatness on every other day over there. That's serpentorslayer.com. Everything in 1980s and beyond, G.I. Joe, all the other toys. Make sure you are over there. It is fantastic. And I do appreciate pumping out now the article I wrote, before I get too deep in it though, but the article I wrote the other day was a lot different than what everybody was probably expecting. I'll get to that in a hot second. Matt from Mo's Mind is here. What is up, my dude? How are you? Thank you for making it. Lots of stuff coming from Matt these days. We're gonna have some pictures for him later. He was on the show last week when we saw the ghost. That was incredible. See if that happens again. Just another jerk is here. He says, grab a proton pack, but don't cross those streams. Nah, bro, you got to keep them streams definitely separated. You got to keep them separated. Spentor's Lair. Any of your customizers make stone-looking wall backdrops? Oh, okay. I saw this as we were coming through. Matt gave him the answer there. I still don't mind doing it the old school way because it's that the roller's nice, but when you do it with a knife, it makes the cut like a little rigid. If you use like a duller blade, it like makes the little line look a little thing. But if you're doing a lot of it, that roller is 100% the way to go. Thank you, Matt. That's some good advice there. Here we go.
I saw Pop Cult Frenzy in the chat. He's
nice.
Helping us out a lot.
Oh, God, he's the best. Or Skizio in the house. What's up, my upstate New York brother? Let's see. Where is Pop? Just another jerk. Big Red is here. What's up, Big Red? Glad you could make it, my dude. My brother Roadblock is here. We'll be talking about all that in a hot minute. Thank you for coming, Roadblock. I appreciate it. Let's see. I'm looking for his comment. But, yeah, no, Pop Cold Frenzy. There he is. I've gotten a third of my classified collection has come from his links. We're talking 150-ish.
You know what? I just got my friend started and addicted to collecting. He started with, I'm going to just get Flint. Well, maybe I'm going to get Flint and Duke because I just want representation of Joe's because he's building out his pole barn and he's got he's got a Thundercat, he's got a He-Man, just representation of childhood. That's like, I like Scarlet. I'm going to get Scarlet. Now he's got almost everybody, and
shit.
Half of them are through. More than half of them are through.
Through Pop. No, I believe it. Yeah. I believe it. My brother, the J. Antonio, the Bearded Sumo, is here. Thank you for coming through, my brother. And yes, happy Father's Day to you as well. Appreciate you coming. Paul Morales is here. Thank you, my brother, for stopping in. Always doing the Lord's work in the chat, because if I miss somebody, a lot of times I'll see that. There's the woofers.
Oh, sorry.
No. What?
He'll be quiet.
No,
he's quiet though.
What's the dog's name?
Ziggy, like Ziggy Marley.
I love
because
it.
Because the dog I had before that was Marley, so son of Marley. Ziggy
Perfect.
Marley.
Oh, dude, that's fucking awesome. So I had a dog. I've talked about him a few times. His name is Fletch, or his name was Fletch. He's
Erwin R. Fletcher.
No, actually, it's funny. That would have been great, but it was more. So when I got him, the lady already had him responding to Patch because he was all white with a big brown patch on his eye, and I didn't want. It was too cliche for me, and I was like, one of my favorite movies as a kid was that movie Fletch with Chevy Chase. So I just went, "Hey, Fletch," and he responded to it because it sounded enough like it, and then that was it. No, that dog, brother, dude, the last time I talked about him was either to Dan Salcedo or probably somebody in the chat. I think it was Dan. And dude, I was crying. That dog has been gone about 5 years more than I actually had him. I had him for about 9 years. I think he's been gone for about 13 years.
You never let
he was, well, dude, he came in my life. So I lived in Massachusetts at the time. And my girlfriend at the time, she worked with a guy whose sister had bought this dog and thought it was an English bulldog, one of the short, scrunchy face fucking, and thought it was going to be like this little lazy kind of thing. The poor woman had like her femur and her kneecap replaced because she had cancer. So here she has this American bulldog that at 6 months old was already 70 fucking pounds and was just an animal. Like he was a good dog, but like he's energetic and like all over the place. I was in the market for a dog. I wound up in front of this lady, and dude, it didn't just have it had papers to a kennel. Like his mother's name was Templar's Belladonna. So these were like crazy bred. His father's name was King Haven's Brick House. So these were like legit breeders. This guy, you can't find him on the internet. You only wind up with one of those dogs if he knows you. Now I wound up with this because this extenuating circumstance with this lady. And so, yeah, when he when he passed, he was like 135 pounds, and he was just built like he looked like an enormous pit bull, basically. And when I got him, it was about 3 months later that the relationship I was in out there ended, and I moved back to New York, and I was alone. And that was those next 2 years were the roughest of my life, but I made it through because that motherfucker was.
Wow,
I all of a sudden had this responsibility. I had to like get home from work. I had to make sure doing this and doing that and everything. And everybody loved him. Everywhere I bought him, he would be right here. He would know people are watching, and I would have. It would have been rough, but no, he was great. So listen, when I see the dog, people that have dogs, oftentimes I'm like, stop talking and tell me about the dog.
I don't always trust people who don't have or don't like pets.
It's weird. It's weird,
Yeah.
dude. I'll be honest with you. I love my mother to death, but my mother, until she saw the attachment that I had with Fletch, she never understood it. She was like, I don't get it. Why people, they're just animals.
some
And I'm
people
like,
don't.
but Mom, they're like, they have a soul like you do. It's just they're different. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously we are a little bit different, than different animals, but there's nothing else that's like us on the planet, right? Nothing else has our consciousness
Well, no.
that we know of, at least. Who knows what
Don't
these
get me
people.
started in that kind of shit.
Yeah, I know, right? We'll be here all night talking about that. I can tell
Talking
you.
toys and then talking about that kind of shit is the next thing you get me going on.
Existential crisis thinking. Call sign Smash is here. What is up, my brother? Thank you for coming. Also, giant man size thing. Glad you guys are here. Pop says, nice Mo's mine custom design 2 for $50 is less than normal figs. That's a good deal. All right, so I missed somebody did that. If you don't pay attention to the chat fully, hey, Zaymon is here. What is up, my brother? Thank you for coming. We had a wonderful giveaway, just a contest not that long ago, for some stuff that our brother Zaymon had sent. Thank you. Did I miss Riptide? Riptide's usually here. Let's see if I can pronounce this right. Mosquaz 7794. What is up, my brother? Was who was I talking about? Who's the gentleman that Mosquaz? What's your social media at? Because I probably just said something, but I was missing it. Disclosure Day with Test Sides. Yeah, right. We're getting into it. Well, personally, I always like one of the things about when with the show is I always try to let it kind of go where it's going, right? If
you talk about whatever.
You can't be like, it's not toy talk. Circle back. Definitely.
This is my first time, so it's hard for me to pay attention to I want to pay attention to the chat because I know as being part of chats, it's hard. Sure. I hate when nobody pays attention, but it is harder than you think.
For sure. I've
definitely because I
definitely
don't have it here. I have to watch it on my phone. If I had it on here, it'd be a lot better.
It'd be a little different.
I'll have to eventually figure out how to do that.
Well, that's
next time we'll have a little more time before, and I'll get that going.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Let's see. Did I see another name? I thought I did. It's surreal when the host is typing in the chat. Yeah, right. I definitely. It is strange. Well, sometimes if there's
I've seen it before too. Yeah, we've done it. Yeah.
It also if there's multiple, say. Mondays when I'm with Mark and we're doing a show and Mark and somebody are talking, but there's a bunch of stuff going on in the comments. Sometimes I will get to certain comments. Like if it's like, oh, I got to respond to this or this is funny or something because you don't want to stop the main conversation to derail it for stuff. But at the same time, it's yeah. So real quick, there was big announcement today on the timeline that I am going to be doing the writing for our brother Roblox and the comics that he's putting out for sure. That's I was talking to him the other day and I reached out and was like, dude,
man, that sounds fun.
It is. And the reason why, because when I got the thought in my head, I immediately started having these ideas and I was like, all right, it's firing in there. And so when he and I got on the phone and I was just like, listen to this. What do you think about this? How about this? And, Thanos buddy Eric. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Okay. My bad. He was talking about you. That's right. So that's your buddy Eric. Very cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Shadow Strike is going to take form. Roblox has laid the groundwork with his idea of what it is that he thinks that should be with these figures. And I don't want to say too much now because we're still formulating ideas, but there's a lot of movies that have been done, like you know how Terminator Judgment Day, there's an AI that ultimately kind of takes over. And then there's other movies like Ex Machina about how, like, you know, the consciousness of this AI, what it would want to do and all these things. And as Roadblock had talked about when showing off the figures, that, you know, the the Dark Legion is basically revolves around the AI queen, right? Imagine if, like, you know, imagine if Ultron was real but wasn't funny and cute like Ultron was. It was a real savage bitch. And you know, and the one thing that were is there's so much I want to say based on the shit that we were talking about, but I gotta wait till we put it all together. So what we have talked about and what I do believe to be coming is obviously a line of comic books that's going to help bolster the story and the lore of the figures that he's going to be making. But first things first, I kind of wanted to, because we're starting off at literally ground zero with the lore and the characters and the figures, instead of going right to a comic book, I thought we could do more of a book style thing where it'll be, when you open up page for page, on the left-hand side is going to be all words, and then the right-hand side will be like some corresponding pictures. So the first thing we're going to pop out is just going to be something that is a little bit of length. It's going to be conversations between on each side of all this. So in case anybody is wondering, so how it breaks down very quickly basically is that the world has fallen into kind of like a disarray. It all starts out with the humans decide that they're going to use AI to figure out interstellar travel. And in this process, the AI becomes sentient, starts to understand that it's actually like alive and it does need to get off this planet and that it wants to do the interstellar travel, but is going to kind of like not want to bring everybody with her. It's just about her, and it's not about saving humanity anymore. And once the world kind of breaks up, it's like a civil war around the whole world, where you have people who think this AI is going to bring them to salvation, and then you have people who don't believe that at all and think that they need to steal this information from the AI and pull the plug, so to speak. So the bad guys are the Dark Legion. The Dark Legion is going to be all those figures and all those people, the followers of the Queen. Right now, that's what we're calling her the Queen. It's a cool name, but the Queen is the main bad character. And then on the good side, basically what forms to fight this evil AI is the Citadel. The Citadel is basically the front lines on, you know, not getting left behind, as this AI wants to take only her followers to this new planet. The Citadel is trying to make things right for all of humanity. Shadow Strike is the elite team of the Citadel, right? So there's the Citadel, that's the main thing, but then the elite strike team is show. Oh God, I just said it. I talked myself. A Shadow Strike. Thank you. I talked myself in a circle. And so there'll be like the elite fighting team. And I think that's all I'm going to say for right now on basically like that. But this is going to be something else. I
originally thought you were writing G.I. Joe stuff. I didn't realize this was off. Like, this is your own thing. This is
completely will be all brand new. Now, I am working on another project that I think was going to be a little bit slower to develop with our brother Complete Carnage. Now, that he was on a couple weeks ago. He is an amazing photographer, and he writes these little, in above every picture is this cool little thing, and it's basically like the two people in the picture talking to each other, but it tells a whole story in this little 140 characters. And I've always been so fucking impressed with him. I was like, dude, do you want to can we talk about something? And we did do a back and forth. Maybe it was like 2 weeks ago. I know he's been busy, I've been busy, but like 2 weeks ago, I was like, hey, I had this crazy and he was like, that sounds great. What about? And then he immediately, so right off the bat, the first time we tried to throw ideas back and forth, we were both like, wow, that's good. And listen, I'm super critical of myself. So like, you know, when I have an idea and I give it to somebody and then we sit back and we think about it. And if I'm like, oh my God, this might be good. I'm hoping that because again, I'm normally like, this is okay. It's whatever. But anyway, so the cool thing is, so that's separate thing with Complete Carnage that is not slowing down or anything. But this what we're doing with the Shadow Strike is I think that initial idea that he threw out there, that Roadblock threw out there was good. And then even just sitting down for a little bit and what was coming off the top of my head, it was like, oh, there's there's a thing here. We can make this a whole huge thing.
Yeah.
So initially it'll be the storybook that'll come out first, and then we're gonna have 12 issues of the comic, and that's gonna accompany over, the initial couple waves and releases of the figures. And then as more figures come out, we will get into more. But right now, in terms of
are you gonna do it on a Kickstarter?
No, we're just doing it. We're just doing it. Yep. Meaning like he's got deals worked out with the guy who's going to do all the drawings, and like basically I'm, going to be like, hey, let's get some stuff out there and worry about it. I'm trying to get it done, and we can worry about money somewhere down the road. Let's get a little something out there. Let's start getting a frenzy, because I want to whoop everybody into a frenzy, right? I want it to be like, by the time the figures come out, people are rabid, foaming at the mouth, right? Chris from Sis3 Arsenal is here. What is up, my brother? We'll be showing some pics off later on in the show. Chris has got a whole bunch of new stuff out. Can't wait to do that as well. Eric Wirt is here. What is up, my brother? Thank you for making it. Didn't I see somebody else? I thought I saw another new person. Maybe not. Serpentor says, and at some point the AI infiltrates the operating system of Overkill and takes over Cobra under the nose of Cobra Commander. Right. Oh, dude, there's world for crossover in absolute. I feel like this is taking part in the near future, meaning like it definitely is a little bit further down the line than what we think of G.I. Joe being, right? Even G.I. Joe as a slightly future tech, it's kind of like a give and take there. But I'm very excited to put a ball on that real quick and we can move on. I'm very, very, very excited to work with Brother Block and put this world out there and get it out there for him. It
sounds sweet.
I gotta it doesn't stop up here. So if I can direct it all to a thing that works, it's going to be great. So Brother Block, thank you again. And I'm excited to get some stuff out there. Nice. Very good. Very good. So we just want to do a quick shout out. My brother, Stevie Z, sent me a magnificent care package. He sent me the Deinonychus, the rock claw shit that's over there. But he also sent me this really sweet Viper Den Studios shirt, and I love it. I absolutely love it. It's precise. Now you can't see it so much, but it's like a I don't know. It almost looks like a super dark blue, which I think is fantastic. And the logo came out great. He did this himself. This wasn't from TeePublic. He actually made this in his house with his Cricut. So I'm fucking stoked. He sent me the Rock Claw and then the Hot Wheels Hiss, which I should have had those over here to show off. I'm very, very excited. Also, I have to shout out from Ireland, legit, all the way over in Ireland, which I love that I have people who enjoy what I do from all parts of the world. So our brother Eric Louvre, I'm pretty sure I said that right. Eric Louvre has sent 2 complete fort mods and this amazing Guinness cap. Now, one of these I
passed on those. I regret passing on those.
The Trench Viper. One of these is going to brother Mark. My brother Mark over at Destro is my spirit animal. So Eric reached out and was like, "Hey, I want to send you guys these 2 things. Can I send them to you and you could give it to Mark?" I said, "Sure." So in return, I have a Pythona I'm sending him, and I'm trying to get my hands on a Range Viper for a reasonable price. But just for now, I'm going to send him that Pythona so we can get his hands on that, and that's going to be that. So my brother, as far as passing on the Trench Viper, dude, the once you get a couple of those Fort Mod things, they're fucking awesome.
That's the problem. Is I would want too many, and it would be way too expensive.
Well, I'm hoping. Listen, I keep hearing, and I don't know the validity of this, but I keep hearing that we're gonna see some more shit come back out again. Like how they're re-releasing the vamp
separate stuff,
right? But this guy here, I armed him with the. I don't have the. Oh shoot! I don't have the actual belt, but I hooked him up with something from Gridiron, and he's not even holding it. But dude, this is definitely one of my favorite classifieds.
It's not bad. The reason I passed on it was because I would have wanted too many. What was it you said you heard was coming out with Thrasher and his vehicle?
Yes. So I heard that they are both coming out, but I heard from 2 separate people that they're going to be separate. Like Thrasher is going to come out on a retro card, and that the Thunder Machine is going to come out with no figure, right? Well, one person said no figure. The other person said a different figure, like an extra dreadnought.
If it comes with a
Passenger.
figure, I'm going to have to get it. If it doesn't, it's a possible pass. Even though dreadnoughts are my favorite thing in GI Joe.
Okay.
Just
A lot of people say that. Like so many people say
they
that.
just are, because I mean they're not really bad. They're not really. They were
crazy.
cool.
Yeah,
were cool,
right.
You know,
True.
no matter
True.
what.
It's true.
I could pass on that vehicle because I didn't like the colors, like the pink and the blue didn't work for me. And the fact that it was all open, it didn't really look like a vehicle. Like, I like muscle cars are my favorite, and there was just something weird about that thing. But if it comes with a figure, I'll end up getting it. If it doesn't, I won't get it. I did pass on the Rattler, which I felt bad. And my friend who's in the chat makes me feel bad about it all the time. But I would get I can't think of the name now. The main Viper pilot for Cobra.
For the
Rattler.
Oh, Wild Weasel.
Wild Weasel. I wouldn't mind Wild Weasel because I had him as a kid. But I don't need. I don't know. I don't love the Rattler. I might pick it up one day. I have to get it on eBay, but.
Well, I can tell you this. I'm just looking because I finally got myself a set of ramp. Hold on, I gotta grab these. There's so much shit I should have had over here. So I got we can talk about the Rattler for a second. I got these that go with the Rattler. Now, number one, I'm so excited that they're coming out with stuff for the subsets, right? So that black, they call it I think they call it the Stealth Trouble Bubble or whatever with the Elite Viper. Well, that says 70. What's it? Yeah, it's in the
coat with Snake Eyes.
The varmint. Yeah, the varmint.
Yeah.
I
wanted two of those in one of the bubbles, but I only ended up getting one pack.
Well, and listen, if you want to trade, and I don't know. I try not to, but anyway. So I did actually. This is like one of the only things I've actually ordered recently. You've probably heard me talk about it. I have this massive remodel going on in my house, and right now I'm tossing all my money at that to just get it the fuck over with. I'm doing most of the work, but it's like I'm trying to get some of my friends to come up here and help that I know are in the trades because I just need it done. But anyways, I did eventually get these, and you know what? I meant to tell my brother Mark. He was looking for a set, but anyway, I did find them on Pulse. They were on Pulse. They look way cooler.
What do they come with? Because the box is so big. What's inside with them? Because I didn't get those yet either.
It's going to be hard to see, but they come with that huge box, which I think is basically a poor man's mission crate from Chris from Sister.
Yeah, I could go with. I mean, one of those wouldn't be bad.
So
I could put them in my motor pool for a Cobra.
For sure. Well, the thing is, so you figure if I've got the Rattler, I've got 4 Cobra claws and all these trouble bubbles. You set up like a little airstrip thing. You need at least these fucking guys, right? You get a couple bats carrying a missile around. You get like a Techno Viper here or there with a wrench in his hand. But you need these motherfuckers pushing shit around. Yeah. You know,
if I had the Rattler, I'd have to have them. And
yeah, 100%.
If I get the Rattler, I'm going to have to get those.
So now
I wish I could see just your screen bigger and the chat instead of seeing myself and you. That you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know how to do
so,
it. There we go.
Here
that's for everybody, but never mind. Yeah. My friend really loves that Baroness. I just want Wild Weasel out of those 3. I would like the other 2, but really I just want Wild Weasel. And I'm not willing to pay $100 for them.
Well, so I have all of this basically because of my brother Dan Salcedo. Now, this guy I found for, I think he was 55 or $60 shipped, right? But so the Rattler was Dan's. Dan's had the Dan had the Rattler. He had it. I think he had ordered 2, and then I don't remember some. The figures were gone. He had a figureless Rattler, and I was like, dude, I'll definitely take that off your hands for sure. And then after I got it here, he was very generous. He was just like, I'll send it up to you. We'll figure it out. And then ultimately I gave him an incredibly fair price. I thought it was very, very fair. He actually said, didn't even want to take that much, but I was like, here's what it's selling for on eBay minus a little. Right. And it was like, you just were like, whatever. So, but then like 2 weeks later, he calls and he goes, yo, there's a guy down here. He's got the Baroness and Wild Weasel, $135 for the set. And I was like, whoa, what?
That's not bad.
So he was
I think
like,
I would
yo,
probably do that.
for sure. He was like, I'm gonna go buy it, even if you don't want it, because that price is so crazy. And but
Shipping's
nope,
just become a bitch.
dude,
It's just it's
dude,
it's $10 to ship a figure or a
it
head,
was
just a head. $8.75 just to ship a head anywhere in the United States. Yeah, and it's the smallest box you can make, but it doesn't matter. It's the same price as shipping a figure.
So it was to ship the Dragonfly to our brother Mark. It was basically $200. Which look, I guess overseas, but it was like, gee, can't we fucking God?
Where's he at overseas?
England.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
and
right
right there,
England. My best friend was British. It was expensive, even for just a little package, and he would send me chocolate and just for no reason and spend all, and it'd be like $50 for just a little tiny box of chocolate.
Right.
Now, yeah, it's crazy. Shipping to California is absurd.
Right.
Yeah,
just crazy. So Popcorn Frenzy says I should get more Ramp Rats. I've seen tons of amazing kit bashes with them. So I don't even have mine out of the package yet, and I'm already like, okay, when I have more funds down the road, I will be getting them for sure. So, well, let me ask you, my brother, how are you feeling about Yojo June so far?
I'm loving it. Can you?
Okay.
I lose you?
No, I can hear you. Looks like you froze up a little, but you're there.
Huh? I can't. My screen's black on my end.
Oh no shit. Let's see. Well, just so you know, if we run into an issue and it doesn't fix, you can always back out and then come back in. No problem. You'll pop right back up in the studio, or back in the studio, and I'll pull it up. But I don't know what to do about that on my end because everything over here is receiving as it should. All right. Looks like he maybe backed out for a hot second. So, anyways, yeah. Shout out to Dan Salcedo for putting me in the driver's seat of not only Rattler but the Dragonfly, which I have right here. You can't really see it that great, but there it is. That they're both amazing. And what I'll say to Thanos when he comes back is that I didn't think I wanted them. I didn't think I was going to like them. I was like, yeah, they look okay, but the hiss is different. That's iconic. I love that thing. I probably got more run playing with the hiss than any other vehicle. It was involved in everything. But oh Christ almighty. What the hell? So yeah, but I really wasn't sure that I was gonna like them, but thank God I did. So make sure you are, you have to be by now because I've been pounding the table and trying to give everybody the news and let everybody know. You have to. Let's see. There we go. Nice.
Yeah, my phone rang. Fucking for some reason it blacked my screen out.
Huh.
Just for something to get to voicemail. I don't know why it's connected like that, but.
Well, no worries, my brother. No worries.
I'm almost getting to the age where I hate technology, and my parents are at the age where they fucking hate technology. I mean, it's killing them. It's so bad.
It's I listen. As much as I love doing what we do here as adults,
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some technology I love, my movies and shit. You gotta,
sure. It is an undeniable fact that it's terrible for children, right? That's my biggest problem with it is that you're making kids stupid. So I coach all my daughter's softball teams. I was an assistant coach on the basketball team for 2 years, and then last year I had gotten my own team. I hope there's enough players for me to get my own team again this year. But the one thing that I it's undeniably noticeable is when I talk to the kids that walk into practice with the phone in their hand and they're looking at this, or when I give them a water break, they're pulling a fucking tablet out and checking messages or something like that. There is a noticeable difference between those kids and the kids that do not have the technology. It's just
sure.
That's all there is to it. And I've always kind of my kids had tablets with very limited use. And even just having that little bit when it would be like, okay, tablet time is over, they were like, it's like addicted to drug behavior where they're like, well, what else are we going to do? And it's like, well, you have all these toys. You have a whole world of shit it's a whole world outside.
Movies.
Right.
I mean,
anything. I was
music.
Like,
Go outside, listen to music. Yeah, anything.
Yeah.
Well, we
So,
gradually got through it, so
I mean,
yeah, it's got
basically,
to be rough for kids. Got to be rough for kids.
well, I feel like part of it makes it so easy for parents because you just be like, here's your fucking
Yeah,
tablet.
here's a tablet and go fuck off.
They will never talk to you for hours if you give them that
Yeah,
tablet.
yeah.
And listen, I guess sometimes if you can see my kids personally, they couldn't handle not having it, and it would ruin the time. They would just they'd be plotting and scheming to get the tablet earlier. They would or they would be complaining about it. And then finally I just said, I as a parent, I have to remove this burden from you. You no longer have these things. Now, like I charge them every once in a while because okay, we're gonna go to our family vacation in Cape May next month, right? It's a 5-hour trip. You can watch the movies on your tablet down there. That's fucking fine. But the day-to-day operation of having those things, dude, and I'll tell you, that first day that I took the tablet away and they didn't have anything, by the end of that day, they were asking me, hey, didn't you just have a big cardboard box outside? And I did. I had opened up a hot water tank here that I installed in somebody's house, and I had the box outside, and I just started to break it down. I kind of folded it up a little bit, and so by the end of that night, I had to help them cut it. They duct taped a couple pieces and they made themselves a whole fort in the living room. And I was like, you can do any of this. I have a whole shop outside. We can make anything you fucking want.
Yeah.
Literally anything you want. You want to have water running through it. You want to have lights in it. I can make whatever you want. Let's do that.
Yeah, anything's better than having the screen in front of your face.
Anything but that. And I thankfully, I'm blessed in this sense. They, I think, also notice that difference in the kids that have it and don't have it, because as much as they are like, oh, I wouldn't mind if I had an MP3 player to and as long as it doesn't get on the internet, they do have those. They have a little MP3 player. They can load music onto it. It's just there's no apps.
Well, music's music. We had headphones.
100%. 100%. So that's no problem. They definitely
you can
still
be
have
listening to music and you're still in your brain thinking. And
I mean,
and now you're not thinking about necessarily the music you're listening to. You're thinking. You're actually thinking.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, kids don't use their fucking heads anymore. It's getting bad.
Well, I mean, I think that now we're talking about something that extenuates to adults too, in a way, because as bad as it is, as bad
I don't do it. I won't sit there and doom scroll. I go on 90% of the time because Pop Culture Frenzy or Preternia are posting something that I don't think I want to miss most of the time. You know what I mean?
Right, for sure. Your brother Eric says we lost power once for a couple days and my kids lost their minds. Listen, if you got, first of all, I'll never tell anybody how to parent. That ain't none of my business. But as a fellow parent, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I made that decision where I took everything. I'm talking about if they're doing a school project, they get to use the desktop, right? I got a desktop set over there. You got to research stuff for this project. You got to, use it like a library. That is like a library for you. If you want to get information to do something, then that's fine. But there's no sitting with the device ever. And in order to make it work so their minds can focus on other things, is you have to tell them you don't have this anymore. Right? Like literally set it up. Be like, okay, we're going family vacation next month. You'll have it then. Then a month after that,
Are they watching? What are they doing with it? Like going on to like Instagram and
TikTok? No. Oh God, I don't. No. I don't let them. I don't.
So they're young.
Yeah. Oh no, they're 11. So
okay.
No, they haven't touched any social media yet. But what they were doing was there's games, the Roblox, the Minecraft, and then there was like obviously I had the chats to see.
Dude, I lived my half my life. I was addicted to. I still am Xbox, but there hasn't been much to play anymore because as you get older, you get more. I still game though. Have you ever been a gamer?
Oh yeah. So I had like 2 cycles when I was young. I remember I got the Nintendo, Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt. Ninja Gaiden was like my favorite game. I think for the time.
Ninja Gaiden was sweet, hard. Ninja Gaiden was one of those first hard games.
I think it's the hardest. If I sit back, I was thinking about this. There is that game for Sega Genesis called Strider that was really hard, but man, for NES,
getting Yoshi, I think, or the Last Star on 64, Mario 64. But I did that as a kid. But I also had Nintendo Power magazine, so I don't know if that helped me or if it took skill or I don't remember.
I absolutely loved Nintendo Power. I used to get
Yeah.
that and
Fucking
the
cheat codes and
cheat
and
codes.
Game Shark too.
Yeah, game the Genie, wasn't it? The
Game
Genie. No,
Genie.
yeah. All awesome, all awesome. So then I would say somewhere around the time, at somewhere around the age of like almost 12 years old, I made this big leap where GI Joes. I couldn't. It's like I started smoking weed and kissing girls,
Yeah.
and toys and video games. Just and I played football, baseball, basketball, and even
Toys
my
also got shitty around then too. They had started
True.
making Batmans that are yellow and lime green and orange and shit. And that's when all that fuckery started with.
Yep.
Let's just hammer it out and just repaint.
Yeah.
Which I don't have a problem with repaint because back then all collections, He-Man, everything was a repaint. You know what I mean? But it was still different. But
right.
It
wasn't.
There's something about that Batman shit. And
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm with you on that. I admired the superheroes from afar. I thought all those figures were awesome. So that the fuckery with GI Joe and that the awful paints and whatever, I think it was like right around the year of 91 because I was 12 that year, and I remember it was like, I think, low light version 2, which looking back at it now, the figure's not so bad, but on the card art, it looks like he, God, you know what, this would probably take me a while to wind up being able to pull up on the stream here, but let me see if I can do it. So I mean, it was like let's see, low light version 2 GI Joe. Let's see how long it takes.
When you say version 2, are you talking about the cartoon series too?
No, brother, I'm sorry. No, so technically, I think the version 2 in the cartoon
or like
series,
the Night Force,
that would be like the Mad Marauder. So no,
Yeah.
version 2 was a whole new version. Let me see if I can.
See, by 91, when did Turtles start? When Turtles started, I stopped because I was into girls and weed and all that shit too.
So I was still into toys. I did wind up I did like Turtles. I wound up I bought Turtles, but then I ultimately traded them.
I had the first 4 Turtles, the first 4 figures they made, and I had Splinter, and that was it. And I don't know why I bought them, but I was like ninjas growing up. I grew up in the not having really kids around, so I went out, would watch karate movies and go beat up trees with nunchucks and shit. So I did like the aspect. I did not get into Power Rangers at all. Like, I have a tiny little Power Rangers shelf only because I got them cheap and they're 1/12 scale. So I figured, fuck it, I'll have some representation for the Power Rangers. But man, I
gotta find out a better.
Yeah, I want to see it too, but
I know it's so I'm using that same site that I usually go to, and that shit usually pops up. And I mean, low light.
Tell Serpentor in the chat, Serpentor's Lair, because in the 80s, girls and 90s, girls didn't like action figures. I assume you're a little bit younger than us. He asked the question, why did nobody date a girl that liked action figures? If they were around, we would have dated them.
Oh yeah, what? Oh my God. Dude, back in my day, girls were into they were into makeup and hair. Like, that was like it. You know what I mean?
Girls ran from the fucking volleyball when we were in school. Now they're better than most of the guys.
Yes. And also girls today that are in schools, they like that are like that play, they look like mini adults. You know what I mean? They dress like adults almost to that point. All right. You know what? Actually, I know how to do it. That's gonna be better. But yeah, well, so that was the issue with all of the why I started getting away from it. Low light version 2, that Major Blood, he was like blue and yellow. I mean, just absolutely awful. I mean, who can
last figure I bought, and Mo Moskowitz in the chat makes fun of me for this one too, is that Voltaire, the purple and
love that dude.
And he comes with a bird. So I always liked anybody who came with an animal. So, and even now I like Hasbro's animals. I kind of wish they would do an animal line.
Yeah, well, dude, I tell you,
I mean, they are. I guess they are.
well, the classified any of the animals that they've made and classified, they've all been fantastic, right? I feel like they've all been 10 out of 10. See, I don't know why it didn't show up in the Google on my thing. What a fucking pain in my dick. But the no, that every version of Timber is fantastic. I mean, the best one I think is, the bear, right? Though comes with the snake eyes. I feel like that motherfucker is just a killer figure.
He was awesome until that other bear came out from someone in the chat. I'm sure knows. Not Beast Kingdom. I forget what. Either way, I got it, and I think I got the brown one too. They dwarf the polar bear from.
Really, it's that much bigger?
Dwarfs it. Yeah, I posted it somewhere, but yeah. If we do a look around after, I'll show you. But I figure maybe that's the last thing we'll do because once I take this fucking contraption off,
right.
That'll be it for and then my battery will die too because I won't be plugged in anymore. I'm surprised my fucking charge is still 100. That's cool.
That is
I'm
cool.
plugged in. I'm also plugged in. So.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I found if you ever wind up having trouble with your audio while it's plugged in, I found that I had trouble. I had trouble with my audio one time because it was drawing so much. Whatchamacallit?
From trying to charge.
Yeah. It was I don't know why.
Well, so far, so good. I think.
All right. So let's see. I'm almost there. Let's see. Image file.
So you're not big into customs?
Oh, well, dude.
There's no characters you want to put, like, you don't want Rambo with your Joes or like a.
Oh, no, I'm open. I'm open to that. 100%. 100%. I'm not afraid to mix a little bit.
Like Chuck Norris here?
I would take all that. Those are awesome. I absolutely love it. Let's see. 907.
I thought that was kind of a funny little figure carrying that baby. Those are those mini brands. I love those things.
Oh, hell yeah. Is that it? Okay, there's this. Open. It's there. All right, here we go. This is low light version 2. Look at that fucking card.
Okay, art. I like the face. I like the face on the action figure and the colors on the action figure. The colors on the card art is very weird.
It's the card art, brother. So when you see that figure out of the package all geared up, you're like, oh, okay, you could. It almost looks like so low light version 1 looks like he belongs as a sniper for like a SWAT team, right? Yeah, like he's already in Night Force uniform. He is Night Force, right? That's almost what he looks like. And this, you could see him being, actually, he's been in the brush for a month with ambush, right? They've been trying to get to the perfect spot to take the perfect shot from a distance or whatever. But like when I remember seeing that card art in freaking, I think I can't remember what store it was. I don't think it was my mainstay for stuff was KB Toys, but I think I actually saw this in Caldor, and I remember being like, "What the fuck?" Like I thought.
What's Caldor?
Caldor is so up here. But
how far are you from the city?
3 hours, 2.5 hours. It depends on where you're going. If you try to get to the city going through White Plains, it can take me. When I went down to New York City,
I'm sure traffic. I'm not counting traffic. As the crow flies, I guess I would.
Yeah, 2.5, 3 hours from the city.
I used to order figures, and the only way I ever got my rubber wrestlers and got everybody, because you couldn't find characters in stores here, was from New York. I used to order from New York and New Jersey. You guys always had a good selection on toys, especially New Jersey for some reason. I think there's a lot of toy manufacturers. Something's going on in New Jersey. I forget what it was that I heard, but I should know this being in the community. But
could be ports. New Jersey they got a lot of ports where you get stuff in. So my thing, we had. I actually shared a picture of the actual store that I used to go into. So Latham Circle Mall was the mall that my parents always took me to because it was closest to the house, and they had KB Toys, and as far as I was concerned, that was it. So Caldor is
I've never heard of them.
So like Caldor, Bradley's, and Ames are all stores that were like mini Walmarts before Walmart. Have you got Kmart out your way?
We had Kmart, Circus World, KB Toys, and really that was it until Meyer came along, and then Walmart eventually came along.
And
But
that
by
was
then I was not collecting figures at that time when Walmart came along.
that's what's up. So like
Kmart dying really hurts me though.
oh well, because dude, it was like my
Toys
parents.
R Us. Fuck Toys R Us.
Yes, Toys R Us. Yeah. So Caldor was like it was very similar to a Kmart, right? It was a smaller version of it, but they had a toy section, and if I can remember correctly, I found like four or five vehicles that I had that I never saw anywhere else besides Caldor. One was like a Devilfish, the Recon sled, which I wound up having two of those. I remember buying them both because there was some kind of a crazy.
We have a service merchandise that was kind of sounds like that.
Yes. Actually, I feel like I've been in those stores as well. I think I know what you're talking about. Also cool stores, but yeah. That's what's up there. But let's wind the clock back a little bit. I'd like to get some info on what I call your GI journey, and we kind of touched on it earlier. So it sounds like when you were a kid, Joe was your favorite, but you did collect.
Well, Star Wars were my favorite movies.
Okay.
But Joe's were my favorite toys.
Perfect. That sounds good. I would agree. Mine was very much the same thing.
But the cartoon, don't get me wrong, G.I. Joe cartoon was probably number one as I got older, but number two when I was real young, because number one was Dungeons and Dragons. I just loved that cartoon. And then it would probably be Joe. And then ended up being Joe because even now you can watch an episode of the first series of G.I. Joe and it's entertaining.
Yes,
where
100%.
You can't really do that with He-Man.
No,
you can't do that with a lot of stuff.
They're all bad, bro. They are all pretty bad. Voltron was not really that.
I'm not opposed watching cartoons if they're made for adults, nowadays. But some of those, only Joe is really. I thought Voltron was made for a different country, and it wasn't really made for us.
No, it's true. It was not.
Anyway, so.
Serpentor's Lair says Destro Designs. There's a year 2000 version of 1991 low light. So let me see, year 2000. So nice. And so it sounds like you mentioned something about being 14 years old and still having the toys. You maybe just couldn't get the plane in there.
Yeah.
So have you continued to collect throughout the years, or did you have a dark
I put them
period?
away. I think we all do. In high school, I put them away around 14. And then, I always had an eye on stuff. And if I ever saw something super cool, I'd probably pick it up and tuck it away. I'd open it though. I always open shit. I never keep things in boxes.
Right.
Like Robo calls it, the trash around is plastic. No matter how nice the boxes are, I don't keep them.
Sure. That's fair.
So
I struggle with that. I struggle mightily with it. I have all my.
It's a struggle.
I gotta do something with it. I want to.
If you are ever going to resell it, which I don't plan to, it's not much different price on most things.
Right.
Anymore.
I think it's more that one day I want to have a separate shelf where I can display, like, hey, look at, I worked hard for all this, But at the same time, it's so my brother Evil Dookie, who's also a great customizer in his own right. If you haven't checked him out, Thano, I bet you would enjoy his channel.
Everybody's got to follow me, and I always follow everybody back.
Yeah, for sure.
So
that
is.
I
don't already follow you, which I do follow most of the people in the chat, I think.
So
follow me and I'll follow you back at this name.
That's what's up. So where can we find you besides Twitter? I know on TikTok,
on
right?
Instagram and TikTok, and I guess Facebook, but I don't really go on Facebook. It's for my mom's generation, the boomers.
Right, to complain about the government. That's basically what goes on over there.
But to finish answering your question, me and my buddy in high school, or the end of high school, when we would smoke a little weed, we'd go to Meyer at night and kind of bum around the toy area because Meyer was open 24 hours.
Yep.
So, we'd go look at figures. Sometimes I'd pick one up, and like I said, I'd squirrel it away. But I always coveted the Migos. Like, do you remember the 8-inch Mego figures with the material clothes on them, the
Yeah,
superheroes, and they
I
mixed
do.
DC and Marvel, and they didn't give a fuck back then.
Right. I do.
Okay,
I think
those
so.
I always wanted those, and then once I stopped collecting completely, I made a toy room with all my old figures. That was like I had 3-inch and I had 10-inch, and I not really a lot of 6-inch, but I sold them all to concentrate on 1/12 scale after
Okay.
that, because it was just too random. There I had random, but I probably started collecting again. I don't know, maybe my mid 30s.
Okay.
I'd have to say, yeah.
Nice. That's what's up.
So,
And what?
it was a break from 14 to mid 30s, basically.
Right. So yeah, mine was very similar. I in 2008 when they had the Rise of Cobra movies and came out and stuff. I remember there was shit at Walmart that maybe that also right around the 25th anniversary year stuff coming out.
When was that? Yeah,
I think 2008.
Well, because they're doing Cobra, they should be doing fucking Globulus next year. They better
Hopefully.
be doing Globulus.
I'm trying to
For the
think if I've heard
anniversary,
anything
so,
on Globulus. I can't really remember.
Someone in the chat knows when the
For
25th
sure, for
anniversary came out.
But yeah,
93.
90.
Oh no, that's no, that's something else.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I picked up some shit then, and again, it went into a closet, and then it wasn't until December.
I thought I was alone. I didn't know how. I knew some people must collect action figures, and I knew people collected action figures or something, but I didn't know what they did with them, and I didn't. I knew I wanted to display in a toy room one day, but I didn't know this is what people do and like how big the fucking community is. Like it's massive. I don't know. I mean, I follow a couple of people that I really enjoy watching, and some are very different. Like I don't know if you know Robo from Robo Don't Know, and if you know Jersey Maniac. I mean, they couldn't be two more different people, but I get a kick out of both of them.
Sure, Jersey. I know Jersey. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Interesting.
Robo's like the opposite of Jersey.
Okay.
Complete opposite. But I like them both, and I don't think they like each other, maybe, but I don't give a fuck. I like them both.
That's what's up. Yeah. So I picked back up eventually. I had just a small box full of stuff. Now I actually had all my original Joes, and in I think somewhere 2004, 2005, I moved from one place to the other, and I left 2 boxes, all my Joes, a bunch of other memorabilia and stuff. It was awful.
I bet you still won't forgive yourself to this day.
Well, I have to be honest with you. I now that I'm back into stuff, I really wish I had it, but I did find a way to forgive myself because I was mad, bro. I was mad. And it wasn't just I lost. There was trophies from shit that I played as a kid. Like there was definitely a bunch of stuff in there, but I had like my Terrordrome was in there. I had my Havoc and a bunch of other vehicles. I probably had, I don't know, 40 figures that weren't all complete, but I had most of all the stuff. It was, So what I've done though is, like I said, I mostly collect the 112. It's the main line and the retro carded classifieds. That's the main thing. But when I first got into this, I was like, man, I wonder what buying some of these ones from when I was a kid was like. And I was like, man, I'm going to buy those 3 3/4 complete of the ones that I loved. And I picked up about a dozen of the ones that I was like absolutely obsessed with, right? Like the low light, Alley Viper, mainframe. I don't have the Beachhead yet, but Shockwave, Blizzard, Salvo, Ambush, all the ones that were like my top figures. So yeah, they're between Joe and Cobra, a Scrap Iron, Firefly, Toxo Viper. I got about I think there's 14. The last count, there was 14 of those loose, and I just have them bagged up individually, and one day I will display those. But when I was on eBay one day, there was this guy that had a bunch of the 25th anniversary figures, and he mint on card, and he was selling them for like, if you bought over 10, he would give you them for like $11 a piece or $12 a piece.
Yeah, so they're going a little cheaper than that's a hell of a deal, but they're going a little cheaper on eBay right now, even than I thought they were. Than I thought they should be.
Yeah, so I picked up a dozen of those, and then picked up over the next year 6 or 7 more mint on card figures from when I was young like that, and I love having those. And then I also have a collection of mint on card retro carded figures from the 112 scale. I have like all the troop builders, all the iconic looking ones. There's maybe 7, 8, 9 of them. No, actually it's 11 of those that are on the card. Those will get displayed. I do have maybe, I'd have to look over here. I do have maybe 20-ish figures of classified that are still in the box, and I'll probably keep them in the box. Like I want to have a mass device display where it's the divers, the polar bear snake eyes, and the breaker, right? All in a box. So the mass device thing, set, mint on card, that's going to be one little small display. It's all, crazy shit.
Yeah.
It's just,
we all do have our own idiosyncrasies.
Right. And it's
collects
just
their own way and displays their own way. And like a lot of the big guys don't like showing their toy rooms. And it bums me out so much because that's what I want to see. I want to see your shelves more than I want to see anything else.
Right.
Or
more than I want to hear you
I
talk.
like you and I follow you. I want to see your shelves.
Yes.
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 And I don't mind showing mine because I figure if I want to see your shelves, don't you want to see mine? Right.
For sure. All right. Well, it looks like coming in here, that's my brother that I think this would technically be his 11th appearance. My brother, and you know CG from let me see if I get him on the stage here. There he is. Add him to the stage. Hey, my brother, what's going on?
How's everybody doing? I'm great.
Excellent. We are getting down to the nitty gritty about the GI journey with our brother Thano here. CG, you know Thano, right?
A little bit on Twitter. I think.
I think so.
Pretty sure I follow you.
Nice.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what's up. Well, we're just talking customs. CG gets down with a little bit himself there. But yeah, no, we're just getting down to what we liked as kids, how that played, and now we've wrapped all the way up to what we're doing now. So you have nothing in the box then. I think you had said you're all open it up, Dono.
Yeah, nothing in the box.
Nothing in the box. That's what's up. I love it. Do you have favorites when it comes to G.I. Joe characters? Is there any figures or characters that stand out?
Of course. And it's changed a little bit from what it was when I was a kid. Like you think some are going to be your favorites, and then when you get a classified in your hand, it's like a figure you might not have thought you wanted. Now all of a sudden, wow, this is a great figure, or vice versa.
Right.
Usually it's more like I'm more impressed. Shipwreck was always one of my favorites as a kid.
Okay.
Loved, and Gun Ho. I loved that weird green of Gun Ho as a kid.
Yes, I agree.
Now, even though they made the retro, I still like Shipwreck a lot. I'd say, Quick Kick was another one of my favorites that I don't love as much now. Now I'd say Zartan, probably Storm Shadow, and there's a few variants, but they're all kind of the same. I mean, I like the retro. I always go retro. If I can, I always go retro.
Okay.
Even over cartoon, like I think I like the 80s versions of the figures more than the cartoon versions. But I'll take cartoon. If they start doing a cartoon line, I'll fucking be more than happy. For sure. So what I feel like they're classified itself is just hitting this groove right now where basically here's this mainline version of the figure that's got a little bit of changes, right? But it's still, you can 100%. So like Mark from Destro is my spirit animal, and I talk about it all the time. Like Tripwire. Tripwire looks exactly like he did, but he's got like all these beefy extras. They classified it, right? But then they can also do a retro card where Tripwire stayed pretty close.
Tripwire is close.
Him up.
Well, maybe the Viper. The Viper is probably the best one. So like the Viper, the Cobra Island Viper, the 3-pack Viper, they all come with that same sculpt that doesn't look exactly like the one it did in the cartoon, but it's awesome. Like me personally, for action shots, I prefer the 3-pack Viper, right? And that's fine. But then when that retro came out, I was like, oh, well, I didn't think I wanted this, but now that I'm looking at it, it's fucking fantastic. So yeah, that's what's up there. All right, let's see. I think we have RA joining us here. Let me slide him in. I think I just saw him come up. There he is. Hey, what's up, Rich? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Not too bad. Not
Good, how are
too
you?
bad. RA, have you ever been on with CG before?
I don't think I have.
No, we haven't.
He's been on so many times. I figured at least somebody was going to be on there. But yeah. So we're just getting into it with Thano, and then in a few before we get him out the door, we're going to start talking about Yo Joe June stuff. We can all throw down on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you know what you talked about? You would say, real quick, I just want to say, Matt from Mose, when we were talking about NES games and how Ninja Gaiden was hard, he said Battletoads was hard, and I do remember that being awfully hard, right? That was another NES game that was crazy. All right, so Thano, let me ask you, so you've always had this vision, right? It sounded like you knew you wanted to display these figures on shelves, right? Is what you have now the vision that you had then? Like what's what you have in your
No,
your
it
house?
always evolves. And
Okay.
people ask you why doesn't your room who dusts? And I think it's a question none of us have to really think about because it does get dusty, but most of the time shit moves around and it evolves enough where first of all it's a closed room and I don't keep the door open unless I'm in here. And I do have a TV, but for the most part it's a closed room and shit evolves enough where it's getting moved and you're dusting it by hand, but just because it's moving.
Just right.
Most of the time. I got wrestlers now that have been sitting in the middle. They're getting a little dusty, but it might take 10 years before they get dusty enough where I got to be like, oh man, I got to take this whole thing apart and dust,
Right.
actually dust.
Yeah.
Right.
The bottom floor might get dusty of the shelf.
Sure,
The figures
sure.
themselves are touched. The books, like you got behind you, I got downstairs, they're touched. You
Right.
fuck with your shit,
Yeah.
So.
Speaking
I'll tell you
of,
what though, my sideshow figures that are on top, those are the ones that get the dustiest,
No
and because
shit.
they're also on the top
Yeah.
shelf, that they don't get moved and touched as much.
Yeah.
speaking
Yeah.
of books,
Oh, I'm sure.
our brother here, RA, has written an amazing G.I. Joe book. I'll be writing a review of this on Serpentor's Lair coming up soon. But Rich, where can we grab this right now?
Well, it's funny you should say this because I just finally got the link up on my website where you can go order it directly from the website. I have it up there where you can order a signed copy or you can just order the regular edition. So if you go to rarain.com, there's a G.I. Joe. The Protocol G.I. Joe is right in the top banner, so you can't miss it. So
Nice.
just my name, no spaces.com.
Hold on. Did you send that to me, brother?
I did because I was so excited because I finally got it up there. I sent it to you when we were
Okay, hold
texting
on.
back and forth earlier.
If you give me a minute, I will get it. Hold on. I will get it to if I can. Let me see if I can get that up onto the whatchamacallit.
You got a lot of Marvel Legends there, which is cool.
It's Marvel Legends, Backwall G.I. Joe, Star Wars. In the middle is I'll walk it around because I'm gonna go around 10. Middle is wrestlers, and then I got 80s stuff going on. I'm 52, so 80s is
Dude,
my
I'm almost 54, so I'm right there with you.
Okay.
And then I got some Motu mixed with Thundercats because
Nice.
that's how I played with them as kids. So it's a square-ish room, and the only other things I would have collected would be Playmobil. I got to think because I grew up going to Greece and having family come and visit from Greece in the summers, and they would always bring Playmobil, and I loved Playmobil. I did, and now they have
Nice.
every representation of all the stuff we love. But the other thing would be cosplay stuff. I like replicas or guns and weapons and all that shit. But
Yeah.
this room is mostly just 1/12 scale with a few things hiding on the walls that are cosplay stuff.
Sounds like our collections are pretty similar in style and stuff. Because I have
I stick to 1/12 and everything 80s.
I was doing vintage with the Black Series, and I decided especially since my eyes are getting worse as I'm getting older,
Yeah.
that the 3 3/4 just weren't as clear
You can't-
anymore.
Yeah, and you can't. Yeah, and you're not
Yes.
customizing them.
Yes.
Right.
You know,
Right.
Too small,
Yes.
too
No,
small.
I feel like so that link is
Too
now
small.
up in the chat if you want to grab that book from RA. It's excellent.
Thank you very much.
So I feel like that is almost one of the biggest things that grabs me about the classifieds is that
They're
the
made
way-
for us, no matter what
Yes.
anyone says.
100%.
We can see them. No kids know who these characters are.
They don't.
Okay, you know, kids don't fucking know who Commando is.
Right.
I mean, they just don't unless they had a cool dad or uncle or something. They don't know.
Right. Right.
These are all made for us in the scale. That's why NECA and all these people make the shit that we want. You know.
Yep.
Right.
Well, remember when Black Series first came out? Because this was before Classified. They originally said they were only going to do like 3 waves, and they were going to like be 4 figures per wave, and they weren't ever intending on doing a whole line and a lot of waves of different things. And they were just intending them to be more of a collector size and keep the vintage and the 3 3/4 Galaxy stuff to be their main stuff. But after
They blew up the scale.
Yep. And episode 7, they just started mass producing everything in the line.
Yeah.
And it became the dominant line then.
Yeah.
And-
And scale.
Yeah.
Well, Well, they realized they had us. They had a base from the 80s that
Yep.
has been waiting for that. You know, we were all collecting 3 3/4 Star Wars, all the Star Wars collectors. And then when was the 25th anniversary? I'm sure a lot of G.I. Joe collectors got the
There was a
25th
lot of the
anniversary.
20. See, that's when I got back into collecting Joes again.
So you got rid of all your other scales?
No, I still have my 3 3/4 Star Wars because that's what I had the most of, and then I have probably about 50, 60 of the 25th anniversary line of Joe, and my Marvel Legends. I kept the ones that the characters I really liked, like Winter Soldier, Captain America, things like that.
What about DC? You don't like DC?
No, I have some DC, not as much. The scale was always off for me, the 7-inch.
The
You know-
DCUC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It-
Well,
it was
yeah,
always-
and
it
they
was
were
always a little bit-
ugly.
Yeah, and it wasn't. I wasn't ever. They weren't as attractive as the others were.
No,
You know,
I'm excited about Mattel.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I've seen some
I
of the
hear a
early
lot
stuff
of
because
people-
Mattel's out here in LA, and my daughter has
Oh,
a
you're
lot.
in LA? I'm so jealous. What a beautiful state.
It's awesome out here, honestly.
Surf
My
in the
daughter
morning
has a
and
close
snowboard at night.
right. My daughter has a close connection with the Monster High creators. She does a lot of
Okay.
cosplay for them at Comic-Con and things like that. So every once in a while we get to go down to, their facilities,
That's awesome.
and some of the stuff that's coming out, they'll be showing at Comic-Con is really good.
What, for Monster High?
No, well, for Monster High, but also for DC.
Oh, good. I'll tell you real quick on Monster High, their vehicles are the best custom fodder for our scale. I mean, I got a bunch behind me of Monster High vehicles. They got like a 57 Chevy. It's fucking awesome. And it's cheap compared to like the General Lee from Ramen, which is fairly cheap compared to Joe's,
That's still
Savannah
very
and all that
tempting,
shit.
though. That generally coming with those 3 figures, that's still very, very
I'm
tempting.
getting it. The Dukes of Hazzard was my childhood. Watching
Mine
that that TV show, and that song, that and the 18. I mean the 18.
Yep.
was-
Yeah, for
Yep.
sure.
Well,
for sure.
This
He
is how
might-
obsessed
man,
I
he
was.
might make.
I was big on Chips. Chips was huge. All those ones you guys are talking about. But dude, I fucking love Chips. I had this motorcycle that was like in my mind when I think about that motorcycle, it was like a fucking Harley, but it wasn't. It was just a plastic, version of it. But yeah, man, Chips was the shit.
I was so obsessed with Dukes of Hazzard that I had this poster of Bo and Luke Duke on my wall, and at the bottom of it, it had their real names, the actors' names,
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
I covered it up because I refused to believe that they were anybody else other than Bo and Luke.
Right.
And which is ironic because I'm in the film business and stuff like that, and you know what it is. But as a kid, they were Bo and Luke, and I didn't want them to be anything else other than Bo and Luke Duke.
Right.
Right.
And well,
Yeah.
in all fairness, they really never were.
That's very true. Although John, he did make a run for it as Clark Kent's father. You know,
wasn't one of them wasn't Luke a singer, a country singer for a minute?
yeah, he was. He did some
Yeah.
country singing, but he never, you know, and so both of them actually did a lot of country singing. But Luke and I forget their name. I forget his name now. John Snyder was Bo, and
Tom Wopat.
Tom
Tom
Wopak.
Wopak.
Thank you very much. Yes, Tom Wopak never really broke out like John did,
No,
but you know it's still
yeah.
now you can't.
I had
Air
loved
that
that show
show.
so much. I bought a 2012 Challenger Orange, and even made magnets for it. I never put the magnets on it, but I sold the car. But I loved that thing, and it was modern day General Lee.
Yeah,
I mean,
Right.
to
right.
me, in my mind, that's still the prettiest car ever made. There's a couple good looking ones, but that's number one for me.
I grew up in West Virginia, so there was a lot of rural area there, and there's a lot of guys
Yeah.
that had a General Lee, and
I bet.
just you would hear it coming down the road, and just it was the most amazing sound that you'd ever hear.
Yeah,
For sure,
that's
for
awesome.
sure. A buddy of mine has that. He had a, I think it was a 92 or a 93 Cobra R Shelby Mustang, and
Oh, my.
it was, dude. It was the most. It was that Fox body, but it was cherry red. He had the Cobra R rims. It was a rag top, and then he put a blower and an aftermarket something else in there. And dude, nothing ever sounded like that. When we sat in a red light, it would literally be blah 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 blah. And when he fired that bitch up, dude, I remember one time we were driving. So Lake George is this lake in upstate New York, right? And then there's Route 9, which goes around this side of the lake, and that brings you through the village and the whole strip world. But then there's another road that goes all the way around the other side of the lake, and that's where some of the more wealthier houses and stuff like that. Some campsites over there, whatever. But I remember we were driving down, going around the lake at one point, and I remember we needed to be back to meet up with the rest of our people. And I was like, dude, if we continue to go, we'll be too far this way to go. We would have to either go all the way around or turn around and go back. And he did one of those pull the emergency brake while he's spinning the wheels and did a complete 180 like that in the middle of this road. And I'll just never forget. And then he kicked it back in and he drove off. And in the end of all that, that's not even the fun. It was like a week later, he wound up having to get rid of the car because he did something to the inside of it when he did that whole, whatever. But it never sounded right. He didn't blow a head gasket, but there was something that like one of the pistons cracked. Something crazy happened the way he did the shifting and he slammed on the gas and whatever. But dude, there's nothing quite like a car that's got that blub 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 blub. And
I had a buddy that had a '69 Camaro with a Holly 4-barrel on a 380 big
That was
block.
one of the prettiest cars too. That's up there.
That's my all-time car right there. If I could ever, be a best-selling author, that's the first thing I'm buying with the money.
Yeah.
I'd have to
Top
go.
three for me, I think.
I think probably if I had to pick one, it would probably, I don't know, those Fox body Mustangs were great, but it might be the Mach 1 that Steven Seagal had in Hard to Kill, I think,
Yes.
or Right to Kill, one, whatever movie that is. He's got that blacked out Mach 1. I don't know. That would be the one for me. I think I'd have to have that. I mean,
Not
obviously,
Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh, that Trans Am.
yeah,
Is a beautiful car,
that's
too.
pretty dope.
Well,
That
it's funny is
pretty
because I
dope.
saw somebody put up that the General Lee was just as much of a star of the show as anyone else, and that's the truth. That car was the star of the show.
Oh,
It was
just
not-
like
until they tried to bring in Coy and Vance, and
Oh.
it didn't work. It
Oh,
didn't work.
Coy and Vance.
I mean,
Oh,
I was
his-
pissed. I was a kid. I was pissed.
Yeah.
I remember being angry.
It wasn't
Yeah.
about Bo and Luke. It was about Daisy Dukes and the General Lee.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, the car went on tour,
Yeah.
and
See,
stuff
I was
like
a
that. Because
little
I got to
young.
see it once at a racetrack. They had it, and we could go up and look at it, go in it, and stuff like that. And then they raced it around the track a few times. It was pretty
Dirt
cool.
track?
Like as a 5-year-old kid,
Yeah.
I was in heaven.
Oh, I'm sure. Was it a dirt track?
Yes, yeah.
Also,
Fort Royal Speedway.
too. That's
Yeah.
how generally supposed to look.
Yep.
Yeah.
Orskizio says a teammate of mine in high school had a General Lee pickup with the horn sound installed. Listen, that horn sound is fantastic. I absolutely love it. Anything that'll make like the person next to you jump if you hit the pull up next to him and hit the horn, that works. It's a little obnoxious. That was 20-year-old me talking. 47-year-old me now would be like, "What the fuck is that? Get that out of there."
Yeah, you'd
going back-
appreciate it though.
Yeah,
Going
I
back
would.
to what you guys were saying with the General Lee, that I guess Ramen's putting out a version 2 of it.
Yes.
Yes. It looks dope.
With
It's more shiny.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It should have been. Like it should.
And I think the
guess
stickers,
the
you have to put the stickers on yourself. I think that's how they're getting away with not putting the Confederate flag on directly, that you get the option of doing it.
all right.
Brother Big
maybe
Red's got the
inside-
idea. He says Roscoe P. Coltrane. Yes, he was dope too. Spentor Slayer said it too. Yeah, Roscoe in the house.
Yeah, I hope they make them all. Ramen was just on Vern Rants the other day. Ace from Ramen Toy, and
Yep.
we got to talk to him, and like I actually asked some questions through the chat, and Vern asked them. But we said too, like, you ever thought about making like the A Team or filling out the rest of the Dukes like Uncle Jesse and stuff? He didn't really say no, but he can't also answer. But he says there's still a lot more stuff to make. So
Okay.
that's all.
Because they're doing Kit, and they're doing Michael Knight and Kit too, aren't they? From Knight Rider?
Yes, and that's
But they're
officially
doing-
licensed one too.
Official, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know. I just saw there was something. Oh God, it was probably AI. I didn't know it. It was a picture of that though, and it had like a kind of a rugged looking Michael Knight, where he had like he didn't look all slicked out, in a black leather jacket. He looked like he was ready to be.
I
like
think that one was AI. Because there is one that it looks like the regular Michael Knight, because that kit also had some extra panels on it or something.
right.
Because I saw the picture you were talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, he has it. Remember when Knight Rider evolved? The car evolved to where it had that was it like a battle mode or something like that, where the wings
Yes.
would come out.
Yes.
He actually built that
Something
in. So
happened.
you hit
Something weird happened.
Yeah,
the front
so-
end came out or some shit.
Yeah, it had like wings. The front end, the front bumper came out, and then there was he almost had like air brakes when he had to slow
Yeah,
down.
it had those white extensions that would come out.
Yeah.
It was after Goliath almost destroyed him. Which, remember, Goliath had the evil Michael Knight,
Yes,
his evil twin brother. Oh,
Oh yeah.
Goliath and Carr, man, they were two
Goliath
great
and Carr.
villains.
yep.
Nice. Well, let me try. I just had a couple more questions for Thanos, and then if he's going to be so gracious to give us a tour, maybe we can get him to show us some stuff. So let me ask you, as a collector extraordinaire, what is your favorite thing to collect right now? Joe's?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And classified, obviously, right? The classified
Yeah,
version.
yeah. And I'm waiting. I mean, I had this out, but maybe next time we'll go through it. Some stuff. There's a good 10 figures that I must still have. Galabulus is one of them, and then there's a few other ones that I think are cool. And then they start getting crazy. But every figure in every vehicle, from the kid from what is it to 82 to 94.
Okay. Who's that? Is that the 3D Joe's thing, or what is that?
It's an old guide I picked up at a comic book store years
Oh, look at
ago.
how cool that
Oh
is.
wow!
That looks fucking awesome.
It's got, I mean, everything from the whole line.
You put pictures of it up on Twitter, right? I think they call it. You selected a few. Dude, that magazine looks great. I wonder if that's something that can still be bought, or
Fucking,
what goes on with
it's
that?
thick.
dude, look at that thing.
Yeah, dude.
And
Dude, Dana, has anyone ever told you look like Kenny Omega's cousin or brother?
No, but I don't watch AEW. I wish I which one's Kenny Omega? Is he the one from
I didn't know
Japan?
what you were talking
He
about.
he got big in Japan. The Omega.
I hate his face for some reason. It's something about AEW I can't fucking watch. And I love
Really?
wrestling. Yeah. I mean, it reminds me of that fucking auditorium cinder block wall behind you, old promos they used to throw out. Ric Flair, like, my boys love Ric Flair, but I couldn't watch that shit when I was a kid. It was just too low production. I mean, Hulk Hogan was my, forget they was not the greatest human being, but that was my wheelhouse as watching wrestling. Like, the first match I ever saw was Hogan winning the title off the Sheik.
Yeah.
And then that was it from then. I just loved wrestling. I never could get into AEW and NWA, and I can't get into NWA and AWA, and I can't get into AEW. I just can't. It's too. Maybe they let the guys have too much say in their own personality.
Well, but that's the big difference is the way Tony Khan does it more.
Well, real quick, I want you to keep talking about. I just have to run
I
upstairs.
don't have to leave at 10 or exactly.
Okay,
so.
yeah, we'll keep talking real quick about wrestling. I got to run upstairs. 1 second.
I actually prefer AEW over WWE anymore, because it
I know
does give
most
you
people do. Most true fans do.
the wrestling is more of a other than there's a lot of high flying and stuff like that, and there's a lot of
I hate
spots.
that shit.
But there's also a
dangerous,
lot
yeah.
of totally. But there's also a lot of traditional wrestling and a lot of it's less produced. It's less. It's less.
It's better in ring. Yeah, there's more genuine stuff going on. I can't deny that. I can't. It's seeing a small audience. I don't like. So
Right.
I can't even watch NXT because of that. Like
Yeah,
I don't
that's the
wanna
one thing
see
is when
you in a high
AEW
school
started.
auditorium.
When AEW started, their audience, their fan base within the audience, in the arenas was a lot bigger, and they were hitting a lot bigger arenas. But then after, not even after COVID, just the last couple of years, they have gone to smaller venues. I guess but that's the part I don't like about it. But I'm a wrestling fan, so I watch all of it. Whether it's WWE, there's a lot of guys that are just one or the other, or
I keep an eye on AEW. All right, I'm a crazy person. I watch 2 TVs at once all the time.
Agreed.
When I'm done with the evening,
It's my dad.
and I'm gonna sit down and watch TV, I have one TV. He either has sitcoms on it, reruns that I've seen a million times that I know what they're saying, but I'll have the sound on both TVs, and then I'm watching new shit or my collection or whatever on my main TV. But AEW, I'll have that on, and I'll have NXT on. But I don't say I watch it just because I don't know the names of the people. I'm just watching what's going on. Sometimes I listen, but very rare. I'll listen to MJF and shit. But for the most part, I'm listening to WWE, even though I can't stand Michael Cole. We all fucking hated Vince McMahon, but now I wish he was back.
I know.
Because and TKO fucking blows.
TKO is just
They
whatever
suck.
they're doing. It's getting ridiculous. It's
fuck them.
That's the part that makes it hard for me to watch with that. And, the crowd and things like that for AEW, kind of it makes it hard there. But then the way TKO is just over and getting involved. They're almost like they're keeping Triple H from really booking a good match anymore. And it's
so bad.
There's so much commercial type things going on with it.
It's all commercials and entrances. That's all wrestling is anymore. It's commercials and entrances. I watch Wrestle Talk on YouTube.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite channels. I watch Mojo or what Culture Wrestling a little bit too, but they're a little soft on stuff where What Culture says or Wrestle Talk says it more like it is.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, you guys got to check out. I'm pretty sure they do it every Sunday night. My brother Abby and crew over at Figure Fight Club, they do a wrestling show every Sunday night. Now, if I remember, I think the the very first guest they had was Scotty Too Hottie. Yeah, I think it was crazy. It was awesome. I don't think they've had a guest every week, but it's definitely if you guys aren't familiar with the Figure Fight Club boys, they're fantastic. Definitely go over, give them a follow. They have a bunch of the main show is they do a Tuesday night is the open mic night where the link is in the comments if you want to come and show off your the stuff you got recently. I used to go on there every week, but I've had to scale back the amount of podcasting I was doing. This on Saturday and then co-hosting with Mark on Monday is that'll always do. And every once in a while I can pop in places, but that's where I'm kind of trying to keep my limit to. But the Tuesday, Monday night they do a Transformer show at 10:30 at night with Talib, and then Tuesday they have the open mic. Thursday the one guy Lou and some of the other guys, they do Taking the Shot. Me and Destro as my spirit animal were on there last week, and then on Fridays they have their main show where they take one person and they talk to them about like their journey, kind of similar how like I asked Dono a lot of the questions and shit like that. They have another show. Those guys are all super cool, and the shows they make are great. And then, of course, on Sunday is their wrestling show. So if you're unfamiliar with them, make sure you are checking them out. I always got to give a shout out. They had Chris from Sister ER Salon. They were nice to show a bunch of photos that I did for Chris. And then they reached out and were like, hey, do you want to come on the Friday show? I did, and it was awesome. And that was like a while ago. I wasn't, I don't think as many people knew who I was back then. So it was nice to get an invite on a big ass show like that. So very, very cool. So let's see. I tell you what.
Wait, someone in the chat just said, hold on one second. Giant mad size thing. Roddy Piper and the fridge are my two classified wants. You know what? I don't remember them. I vaguely remember there being a Piper figure, but there wasn't there? And I want dude, those would be two dream figures. And the third would be the driver of, I forget what it was, but he had the Dixie flag on his belt.
Oh, the Havoc.
Cross country and the Havoc.
Cross country,
Yeah, cross country. I don't think they'll make him, but I don't see why not. If you can just change the belt buckle,
They'll make them. They will.
I can say they'll probably make cross country, but not the belt buckle.
Yeah, they
what
won't.
About the fridge? And there was a Piper figure, wasn't there?
There was a Piper
Yes.
figure because he's an Iron Grenadier, but it's because his likeness is owned by the WWE now.
Right.
Yeah.
I doubt very seriously they're going to do it, especially since Mattel is releasing, Rowdy Piper figures still.
Yeah, Mattel.
Well, and,
But you can always grab one of the Mattel ones, the one of the WWE ones.
Why Slaughter's a different thing though?
So with Sergeant Slaughter, he was wrestling for Vince when Hasbro came to him. He had to quit the WWE and to be able to part of Hasbro because at that point the WWF just had a deal with was it LJN was their first action figure toy?
Because was that Vince or Vince Senior?
Vince Senior.
Yeah.
Vince Senior did that.
I think I remember hearing that story.
And,
So
and
he
Sarge,
must
he
have
said
a
he
deal
couldn't
with
pass
both.
it up. What's that?
Right.
He must have a deal with both then. To this day,
Well-
Mattel and Hasbro. It must be one of the fewest because they make fucking Slaughter figures, or they have a couple years ago, which I regret selling one that I had, but they
But does he have
yeah.
a Legends contract? That's the thing.
And that's just it. I think I don't know if he has a Legends contract as far as marketing, but because I think he still every once in a while is working with them backstage. Although
Yeah, I
he
think
may
he's
not
around.
anymore.
I think he's
He
still an
signs
ambassador
autographs
for
at
one.
toy stores around. There's one down about an hour drive from me, half hour, 45 minutes. Or he signs autographs like once a year there still. He's
But
all
I think
over
he
Twitter.
also owns the copyright on his name because
I think so.
he's always wrestled as Sergeant Slaughter, whereas
Right,
especially nowadays you'll see
right.
guys that have to change their names if they go from one to the other.
Right.
And it says it on the packaging too. It says Sergeant Slaughter, like it's
Nevertheless, those would be two dream figures. I don't think they'll make the fridge either, but
Well,
I don't see why not.
the Fridge's family who owned their estate. They have said staunchly no. There's some.
Why?
I think if I remember correctly, like the first time I've heard two things, and they both sound like they could both be true. One was that when they made a figure of him before, they screwed him on money. Like it wasn't enough money. They didn't get what they asked for. Something happened, and like the Fridge himself, who's no longer with us, and forgive me in heaven if I'm misrepresenting the situation, but I heard this from multiple people. I guess it doesn't make it true, but there was something had happened. There was some bad blood with Hasbro, and I guess after he passed, his family members. Now you got to think about this: surviving family members would love to take some money, right? So
Yeah,
if they're
you would-
saying
That's
if
what I
they're
would think.
if they're saying no, then maybe it was just one of his last wishes or a will. Yeah, it looks fucking
That's
awesome.
awesome.
Nice.
I
That
didn't
is so
make
cool
this.
looking.
This is G.I. Joe Customs with a Z on Instagram. He's from
Oh, Fairy Day Workaholic is
He's a Kiwi.
that's
he's from New Zealand.
yeah, that's who he is on Facebook. Is Fairy Day
Okay.
Workaholic.
He's
And
fucking awesome.
He's the best.
I got
right?
a bunch
I mean,
of heads coming from him soon.
dude.
If you could send a thing to link to him.
You
Anyway,
know what?
the only
I-
problem I have is I wanted it a little more lime green, the pants, but this works for me. It's a good. If they're never going to make them, so fuck it. This is good enough.
I'm gonna pull him up because there's a particular
Yeah, he's
picture, dude.
awesome, dude.
He does an alley viper that now I'm obviously partial to the alley viper. Let me see how I can search this real quick. CG's probably
Pop
fucking
Call
faster.
Frenzy says, yeah, Sarge does own his name. He thinks too.
Yeah, I think it's always been like
And
that.
Giant
for now.
Man Size thing says Fridge is still alive. Really? How can you wait that much and still be alive?
So forgive
No,
me
look,
then.
he
I
could.
kept
He
hearing
could.
that
I
the
mean-
answer was no from the family, so I don't. I could have. Hopefully, I'm not like way off base on that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, he's 63 years old. William Perry's 63.
Oh, he's only 63. He's not that old, actually.
I thought someone said he passed away a few years ago.
I thought so too. It just seems right,
Right.
The Bears.
He-
The Bears.
He's only 63. He was pretty young then when he got into the NFL.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just searching for this, see if I could do it. Man, I just wound up during my search here. It's the Haya Toys Alley Viper. God fucking damn that thing is.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not our scale, but yeah.
It's dude. Well, thank God, because guess what?
Yeah,
I
dude,
would be
they
buying
got
fucking
some nice
eyes.
looking figures.
They're amazing looking.
I'm in on their fucking Rocky line, everything except for I don't think I'm gonna get Rocky with the Italian Stallion colors because him in the red, white, and blue, that's my Rocky.
Right.
Even though they're both
Sure.
gonna be sitting there in red, white, and blue, him and Apollo next to each other, that's fine.
I don't know.
my
That
Rocky.
yellow and black was awesome, though.
There was, but so if they made the figure with yellow and black and red and white shorts, even
Okay.
though it's just then maybe I'd be. But they're $100 fucking figures. I'm like,
That's the same thing with the Top Gun figures. Because I love them in their pilot fatigues and the helmets and stuff. They're just I love pilots. I always have, and those figures look great, but they are just
Are you
way
talking about
too
the
much.
ramen toy or Haya?
The high, I think. I
didn't know
it
they
might
made that.
it might be the ramen.
Yeah, Ramen did like
Ramens
Viper.
aren't. They're not
Maverick
100.
and-
Ramens are not. Yeah, they're not.
No, they're
called
like
that.
65, 70 or something.
Yeah, they're still high. Yeah, they're high price. Yeah.
All right. Well, I
still want to talk about the Yojo June. Don't
Yeah,
Well, hold up. Let's see. I'll add that later. We'll circle back to that as I get it lit up.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what would you rather do first, Dono? Do you want to give us the walk around and
No,
then?
I'll do that last because, like I said, once I take this fucking thing off,
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, my brother. Absolutely.
I don't even know how it's like. I don't even know if I can flip the camera. Like,
All right. So here we go. I'm gonna
Get to
start with this then. What the fuck is this?
I don't know, but that hand
Synapse.
looks stupid.
Who?
it's Synapse.
Synapse.
That
He's
extra,
not
I think that extra arm is an interchangeable arm that comes off.
Okay.
And he's not a dreadnought.
No,
Force podcast said that this morning.
with his name Synapse and all those that extra appendages.
Oh,
I
that's
think
right,
he's
a
a
made-up
cyborg.
character, right?
Yeah, he's a brand new
Yeah.
character. He's
Brand
a
new character,
cyborg.
just like that
Oh.
cowboy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to agree with you. He's probably a cyborg, and that arm probably does come off. I hope.
I think he's
No.
like the next evolution of the Bat.
So you think he's gonna have metal, whether it's gold or silver or copper? We haven't seen that gold
Copper.
figure with the lime green.
Is-
I forget his name. He's in the second series cartoon. What an ugly fucking figure. What an ugly character. And I passed on him. And then after I passed, I regretted it because I saw the cartoon and I was like, even still, he's ugly.
Yes,
Yeah.
He could
Overkill.
look like
If they
that.
would have done the Overkill from the comic book,
Overkill.
it would be so much better. But I think this one's going to be kind of like Overkill, but more human than what Overkill is.
Does anybody notice he has 6 fingers on that extra hand?
Yes. This looks so crazy.
But look
Yeah.
at the replaceable hands on the. There's 6 fingers on each of those too.
That is weird.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, Huh.
But that extra appendage, that little claw thing, looks to me like something like R2D2 would have, or like a cyborg would have, that comes out of his chest or something and connects to like a computer network or something.
I bet that's
Man.
silver.
I don't know. Dude, there's something about that arm turns me the fuck off. It
Yep.
just looks so crazy and just like boring.
It's either an extra arm to change out one of his arms, or it's attached to his back like like a third arm.
Well, that's
that
what I'm saying. I mean, if it wasn't straight out, right, and maybe if it was like curved and then there was a claw on it, or it looked
Yeah,
fucking
why is it
beautiful,
like this?
why does it look like this? This looks
Yeah.
so stupid.
Yeah.
And again, and you got to remember, if you've read my latest article from Serpentor's Lair, I'm a little bit sour on like some things to a certain degree. So when I saw this, it was like one of those things, right? It's like my kids over the course of a day will beat me down with little talk back here, little talk back there, I roll here and I roll there. Individually, not a big deal, but you add it up at the end of the day, and then I see the straight arm, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, what is this?
But
Why
his
didn't-
name's Synapse.
He's got a mohawk.
Kind of gives it
That's-
away.
His head is human. We know that much. Yeah, I guess.
Well, we'll
But
see.
See, to me, it looks like there's part robotic on his head. Like it's like part hair, and then that other half there's like a little antenna sticking out.
Yeah, there's something there.
But his name, the name Synapse, completely tells you that it's something to deal. It's got to be cyborg in some way,
right.
because that's a total tech computer type name.
The hook on the rope, if you look at his left arm, that
Mm.
gauntlet is bigger than the other one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's going to come out maybe the bottom.
Could be, or you can take a
Omega
hand
Red.
off. You can also possibly take that hand off, and it attaches where the hand would go in through that peg.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Does
Okay.
that bother
okay.
any of you guys that when figures have a different wrist thing on one hand, or like it's not symmetrical? Like, I'll give you an example. Spirit. I had to buy 2 spirits. I cut the arm, put the regular arm on. So I made one spirit with 2 regular arms and one spirit with the bird thing on each arm, because I didn't like having, you know what I mean? I didn't like having the bird thing on one arm and not. So my main spirit is both arms are bare.
Yeah. No, it doesn't bother me, because I did some of the customs I've done. I'll have I just took the rock claw and turned him into a dreadnought, and I don't know if you can see it, but on his arm.
yeah.
Now there's a reason to buy that figure. I didn't like that. I passed on that with the dinosaur. I'm like, what am I
But
going to
if
do?
you notice on his arms, I have one that has the gauntlet, and another that has like wristbands.
Yeah, it makes sense there.
So
GI
I don't like
Jedi
that.
says Full Force also said it is Cobra, but not Cobra proper, and not a dreadnought, and that the right arm, as you look at it, has something to do with the claw on a rope. Okay. All right, I can just I guess I can rock with that. And shout out to GI Jedi, thanks for joining us. And also, I missed it earlier because we were in the middle of a conversation. I don't think I went back. Shout out to 610 Yojo Daddy for stopping through. I know I saw you had a comment in there, and I didn't get to it because we were going back and forth. So thank you all very much. So here we go. I'm gonna jump out of this real quick and go back to, I got that picture from Fairy Day Workaholic. So there is a picture of his Alley Viper. So
Wow.
now, the one I was that is what I want my 788 Alley Viper to look like. Maybe add
Yeah.
a little gray here and there, but that's what we need for an action 788 Alley Viper. Now, the one I was looking for, imagine if it looked like this, but every spot that was red was like this crazy awesome blue you've never seen before. Like it was awesome in the way that navy blue is awesome, but it was a little bit lighter, so it stood out more from the black. I couldn't find it, and I didn't want to keep looking. But listen, Fairy Day Workaholic on Facebook and GI Customs with a Z on Instagram. Absolutely,
That is just beautiful.
It's fucking stunning. How the
Amazing
fuck?
paintwork.
It's so
Yeah,
crazy.
I don't know if he does it with an airbrush or how he does it, but it's so
And-
good. Like,
and-
it's just so good on the way he does it. It's so
and-
fucking good.
and also it's not just like aesthetically good, it's quality work. So brother the bearded sumo, he was telling me about it, and he's like, when you like lift up his arm and move it around, he's like, you can see that he must have had it lifted up and made multiple coats of paint underneath, because even after I've moved the arm, it's not wearing off, right? He was like, he sent me 2 little samples that had like the special color that was on this one thing, so I could touch it up like for like a wear spot. He sent like a little, I mean, it sounded like the way Sumo was describing that to me, I was fucking sold.
He made a new fridge on a wrestling body, and it's bigger and fatter, and it's perfect.
Nice. That's
he's so good. He's so good.
He's definitely good. So
the Road Pig body would probably be great for fridge.
Oh, it's like perfect, right?
Yeah. Except for you're going to have the same issues where you'd have to use somebody's arms that are like, you could use Big Lob's arms for him, because they'd be the right color, and then when you do the bends, you don't have to worry about the extra layers of paint.
Yeah.
Like for that rock claw that I did, I used Big Lob's arms, which are actually longer than what rock claws were, so it made it even kind of better for that figure, because he's a little bit taller than what rock claw was.
I'm so happy to have a Big Lob in the collection. I missed him on the 25th anniversary, and I never had one in the original. He was like one of the few figures I didn't have. I didn't realize you were a Viking warrior till you took your hat off.
Dude, Mike, you look so different.
Yeah, it's a drastic. I don't really have it down that often, and I got to get it out, let it breathe every once in a while. I should probably leave it down for a whole show. But
I'm so happy to have a Big Lob in the collection. He's one of my favorite figures now.
Nice. He does look good. I haven't gotten him yet, but that's not because I don't like him. I've had to be a little more selective until I get this remodel over. That's just the long and short of it.
That's understandable.
Yeah, he's
You'll
a good.
Find him on sale.
Yeah, right. Hopefully that's the case. I mean, look,
the extra one I got, I found on eBay for like $17. That was open, and he had everything.
Like, I just got these. Anybody who knows me knows that it's crazy. I just got those.
I love those. I know people don't like them, but I
didn't
love
like them at first. But seeing them, I don't have the Rattler, but I know I'm gonna get it one day. I kind of got to just order those.
I got 2 pairs of them, and you can pose them like they're on a flight deck with
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna need another set. If I'm being realistic, I don't know. If I set up. Oh wow. Yeah, that box crate is definitely like good color and everything, but give me some Sis 3 Arsenal stuff.
The crate is cool, but that rubberized paint job that's on it has a tendency to rub off.
Get out of here! Rub off?
Yeah,
that doesn't sound good.
You got to be careful with it, and it's that type of,
because Hasbro doesn't usually fuck around like that.
No, because I have one that's starting to rub off, but it's also that material that after a while, if it can get gummy. That there's some rubberized stuff like they use for remote controls and things like that gets gummy after a while.
Yeah, I could be sold on those.
They're pretty dope. So look, they each have like their comms set up on the back. The detail.
I want to get a couple more of them and take the vests off and make them snakelings.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
So I saw somebody that did something. First of all, sacrilege to fuck with the Viper, but he took this guy and put these legs and the arms, so the ones that have the pattern, and put it on here. And dude, it looked like an even better version because you got the white and it's like a different color, so it's more noticeable to see. And he called it like the Air Viper or something. And I have to admit, it looked incredible. I couldn't take apart a trench Viper for it.
Do you have
the cool thing is you can
studio stuff behind you? Do I see or no?
Do I have what?
Gridiron Studio stuff.
Oh yeah. There's I did a count the other day. I didn't count them all. I had to stop. I have like 170 Gridiron guns.
Oh geez.
Oh, so wow. I got these guys. I love these.
Pretty sweet, yeah.
These are sweet.
They do good work. I mean, I built out a Cobra vamp. I forget what it's called. I didn't touch the vamp. I kept that stock, but the Cobra version, the black one, I built it all out and made it like armored and put big fat knobby tires on it.
One of my
Stinger.
one of my favorite things is this setup. This door, look at that's how the doors look when they're closed. You got the minigun, and then you open it, and you got a missile from the underside. Figures scale really good on there. There's a bunch of different options for the roof, but I love this roof. You can open, so that's a little pivoting launcher, and then you can open that up, and a figure can come out of there. I'm gonna get. I'm trying to put this together so I can show you this. This top, this is the equalizer. I'm going to get that for the back eventually, but that just, that's just another one of those things. So these little drones here that are like $60 a rip. I mean, listen, I preferably spend my money with Matt from Mo's Mind, but there's just a handful of things that these guys have that that I have to have. And these little drones are perfect. So I have that short green one. That's an M-Pack top, but also very, very cool. This one I have in my hand is just a basic equalizer, and I freaking love this thing. So you can get it in all the different colors. Of course, I've got a Hiss one it's just the color is great. It's right on time. And then hold on. Oh man, I'm fucking this up here.
Hey, Destro, best Big Red was taking off.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Big Red, thank you, my brother, for coming through. I always love having you in the chat, and I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate all your support, my brother. Thank you. So
yeah, take it easy, Big Red. On Twitter too, or X.
Look at this. Look at the belt fed, right? Coming out of here. That's all removable.
That's nice.
Little launchers. You got the optics. That's look at the swivel action on that. You can have it, scanning around, looking for threats, communications. You even got a hose back here, a little hose underneath, a little wire right there that goes from one to the other. Dude, for $60, this is pretty fucking.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty badass. It looks like something from RoboCop.
Right.
It needs a water slide Cobra sticker on it too.
Oh yeah. Listen, I definitely want to get I think a no step sticker. So here's the one I have with the Hiss crew. So look, it's got a Javelin missile launcher on there, which is different. This one has this little guy that's got a couple different, but this one's got that Javelin rocket launcher that you can come off and you can kind of get it into the hands, but it's very similar in the optics. This is different a little bit right here, but a minigun once again with the belt fed. I mean, just how awesome is that shit?
That's pretty badass.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, all the other stuff that they've come up with recently, the bigger tanks and all that, I'm not spending that money. I'm getting an Atlas or I'm getting something big from Matt from Mo's Mind for that kind of money. There's nothing wrong with them. I'm not saying that. Shout out to Mark from Gridiron. I think he makes a great product. I'm just loyal to my boys. But like I said before, I actually knew who Matt was. That's how I wound up getting all those drones. I feel like there was something else that I got from them, and I don't know what it was. But yeah, I do plan on getting something for the Stinger, for sure. Wow, yeah, I can dig these ramp rats. I definitely think they're cool. Very interested in those. I feel like but let me tell you, since we're looking, hold on, is why I'm on the big screen. When it comes to vehicles and stuff like that, my brother CG has made me some incredible stuff, and most recently this fucker. Look at how awesome that is. So I definitely got it. Matt from Mo's Mind. I know I'd mentioned it.
That's Star Wars-esque.
It is. I don't think I put that. It goes up too, which is awesome. Look at the tread and the detail underneath. It spins fucking gorgeously. Everything, the tires lift. Everything lifts like it's towable. I have 3 Stingers, and I almost want. The only reason I haven't painted one of them blue yet is because I have 3 788 missile systems, so they all got to be towed, and I don't want the Hiss to tow in. But anyways, CG made this, and it's absolutely stunning. The next shoot that I do is going to have these guys in it. I think I might just do an up close one to get the shot done, but I have something incoming with. I have all these fort mods, and now I have my 5th one here from my brother Eric, and I have the stuff from GI Customs is going on there. There's gates. The signage and everything with the trench vipers, and then that ASP is now going to be a crucial part of a crucial part of like the defense of this. It's going to be like a side of a mountain kind of thing for you to, Jacobra's going to be going in and out, and it's just going to be heavily guarded. And I really like keeping the colors, like all the like the asp, the Fort Mod, this blue drone, all the troopers and everybody that's blue uniforms. That's what I want in those shots, right? But when I do 788, I prefer to have them all the black and the red and everything like that. So I'm a crazy person in that regard. But let's see, we can move on to something else from Yojo June. So Synapse was the name of the one here. Let me put that back up here. That's Synapse.
Keep the colors cool on that. Might be cool.
Okay, I'm with it. I'm also open to thinking that it's one of those things where I'm like, if they're going to show us something about it and to get our interest right off the bat, and this is the image with that fucking arm doing that thing, I was like, I don't know how much I can get behind it, but anywho's,
definitely need to see it first.
Absolutely.
The actual render.
Absolutely.
I hope the color scheme is better than what they've done for Overkill. I mean, I get Overkill. They went with the classic look and they went with the first, his first version.
Right.
But
that figure. I didn't even order it. I don't
see anybody talking about him either or showing him off.
Has
he shipped yet?
I think he is in that wave that's just now starting to ship with Sundown.
Okay. I'm waiting. I'm excited for Sundown. I don't know why. I think he looks cool.
My Sundown should be here in the next couple days.
Nice. And my Airtight should be shipping out soon, and I'm very excited. That's the one right now I'm most excited for. I think. I feel like maybe there's something out. I'm really excited for the 788 Trouble Bubble too. Like I really, 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 really want that, but I don't know that fucking Airtight. I loved Airtight as a kid. Actually, that's one of the 3 3/4 that I have over there. All right, so we're gonna take that down, and we're gonna move on to something else coming down the line. One of the renders that we got, and that is
headset died.
Oh, what happened?
My earpiece died. Battery. Can you hear me?
Oh, nice. You can still hear us though?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So we got Rugged Duke. There it is. I think it looks cool. Thano, what do you think?
I have no connection to Rugged Duke, but it looks cool, so I'm buying at least one, if not a couple for fodder.
Right. I mean, the body and everything about it screams.
The shirt underneath is like the good version of Snake Eyes. You know the blue version and the good black version where the shirt is actually, you can tell it's like a sweat, like one of those winter sweatshirts.
Oh yeah.
If it's like that, I'll buy a couple. If it's like the older Snake Eyes where it's just a fucked up weird thing, I'll only buy one.
Okay, nice.
So it's similar to the Resolute Duke.
I think. Yes. I think the idea is this could be now, mind you, I don't know, but this could be where they start to, turn that fucking not hourglass, but the lighthouse light where towards like the Energon universe. And I think though that Duke had long hair, like long ass hair in the Energon universe. This to me looks like Duke's unshaven nephew.
No, I
like the feet. The pants over the boots is nice for once.
Yes, yeah. Couple figures have that. I actually have one right here. Who is it? Night Force Ripcord. I don't know where the hell he went, but he was over here. Night Force Ripcord has that, and I fucking love it. Like a boot cut pant. I think that shit looks really, really good. There's not many of them that have that though, and it kind of sucks because the shit is fucking so good. Like I don't know why we don't have more.
So a Destro.
Yo,
I don't know if you can tell here, but here's the Energon Duke.
Hold on a
it's
second.
similar to it, but
hold on.
Oh yeah, dude, I've read everything.
Oh, that's pretty.
That's
okay.
Yeah, it's really close.
So then I don't know where I'm getting this other information about that. I'm confusing it with some other kind of a Duke, but that is like almost
beard,
exactly.
But you know what? Why not throw a beard? I like the beard. The beard.
Well, in the Energon book, I mean, Duke does have a beard for a little bit because of the way it starts out with Duke seeing his buddy get killed by Starscream, and
that's right.
he kind of has to take a break from being being a soldier for a while, so he does get a beard for a little bit.
Yeah,
nice. That's what's up. Oh, hold on. Go back here.
What the hell's under my eye?
And then I go back to this. And there we go. And then still new to the shit on the screen here, fellas. So bear with me. Remove.
Yeah,
and
I'm scared
then
about you.
there we go. Got it. Very good. All right. So I mean, I feel like Thano just kind of said there that, you know, I could put a beachhead mask on there and it would look dope. You know what I mean? Any of that shit would look good. Or even hell, you could put a fucking Snake Eyes, you know, paint the helmet to be that green. And I think, you know, the Alpha Commando helmet, I think it would be green. CG, how you feeling about Rugged Duke?
I do. I like it. I like it a lot. Once again, their rifles are ass. Their sidearms are so good because that looks like 1911s and Berettas and stuff like that.
Yes.
But their rifles are just horrible.
And they keep giving us the same bullshit. And this is one of the better ones. And it still sucks.
Yeah, it's not the worst, but it's not good. Like, give him an FN Scar. Like, a flat dark earth FN Scar. Perfect.
Yeah, weapons were my favorite thing with the Joes as a kid. And now with the classified, I could care less about the weapons, whether they're in their hand or on the shelf. I just don't like that. They're not. And the material they make them out of, that bendy shit, I don't like that.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
It's always an order of Gridiron or Valaverse guns whenever I get low and I need something good for them.
So we got GI Jetman and Rock Lockdown in the house. Thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen. We are
What's up, GI Jetman?
Going through this here, and hold on, I'm trying to get caught up in the chat. It wasn't scrolling for me like it usually does. Usually, it kind of like will refresh itself if I keep it at the bottom. But Matt from Mosmine says, "I buy from Gridiron too. I just can't afford all the Gridiron I want." Listen, oh god, it's kind. I mean, listen, in that article I recently wrote for Spentor's Lair, I used the no HasLab as a negative in a sort of a way there, but I'm actually, my wallet is relieved. I right now, if I had to fork over, you know, $300+ for some shit like that, and I don't get to see it for a year, it's you know, I wouldn't be able to do it. So
with the price of shipping and the prices of oil now, there was no question that we are not going to get that. We weren't going to get a HasLab. There was no way. Especially if you look at it, there hasn't been a HasLab up for any of the Hasbro products since January.
Right.
When are we going to get our Snowcats?
We should have had them by now.
No, because remember, the Rattlers came early last year. Normally, they were putting them out around October, November. But last year, when the tariffs first went into place, they got them out as quickly as they could because they were afraid of the price of the shipping going way up. So the Cats should be starting to move around the same time as they did the Rattlers, which would be right around end of June, beginning of July. And most people will see them at the end of July.
Oh, okay.
That's nice. I'll take that.
Yeah, I'm ready, man. I am ready for that Snowcat. Dude, I'm telling you, my space is starting to so I was looking the other day and I have a little bit of room where I have a bunch of diorama supplies that I'm like, okay, I think I just need to set up all the Dio stuff out in the shop, right? Because I have a shop for my contracting business out there, and I'm just gonna have to store the stuff out there. It's an old fire chute, so kind of like a way that I could lift and put stuff out, you know, without having to carry everything through my house. I could lower it down in here. That's a fucking nightmare. I don't want to do that. I would really want to have it all, but after I remodeled that whole half of the basement, I got choked over here. And then just because we needed some storage space, I even moved this side in probably a good 4 feet, which I could have a bunch of shelves full of shit over there. If I want to display this stuff, holy shit, I'm going to have to build quite elaborate bit of shelving because and I'm sorry, I started saying all this because I'm thinking about, so here's my 3 Haslers, the Rattler, the Hiss, and then the Dragonfly is right here. I could definitely put a Snowcat, you know, down on that side or whatever. But then I'm like, oh, okay, so this entire set of shelving is going to revolve around 4 HasLabs. You know what I mean? Still sour as hell. Hasbro canceled one of my HasLabs. I still never got a reasonable answer for that. I ordered 2, and then a week after, they didn't charge me for it. which was good. I didn't have to go through anything like that. And when I asked them, I was like, was it a problem with the payment or anything like that? And they were like, no, it just says, it just looks like you canceled it. I was like, I did not cancel this fucking thing.
They did that to me on the 2-pack with what is it, Red Bull and Toro or whatever, which I really
Taurus.
love. Yeah, I love those 2 figures. They canceled it on me, and I didn't realize that I could just reordered it on Amazon. It was still up for pre-order.
Okay.
Before I called and bitched at Hasbro, but then they called me back and actually rectified it, and then my friend was like, "Dude, you could have just ordered it on Amazon. It's still up." Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. I've had to contact customer service at Hasbro for a couple things. One time was a figure that and my credit card had expired, and I totally forgot to put the new one on there. And they honored it and made sure I got my product, and they did a great job with it. But last year at Comic-Con, they had the Snowcat prototype and all the loadout for all of the different tiers. That thing is massive. It makes the hiss look small.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Nice.
I mean, it's gorgeous, but my God, it's huge.
The Atlas from Moe's Mind makes the hiss look small, and I do mean small. CG, remember that picture I sent you?
Yes, that was insane.
It made you like make a sound out loud, right? Because when I see
Paul Frenzy, I only use the Paulson exclusive. Sorry, go ahead.
no. I was saying, so it's when you put the hiss next to the Atlas right here, it is wild as fuck. When you see it, you're just like, wait a minute, how the fuck does this shit? So yeah, it's craziness for sure. It's Matt's magnum opus. He did an amazing job, and I couldn't be happier with it. I can't wait. I have my eyes on an Arctic one. Also coming from Matt from Moe's Mind is, if you haven't seen it, the Shadowhawk. It is I got it in Night Force colors again, so it could be used by Cobra or anybody in a photo shoot. But that bad boy is crazy with the dual hooks. I'm gonna have wolf spiders coming down each side. I cannot wait for that. I think it's gonna be fucking awesome. Very excited for that. Let's see here. All right, Rugged Duke is a hit. We love it. Let's slide into some.
I wish they had given him the N4 though. I mean.
Oh yeah,
M4
everybody's already.
too, yeah.
Everybody's basically already been probably on fucking, some kind of lining up a whatchamacallit, like a different rifle for this guy. I mean that like the rifle itself doesn't even look right for, you know what I mean, like what like what he is, and that like he doesn't look like
I'd rather give him just the regular old Joe rifle then. At least a cartoon.
Right. Yeah, it's some bullshit.
But if that's supposed to be off the Energon Burst one, he uses the M4 in the Energon Burst. I mean, that picture that I showed you guys, he's got it. So unless they just, I mean, they're trying to, I don't know. I'm trying to justify it. I'm not working.
Over on a fucking knife blade for us. Can you not fucking make a knife blade look real for us ever?
Hey, if they can make put the paint on the rounds there, on the ammunition, why can't they do it on the
right?
I don't want a fucking green army knife, all green plastic. And so a lot of times I take off sometimes like one side or the other of the holster if it's on the leg like that. And whatever happened to fucking holsters, guns being attached to your belt holster? Do they always have to go on the thigh? I'm sick of that look too.
Well, it looks like he has one on his hip and on his thigh.
Fine, then I'm taking his right one off as soon as I get him.
right. Yeah, I can't fucking wait for that. Sorry, I'm trying to throw up a link on here. Fucking A. But listen, I'll take, like when you were thinking about classified and how it's going and where it's going and everything, I'll take shit like this all day, right? It's a cool looking figure. It looks good.
Yeah, I'll take like that all day.
If you think about,
unfortunately, Duke and Snake Eyes are those two type figures that they have to throw in the line, every once in a while and refresh it. And, they kind of, it's like, a Han Solo or Chewbacca figure in the Black Series. You run out of them very fast. So you got to come up with different ones.
Right. That's true. All right, Rugged Duke. He's basically a hit. We're gonna go on to something else now. Something else. This I was pleasantly surprised is my man Iceberg. Now a little disappointed that he doesn't have the teal that I wanted. You know what I mean? Like I was really looking forward to that. But that green, that light ass blue, gotta admit, man, they made it look right. I'm excited for that. I think it looks fucking awesome.
But see, if you don't do the teal on the classified one, then you can eventually put out a retro one with it.
But are they?
Yeah.
But figure that
No,
they'll-
for sure, 100%.
That for you think?
I don't know. Remember, Lenny said a while back that he had always said that the classified line was supposed to be different than the Real American Hero line. They wanted it to be similar to give you the idea of the Real American Hero, but they didn't want it to be exactly like it.
For my
Right.
money, they should have 3 lines: classified, and I get that you're going to put the classified out first, thought it by because that's what. Then the retro, then they should have a cartoon line.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of times it seems like the main line is kind of caters to the cartoon line a little bit more than the comic book line, I think. But I know I do like.
I didn't read a lot of the Joe comics. I just only read some DC, so I'm not familiar with that.
Especially the Hama stuff is really good, especially when he did the Marvel and started up.
Yeah,
But when you get into like the IDW stuff, especially like Mike Costa and that, his run is so good. If you want to just like jump into something, you'll find it's a more realistic, more it's definitely after the Resolute stuff where they started wanting to make it feel a little bit more adult, and his run is so good.
Right. What I missed something in the chat. What is Mrs. Destro canceling?
She canceled your HasLab, and you didn't know.
That's funny. No, listen, I don't know about you guys, but I have my money is separate. My wife doesn't have any idea what goes on in that bank account. Why do you think we're all so happy in this house?
Hey, Destro, to answer the question about the cartoon line, though, we are seeing some of the cartoon stuff make it into it. Remember that we had the Snake Eyes with.
Yeah, there's a Flint
Go ahead.
Flint today or this week, Wednesday. There was a Flint reveal. He's coming up to it.
Yeah. So they are putting some of that, which is good, and I hope they do it like that, where you have the classified, and then to keep the line going, you add the cartoon ones, or you add the comic book ones, or the the different shows, or even some of the movie stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
There are those few characters that are the same in all 3.
Yes. I mean, how cool would it be to get a cartoon version of Alpine and Bazooka together?
Yeah.
That would be fucking awesome. That's yeah.
Do that as a 2-pack.
Well, I say that, but I've
doing already in the retro.
Yeah.
I see. I like the retro. I wish they'd have just done the original 13 in the retro, and then maybe expand out from there. But start with the original 13 in the retro.
Yeah.
Love it. So Popco Frenzy brings up an interesting point here where he says, did you see the Valaverse in that green? And I have to admit, now that you're saying that, brother,
It doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good. So thank you. But like I said, I don't know that what they got on there, that does do it for me. I don't know why they didn't, give him the M60 like they should have, that he had before in the cartoon, or I'm sorry, in the 3 3/4 card. I don't know, man. I don't know why they just don't do these simple things. Like
I don't mind the sniper rifle. It works with them.
I think it makes more sense.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree. It makes more sense.
It's not about the weapon.
No, for sure. I definitely agree with you on that. It does make a little more sense.
I'll probably
But just
glue that chest down like I had to on Rescue. The gun
let's
chest
see.
thing, the gun holster on his chest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably have to glue that down like I did on. Well, actually, I cut off the thing on Rescue to make him look more, but that don't look bad on him. So I hope it sits nice.
Nice. That's what's up. I love it. So, who's getting this? CG, how you dig it? You ordered it?
Oh, definitely. I had Iceberg as a kid, so
Yeah.
it's nice seeing him.
I feel like we all had Iceberg, right? I feel like he's one of those guys that was like available in every region and fucking like no matter where you went. Like there's certain figures that like I never saw in
Toys
real
were
life.
available more when we were kids.
Oh, way more. I mean, it's funny is when you go back and you think about it, there used to be like 10 pegs completely packed full of figures, and you could find them all year long. Remember, we used to only get like 2 waves per year, and they lasted all year long, where you could get them no matter what with any figure. And they had all the vehicles too, like Toys R Us and Children's Palace and Hills and all those other stores that carried them. They used to be packed full with them.
Nice. I'm trying to think. There was a couple figures that I remember, like the reverse of this was me. I wrote that whole article for Pentor Slayer where I talk about finding the Iron Grenadiers Destro in some crazy store on Myrtle Beach in North Carolina, and then never seeing it up where I lived.
Nobody
Right?
told you what was coming out back then.
No clue.
You walked into a store, you fucking saw something on the shelf and was like, "Oh my god, I must have this." That's how the first He-Man and Skeletor were. I never knew. Nobody ever. And G.I. Joe too. Like the first G.I. Joe I ever bought was Snake Eyes that just went like this from the first 13 and rock and roll. Those
Well,
were-
you remember how important it was to get that first vehicle that would come out of the year, because in it would have that card, that it'd have that
Yes.
catalog that would
Yep.
show you everything
Yeah.
that's coming out, and then every once in a while they'd have one of the guys completely blacked out where you wouldn't know who that was going to be. Like when they
Right.
first had Cobra Commander, they had
Yep.
blacked out,
That
but you
was
you
great.
had this little 5x, or not even 5x, it was like a 3x5 little brochure that had every figure in it that you would just go through and you go, okay, I want this one, I want this one. Oh, look at this vehicle,
Yeah.
And that was so important to get that first vehicle of that year because
For
you knew what was coming.
those figures, you kept that catalog with
Yep.
the figures.
Yep.
Well, also the card back always had the figures that were coming out that year too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But no clue like when or what or how many, we were truly adrift in a sea of uncertainty. No clue what was coming. And every once in a while you would I would go to say, maybe an aunt's or uncle's house, and their flyer from the paper would be for like a different store that I didn't have or something. And then you'd be like, oh wait, who's this one fucking guy I've never seen before? He wasn't even on the back of the card or whatever. Like that was the shit that truly made it almost maddening, but also enjoyable in a way. I don't know.
But that was the coolest thing is when you walk into a store and you go down that toy aisle and all of a sudden you see a brand new figure. I remember when Lifeline came out. I'd never seen anything. I hadn't seen anything for him, and I was obsessed with the color red back then. And having this figure, I remember taking off to my mom and running towards her, just like screaming, "I've got to have this now!"
Yes.
The first years of Black Series and Marvel Legends kind of were like for me. I didn't.
Yep.
'cause I didn't know where to find toy news. I hadn't really gotten on social media yet, so I would just walk into Toys R Us and what the fuck? There's a Jabba the Hutt with Slave Leia, and now you can't fucking get. They're never even gonna make a Slave Leia again.
Right.
Nope.
Right.
And that's the worst head sculpt ever.
Whatever.
I know.
At least I got a Slave Leia.
Yep.
That's what's up.
Actually, technically, her name is Hutt Slayer Leia now.
Slave
real quick,
Leia.
I was gonna ask Destro. You want to just save the walk because I know we got still more to go through. For
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Walk through for next time. That gives us something to post about.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Advertise it. That's gonna be the walkthrough.
Yeah. That sounds great.
Whole fucking thing. Plus, I'm gonna have to learn how to do the camera and flip it so I can see what I'm showing you, and it's built filming from back. All right, so let's do JoJo June because we're already,
Yeah. No, that's fine. And brother, just let me know when you got to go. Right? It's totally
Yeah.
fine. I appreciate it.
JoJo June, I'll go after.
No,
Well, just let me know when you're going to do it because I want to be on the show because I want to see your
I know
setup.
that-
Oh yeah, no, we'll have him back.
To talk to you is better than knowing you on Twitter, where
Yep.
you're just same with
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, come on, we'll do the walkthrough.
No,
real
it's a,
quick, as we continue JoJo June, are we about to talk about the Legacy Orange Snow figure, or is that not part of this week?
it wasn't, but if you want to talk about it, I can pull that up and we can chat about it.
Might as well go with it because you're going from snow. And
Yeah.
Thano, you got to hit me up on Instagram or something. I need to get you a copy of my book so you can read it. I think you'll love it because there's a lot of things in there other than just GI Joe. There's a lot of Hasbro in there and a lot of things that I know that you'll like.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to mention about that Legacy figure because I do make customs. I'm not great, but I do like doing customs. When I heard they're making the Legacy Snow figure, I was so excited. I still love it, and I ordered 3 of them. But if they had been white, I would have ordered.
Oh yeah.
10 of
Oh,
them.
fucking
And
forget it.
the legs and the head from every main Joe character. I'm
Yeah.
talking Snake Eyes, Cobra Commander, Beachhead, you fucking Slaughter, you name it. I would have made
Right.
no version. But now with the orange, I can't turn orange to white.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna fucking make them all in orange. It's just a
100%.
I thought the exact same thing.
I have fodder here for them. Because that shit's coming out. Oh, whatever happened to that other snow pack, that Cobra Snow Troopers that are supposed to be coming? Because I'm planning on getting 2 packs to make at least him in the snow.
That's probably going to be one of the things they announce as pre-order next week.
I hope so. I hope
Or-
so. I hope you're right. Yeah, because we haven't had those pre-order logos yet.
Yeah, no, we only had the what name announcement really or a render with it.
No,
Yeah,
it's one of the
great.
many reasons that
have come
sucks
between
ass.
them. Yeah, there's been all kinds of stuff that's come between them.
Yeah.
20980.
Well, I was talking to somebody that he and I were talking about it, and they should have done one show, one main show for this whole Yojo June, where either at the beginning of the month or the end of the month they have everything, but then each week do your pre-order releases. And instead of these small little shows that they're trying to fill time with, and
Yeah,
other
I
content,
miss life.
do one big one, and then allow the pre-orders to happen over the next month, or 2 shows. Do one at the beginning, one at the end.
We lost sound on you now.
Uh-oh.
Destro, you there?
Did we lose audio?
He must have hit a wrong button.
Yeah, something happened.
Sorry, boys.
There we are.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, I have this I don't know what it is because I did it last week too. I think when I
In the
double
chat, if you
tap,
can hear me.
there's something. I don't know what it is or
I
how
can't
that
hear you,
happens, but
Destro.
I get it now.
I can hear CG.
There we go. All right.
I can hear
Can everybody
clicking
hear me?
happening.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
So here we
I
go.
kind of agree with GI Jedi that they are. It seems
wonder
like
if
what
they
they've
can't
been
hear
doing
us.
with this Yojo June is whatever they showed the week prior is what's going to go up on pre-order the next week.
You can't hear
We
us?
can't hear you.
I don't know. Everybody can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Can
Yeah,
you
I
hear
can.
me?
You can hear him?
Hey, Destro, can you hear me?
I can hear you guys. I heard CG. I can hear everybody. I can hear all 3 of you guys.
I can't hear them.
Okay. Well,
I
if he
hear
can't,
you
tell
from
him
my
that
pad
he-
anymore.
let me see if I'm doing something here. I don't think so.
Have them leave and come back in, maybe?
I was just gonna say, yeah. Tell Thano to leave and come
Yeah,
back
I
in.
can't hear Destro and I can't
Thano,
hear
can you hear me?
Right.
Destro says if you can hear me, to leave and come back in.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Oh, there we go. I hear somebody.
I mean, I think we could all hear him, but
We can all hear each other, correct?
right, but he couldn't hear me. I think it was the problem. Well, I'll tell you this. I couldn't agree more about the orange. Right, like as much as I don't
There
mind
we go.
the orange. Nice, that's what's up. As much as I don't mind the orange,
Oh,
It's-
that's what he should look like. I can't argue that.
It's cool, but the white would have been so much better. And I know that the first render they showed was white,
Well, it wasn't anything.
and then they said that they didn't want to go with it because it was, I don't know, I guess it was too white.
A couple. You can't
But
pick a couple different.
I would prefer it white.
Yeah, me too.
yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why they would. This is a weird thing to choose to stay like 100% accurate no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Like I feel like you could have went like you could have did like an orange striping, right? Or anything,
I
or
think
even
what
like
they're making it look like Avalanche Rescue. That's fine.
Right.
And I guess they're not.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Because you know how much Snow Job fucking goes for.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
yeah.
Snow Job's ridiculously priced now.
Yeah, I can still hear you, Destro.
Okay, good. No, that's good. Yeah, that's some wild shit. But I mean, I do like this. I do like. I mean, I wonder if you can't do the thing where you can't boil and dye it white, right? I don't think that they do.
No, that color you're not gonna be able to strip it at all.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm almost certainly gonna get one, probably two. Do we know a price on this guy yet?
No, but if he's like the rest of them, he's probably going to need to be around 41 or 45.
Brother,
I
Dusty
thought
and
he was-
Sandstorm was just 52. This thing's gonna
That's
be
true. That's true. I forgot they did do the price hike.
So this guy,
Yeah, I did. He'll
he's
be the same price as
42.
Dusty.
What?
He's
I think so.
42.
Yeah, he's $42.99 because he's on.
You're shitting me.
No,
Toy Story.
he
Okay.
is 42.
There's Bentor's Lair, and they're all saying it's 42 on Entertainment Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even
Well,
even on
Pop
Amazon,
Culture
he's
Frenzy said
$42.99.
$42.99.
well then
And
I'm
then
getting
Dusty is 52, which is ridiculous.
It's like the Dusty and the Despoiler stick out so hard right now. Is like what is happening? Why are they doing this? Like what the fuck?
Well,
You know
remember
what I
they
mean?
said that come September, more than likely the new price point for figures is going to be $29.99.
And I'm out.
It's going to be hitting $30.
Yeah, I mean, dude, when you look at when a Valaverse figure is what that same price, then basically a Valaverse figure is two more dollars. Come on, man. You guys
Jada Toys.
But it's hard to tell because oil prices are starting to drop now, and hopefully they'll go down low enough where figures won't be as bad.
right.
But unfortunately, petroleum is one of the major components for plastic, and if it goes up, that means prices go up.
The bad thing is once they get a certain price for something on anything.
It's a cool figure. I mean, the legacy figures I've been hitting miss on. I haven't gotten all of them, but I've seen them. They show up at Ross, and they're basically peg warmers at Target.
Well, the diver, the infantryman, and the halo jumper are fucking elite figures. Those three right there are 12 out of 10, no notes. The sniper is a cool figure, but kind of whatever. I
love the loadout for the sniper, the Gillianat, and
that's true. Fair enough. But that newer one, the Special Forces one, I was a little underwhelmed by it, and part of that reason is I know I've said this a lot recently, is I had just gotten 2 Delta Force figures, right, the Monster Reds, and I had them sitting right here as I opened up that Monster Force. So looking from one to the other, you're like, oh, these Delta Forces are light years better for basically less money, because I think they were like $39.99 or whatever it was, and the fucking Legacy guy was 42, and I was just like, this isn't making it for me. So, but either way, it was not too.
It's nice that they're not hard to get.
No, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, this is one of the ones I waited on because I knew it wasn't going to sell out. Like Dusty, I figured would probably sell out. And of course, I honestly thought that Grand Slam and the HAL was going to sell out, but it didn't.
Yeah,
right.
And the police you can still find sometimes.
But no, I mean, he comes with a lot of good stuff. His loadout is really good,
dude. I'll tell you, if you can ever get your hands on a cheap the 2-pack of Night Force Coral and Flint, that's got a lot of decent weapons in it. That not only the Troop Builder helmet for the female, but the like the night
You
vision
mean the
goggles.
Falcon, the Night Force Falcon?
Falcon, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. What did I say? Flint?
You said Flint,
That's
but
probably good.
they're very similar. They both have
well,
berets.
So this is a hilarious story. I'm going to tell you guys a funny story about this. So one of the very first thing that is posted on Viper Den Studios on Twitter, the very first thing is I actually did a little voiceover, and basically it was General Hawk talking to Duke, Flint, and Beachhead. Snake Eyes was also there. And I went through, I did the whole fucking video, and I'm going to sound like an idiot. It wasn't until afterwards that I realized I somehow, in my frenzy, never looked at the package, and I thought that Night Force Falcon was fucking Flint. I literally put him in there. I thought it was Flint the whole fucking time. It literally was like, I think I even said it. If you go and look, it's probably still there. And it probably says in the description of the video, I say it's fucking, or no, in the voiceover where I'm like, I call him fucking Flint, and it's hysterical. I left it up. It was like, yeah, that's just too funny not to do. And then
That's
I just
funny.
did it again. So it's in my head. Fuck it. That's Flint.
Yeah, it's funny. It's because Maria Hill in Avengers and in Marvel Legends, and everything, I always called her Mara Hill, and even to this day, every once in a while I'll say it, and I have a buddy that just rips me apart because of it. And it's one of those things when it gets in your head, you can't get it out.
Can't stop. I mean, totally like it's a related experience, but different than from like a lot of what we're talking about here. I had a friend of mine who had, now this, when I say friend, like I was the best man in his wedding. Every weekend I would spend at least one night at their house partying. It was my friend Todd and his wife Amber.
Sure.
He had these two cats that looked distinctly different. They had sort of the same colors, but they were obviously, there was no confusing with, that they were two separate cats. One was Clara, one was Cletus. And in the weirdest way, I could never get it straight. So it was just like it was like, if you look back through life, I think there's been other things where like, no matter what roadblocks or like fail safes I put up to remember the names of these two fucking cats. Not that it was, obviously it doesn't matter. It's not a huge deal, even in the slightest, but just for whatever reason, I could not remember the names of these cats. And like my buddy's wife thought I was joking. And like, I was like, I'm not. I was like, I don't know. And then it was like Clara had a bell. So it was like Clara the cowbell or whatever. I don't know. And finally, but never, like in my head to this day, God rest the souls of those two cats. I never had any fucking idea what their names were. It's just so
So did you lose volume on Thano and CG?
I don't.
Can you hear me now?
Because I see them there, but I can't hear them at
we're
all.
Talking, yeah, you can't hear us.
You can't hear us?
No, he can't hear us again. I left and came back, and he still can't hear us. Really?
Okay. So you can hear me, right, Rich?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, they're definitely talking.
You can't hear
we
us?
can hear each other.
Can the audience hear
No,
them?
they can't hear us.
Okay,
All right. Let me back out.
hold on.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
type
see.
it in- I'm gonna text in the group.
There. I'm just gonna back that out of, because sometimes I think adding stuff. GI Jedi says
G
he
and I can hear
he
each
can
other.
hear us all. So yeah,
But
I think
you
it's
can't
just
hear us, and you and Ryan can hear each other, but
an inter-office situation here. Let's
you
see
guys
what's
can't
going
hear
on.
us. It's weird.
Okay, yeah, I'm at Rock. Yeah, I'm gonna head out and come right back and see if that
Okay,
fixes
sounds
mine.
good.
Can you hear me
Right.
now? No?
Thano, can you hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you, brother.
All right.
Thano, can you hear CG?
Can you hear me, man?
I don't think he can hear you.
I don't think he can hear. Well, his ear plugs were going. The batteries were dying, so maybe they are dead.
All right.
There
Okay.
we go.
I can hear you, Rich. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
and I can
Okay.
hear
I can't hear
CG.
anybody.
You can
All
hear
right.
CG. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Thano. Maybe what happened when if your earbuds were getting low on batteries and sometimes they switch to different modes, it might. Yeah, there we go. Give it a shot. If you want to try to back maybe I'm not sure. I can't. I'm looking right now to, because all I see is on the levels for everybody. Everybody is coming in crisp and clear. I can. Dred Ellis says he can hear everybody. but CG and Thano are a little low. I
Low
don't know.
volume.
Be
Do I
fine.
sound all right?
Yeah, no, you sound good, brother. I can definitely hear you.
Okay.
Fine.
Well, I can hear Thano messing with the camera or the.
Well, I don't think he's said anything yet. I gotta find a way to.
10 bubble gums.
But yeah, so the Avalanche figure, you know, I'm hoping that when it comes in that it hits in a better way than the Special Forces figure. I remember hearing when they announced it, I remember thinking to myself, I was like, "Ooh, this sounds pretty good. I think I could be behind this." A bunch of gear and whatnot, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah, nope. Give me all that the new stuff. I definitely don't mind.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
You guys hear me at all?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
I
We
can't
can hear
hear
you.
you guys at all.
You can't hear us at all? You can't hear us at all.
I'll leave and come
Can
back.
you switch
Hold on.
your?
Yeah, leave and come back.
Yeah, switch
That because that's
volume.
what worked for mine. That's what made mine work.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
No, I love getting the new figures. I'd love, you know, the fact that we're getting like Synapse and some of these others that are brand new figures, I think is a great idea. You have to do that. You know,
Agreed. Well, what you can do is when that happens, you know, you can use it. Let's see, let me remove them. So you can when you have these other new figures, right? What it does is it extends the ones that we had from kids, right? It allows us to have like a longer whatchamacallit. Hold on one second here.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
We got
Okay.
you.
I don't
All
know
right.
what was-
Nice. I just anybody wants to see? I just threw a.
I
Nice.
just wanted to say quick about the legacy figures. I'm shocked and I love that they're still easy to get.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, I think the whatchamacallit, the infantry is a little pricey. I think that thing's like the cheapest you're gonna get is 50 plus shipping, right? I've never seen it for less than that. Now, if that stays that way, or you know, I'm not sure. Oh, okay. I mean, man, I don't know if I've ever seen them in stores. We have shit. Like there's even a collector store, like 10, like so I live close to I live literally in between Schenectady and Albany. And there's like no places in Albany, not even like comic shops or any shit like that I can actually go in and get G.I. Joe figures. It's all like if I catch something at Walmart or Target,
Walmart?
that's it. Nothing else.
And Walmart and Target are the worst that I've ever encountered. Nevertheless.
yeah. We have a few Targets that will get them out here, but Walmart, no. A lot of the Walmart, I've talked to the guys, and they've said that they don't even want to carry them because the only people that want them are older men, and they don't sell the kids, so they're not going to carry them. I'm like,
Well, also
that's stupid. You're going to still sell them.
it's one of those things where there's like a crazy, if you ever, like I knew a guy that used to work in marketing for grocery stores, and the culture behind that, they get you to buy shit. And one of the things that I remember speaking to him about this, that the right now, some of these specific toys the kids are not buying, and the adults that are coming in, they're not the kind of adults that see other things and grab it. They fucking beeline to the toys. They either get what they want and bounce, or that's it. There's no impulse buying or anything like that. Like that's which I thought was very interesting. Oh, hold on here. Let me see. I got the other
Big
ramp.
Bad Toy Store, really, I get everything from Big Bad that I can.
Well, see, Entertainment Earth is like right down the road from me. So, but the problem is their shipping is still high, unless you're
walk
getting
in
multiples.
there, you go to a brick and mortar store.
No, they don't actually have a brick and mortar. They just have a warehouse. But I wish they had a brick and mortar because I mean it's literally not even 5 miles from where I live, maybe. But I was talking to Bricks in Pennsylvania. He said that they have everything there. Like he can walk into a Walmart and just pick up whatever he wants.
Yeah, something like Jersey. Jersey has like in New Jersey you have easy pickings for some reason.
There is nothing in my area of Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yeah. That's brutal.
I got 2
Bobo
Targets and
Ammo.
3 Walmarts, and there's never anything there.
Arkansas has great selections at his stores. He's always posted in Arkansas.
It's crazy that it's just like it's hit and miss, and it's in the weirdest areas too. Because you would think that in some of the more the bigger areas, the bigger urban hubs that you would be able to find them more. You know, especially in LA because there's a port out here. I mean, you know, the shit has to go through us to get anywhere else.
The lower income stores have the lower income areas have more figures usually.
Yeah.
Right.
Buy, you know, they're going to buy the main characters. They're not going to buy the weird little the side characters. They don't know what the fuck that is.
Right.
You know?
What I'm surprised is that the retro Cobra Commander is a peg warmer.
Agreed. Because it's such a cool figure. It's arguably, I mean, I love the HasLab one, but it's arguably, hold on, I got it right here. And then I got my brother Dan Salcedo sent me the you know, from the one, but dude, this figure, this is like, as much as I'm glad I made the trade with my brother Mark. He's sending me the new hooded Cobra Commander because I think it all looks fantastic. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm completely happy with this. Like, if we never got the hood from Hasbro, I would have been fine with just this. And this is me just I broke the neck peg trying to get it off. So I just look at for my photos, I just slapped that bitch on there, and you know, Thano, I'm sure you got something that looks much more killer. But
blue tack for that.
It's what?
Put blue tack under that neck on that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there we go. That's it.
Or you know, you can also use a little bit of hot glue too, because the neck will still move.
All right. I'm gonna have to fuck with that. I do got.
You can makeshift the neck out of you know, those little tacks. Those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys, but I kind of like it without the sigil on the head. I think
I 3D printed sigils and put them on there because I did one for the black because I got that Monsterverse one that had the black and the red hood.
Okay.
And I put a gold one on it. And I did gold piping in between the red and the black for the Supreme Commander one.
Nice. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's definitely pretty cool. I can dig with that one. All right, so let's go. We're gonna slide into. Oh, hold on, because when I left the studio, it takes everything that I had on stage and brings it off. So I got to go back, and now I've got to guess. I think this is the one I want right here.
On an off note, the new General Lee has white walls, but I don't picture my General Lee with white walls.
I don't remember the General Lee ever having white walls.
Yeah, it didn't sound right to me. It's like when you first said it.
It's got the writing. It's got like the writing on it.
Oh, okay.
But I call it, but you know, but not actual white wall, just the writing. But still,
not the full stripe.
I like the colors on this figure.
Listen, Toxo Viper is one of my all-time fave figures. It's now everybody knows when I say my top 10, there's like 30 figures in that top 10, but this is definitely in there. I and now also, you know, what shapes my favorite figure thing is, did I have it or not, right? Like, I didn't get a Snow Serpent until way late, but I always thought that was to me, that's one of the coolest 3 3/4 figures of any fucking line ever. That Snow Serpent is amazing. This right here, the helmet was amazing. It was, I loved it when you could take it off and the guy had like those circles that were right here that looked like they were venting, like even in the suit, homeboy needed a vent inside the suit. Something wild and crazy though. So see on the backpack, there's not the two pieces on the top that stick out, but there's the secondary. They almost look like the cylinders. So that is true to the original backpack. It had these like filters that hung off the side. And when I got it arrived from I bought it on eBay. It was incredibly minty, and I had it shipped for like $20-something. It was cheap. But when I took that backpack out, one of the knobs was already broken off, and then I literally went to go set the backpack down, and it fell maybe that far off the table, and it just snapped the other one off completely. And I was like, no.
I never cared for this figure in the OG. But
no shit.
Seeing this one, I love it. But I do have to agree with Giant Man. It shouldn't have flame effects.
I don't know why.
It should have slime effects.
It should,
like, you know, like oozing, just
green
like
gas.
Yeah, like green gas effects.
Right. Almost like how like a flamethrower actually doesn't throw flames as much as it throws the liquid. Or that's a blowtorch. A blowtorch throws the liquid that's on fire, and that's why it's dangerous, because the liquid gets on you. It's not just like a burst of flame. It's you're on fire.
But the coolest thing about this figure is the fact that it means we're getting a cesspool soon.
oh yeah, yeah.
With this figure, with the effects.
I like him now.
Yeah, I didn't like him at the OG, but I like him now.
I had him as the OG, and I didn't care for him either. He was always killed pretty easily.
Well, he had strange. I could totally get it. He didn't have a cool looking gun. He had strange colors. I honestly, I think it was all about the helmet for me. And you know who I had him with? I had him with Voltar.
Yeah,
I'm
Yep.
gonna keep the helmet on. I don't care for zombified. I don't like zombified eyes on any. Like that takes the
it's
realism of Cobra.
going down. We need to get a new thing fixed for our show. Sorry, my daughter just crawled through and she just knocked my whole setup down.
Dinosaur Chicken Nugget Gang. Dino Nugget.
Jesus,
Raid.
kid.
So I think with like the people were saying about like the fire, and it's definitely looks like it's translucent yellow.
Right. Yeah,
So I feel like if you do a translucent green, maybe paint it translucent green,
it would look fine.
it would look good. Yeah.
Or even if you added a solid color green to it, I think it would. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Thanks,
if
Happy Father's Day.
it would change how it looked. It wouldn't look as much as a flame as it would look like yellow is a part of the chemical, right?
Yeah, or if you added like a neon green to that yellow, it would look cool.
Yeah.
I like it. I mean, I don't mind the yellow.
I don't mind it. It's not bad, but it's there's things you could do to make it cooler for more toxic looking.
I
100%.
just don't like zombified heads. Like it's just that's a step too fake for me for Cobra.
I can see Cesspool having some guys that have gone through some kind of toxic. They deal with toxic chemicals all the time, so maybe their skin colors changed a little, or they're
I think somebody said that. I think I remember hearing that as part of it. That the leaky soup brigade.
He's been around so much. Yeah, I heard they said that.
All right, I had to open this box, fellas. It kept staring me in the face. I got to see what this is all about.
Now I'll tell you what. Somebody put up a AI rendering of a 2-pack of zombie vipers or zombie troopers. I would love that, especially if you did them with do a toxic zombie viper.
Okay. I think there was wasn't there like a whole complete set like the zombie brigade? Is that something? Does anybody remember that? I saw somebody was looking to make a trade for a HasLab, and dude was like, I have an entire complete zombie brigade, and I just assumed that it was rare or worth something, because who the fuck would trade if he's trying to trade it for a snowcat? I'm sure it's something with some value. If that makes any sense. But
the 25th anniversary line, there was a really cool zombie trooper.
Okay.
And it had the only thing that was weird about it was it had the extending arms that kind of gave you a Resident Evil type look, but the figure itself was amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hold up, fellas. I know we're all we've been talking about these ramp rats and we're all interested. I just wanted to show a few things real quick. So first off, I think everybody knows that we get the Saw Viper weapons with it, right? The belt fed part is all black, which I think is cool. So let me I'm putting this with my Trench Viper, right? Like I got the one gridiron one, but dude, this is a flawless set. Like look at how. Let me grab this guy. All right, so this guy, he's got his sling from part of the Mags line from Moe's Mine. So he's got his riot gear slung. And then we're going to put, I got to take that thing off. So then we got, boom, because he can hold this end. I don't know. I feel like this is worth a quick second.
I took all the weapons and just put them in the crate. I took the top and the bottom of the crate and put it together and made it like it was a gun locker. And, so I laid them all out inside of it. So that like they were transporting it.
I mean, that makes sense to me. So the gun itself, definitely, and then you pull this around here, and yeah, buddy, look at that.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I'm digging that. Also, the crate is very interesting because it's not one solid shape. It comes like this. So
Yeah.
you can almost set this up like a barrier to shoot by. If you a figure kneels down, you almost have some kind of like a like
A barricade.
bit. Thank you, Rich. So here, let me just snap this bitch together. So, and then obviously it goes together like so.
It's tough
and then-
getting it together. That snap, you got to be very forceful with it.
Holy fuck, you ain't kidding. I feel like I'm about to break the shit out.
Yeah.
Yo, I am really pushing it. And
But
also,
yeah, Pop Culture mentioned you wait till you combine the crates. I have two of them. I stack the crates on top of each other because it has those little tiny pegs that you can make it like you can make it like they're inside of a like a warehouse. And I've actually set it up before where I have like a crane hook lifting it up by the two belts and moving it.
Right. Okay. Wait a minute. How the fuck?
There's so many pictures I've taken with especially with the Rattler that I've got to put up that I haven't even gotten close. I haven't had time.
So there's four little pegs in here, and that is what connects the base to the top part. All right.
Yeah.
So this I thought was kind of cool at first, and now it's kind of lost me because it doesn't. First of all, as a crate, Christmas's 3D Arsenal shit is just better. That's just a fact.
So those four little pegs connect the bottom, and then on the top of it there are two hinges that you snap the top part on.
Okay. Yeah. See, look how they have it in the back. If I try to do it like that, it's like not long enough to get it around. Okay.
Because of the way you're the way it bends.
Largely because I'm an idiot. There we go. Now we're talking. There, I snapped that.
Yeah,
back.
it's for us old people, it gets kind of tricky.
We want jitterbug phones. There we go. So once you put it together, it does look kind of sleek. I'm not pulling the fucking stupid those pegs out, but the bottom, it's got the toe points. Yeah, very cool for background fodder. Actually, I have a whole box of the Cobra Blue stuff from Sister D Arsenal. Tons of crates and everything. Huh?
How much is the set?
It was 54.
$54.99, I think.
Bad.
It comes with this here, like I said. And then I haven't even taken out the actual flight stuff yet. So they each have a primary, a secondary, knives, and they got those cool ass helmets. Oh, I'm just dropping shit everywhere. So they got
For those
cool
that
ass helmets
I
too.
put the helmet. Sure. For sure.
Hey, Thano, they're still available, so I mean, they're probably going to be up there for a while. Hopefully, at some point, they may go to their. You know how they sometimes put a clearance section up there on Hasbro?
Right.
Yeah.
This is
Just like the Valkyries were.
Yeah, if they put those in the clearance section, I'm buying another couple sets.
Yeah,
listen.
I'm getting them for sure if they do, and then I'll hunt down a Rattler that I eventually want to hunt down.
They look
Was
so
there
good
any
with the
more-
Rattler.
so.
Yeah, they do look good.
So Thano, we started talking about this earlier and we got sidetracked. So when I originally bought a Hiss because I thought the Hiss was just my favorite, and when I started seeing pictures of it, I was like, oh, I absolutely have to have that. Now, when it came to the Rattler and the Dragonfly, I was kind of like, I don't know. They look really cool. I don't know if I want to spend that kind of money. I'm just not really that sure. And then
I bought the Dragonfly because now they're coming out with a Wild Bill that looks just like that. And the only reason I bought the Dragonfly was for Wild Bill.
So if you know what, you could probably, if you felt like you had your fill of the Dragonfly, you could probably wind up making almost a straight up trade. Two figureless vehicles. Trading somebody a figureless Rattler for your figureless Dragonfly, or if you wanted to up the ante and try to sell that fucking Glenda in there too.
The Glenda is, I love that figure.
The figure itself is cool. I just have no idea who the fuck she is.
I usually don't sell things unless I replace them. Like I'm selling my DCUC figure because McFarlane and this new Mattel line is good enough to replace them. So,
okay.
But usually I don't sell things.
So Glenda is a character that was in the Brazilian comic book of G.I. Joe.
Okay.
She's basically, they reused Scarlett's body to make her, which they did for a lot of international figures and stuff. But she was part of.
I like it.
Yeah. when I first saw her, I started doing research on her and ended up putting her in my book because I love that character now. She is such a cool character.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what,
Enjoy
the
that?
Rattler, I wasn't going to get it first when they first announced it until they put it out, because I go to Comic-Con every year. And when they put it in the cabinet, oh my God, it was so impressive in that cabinet that I was like, I have to have it.
Well, that's the reaction
And
I had. So Dan, my brother Dan, sent that to me, and when I took it out of the shipper, and this, you see that I got the box right here. You see that art. That's one of my favorite things about the Hiss is the box art, which it's back here. I'm going to take it out. I almost want that to be displayed right next to. I'm going to put that picture from Animus up here somewhere, and then I'd like to have the Hiss display because the box art on that is fucking phenomenal. But anyways, my point is, I took the Rattler out. And then when I opened it, and there's obviously the wings go on, you put it together. Even just seeing the fuselage, I think is what they call it, the big part.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God. And then I immediately put it together. I slapped the wings on there. I didn't even have it. I had the tail pieces on these wings, and I put the canopy on. And dude, I was, holy shit. I was like, I think I remember texting Dan to not only thank him regardless, but I definitely remember being like, dude, I probably, if you didn't offer me this great deal on how we got this done, I probably would have never bought this. Dude, that fucking thing, I still do it every once in a while. I take it like this and I fly it around. I'll be like, fly that thing around the basement once or twice and then park it right back up there. I'm not shitting you. Now, the other one is the Dragonfly. Dan Salcedo was also incredibly crucial of getting me into the driver's seat of this.
Dude, the Dragonfly is so much bigger than the Rattler. It's crazy.
Listen, holy shit. I had this, even though I knew it was coming, even after having opened the Hiss and then opened the Rattler and put it together and was like, oh, okay, these things are big. These things are awesome. I still, when I got this bitch together, I was like, oh my fucking God. Like, I don't know. I have trouble. I like the cluster missile set, but I really enjoy this as well. I like I'm leaving the crane on there. I want to have something, do a shoot with somebody on that. This giant cannon, I think, is great, but it's insane. I don't have the batteries in there. I don't know why, but like, boom on the tail. So anyway, anybody.
Dude, I'll tell you what. My wife was so impressed with the Dragonfly that she told me that I couldn't put it away, and I don't know if you can see it over my shoulder, but it's in our library where our books are kept in our hallway because she loved it so much.
I love that.
All right, guys, I gotta go because I gotta get up. I got a christening in the morning, but next time I'll be up longer. And if you let me know if you want to do like me just a GI Joe walkthrough or a whole room or do it separate. Like,
well, I feel like I think what we'll do is we'll dedicate this show to it, right? So you can go through if that's what you want to do. We'll do a whole thing, and maybe we don't even have to do it on a Saturday. Maybe we could do an extra one where you get yourself set up. You want to start here, you want to go there, in any order you want. And we'll just knock it out. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
very good. Very good. Well,
yeah, man.
Right.
It's a pleasure meeting you, man. I think you and I have a lot of similarities in our style of collecting.
I love and listen, I'm just getting started meeting people, making friends. So hopefully we'll talk again. And I know I follow you on Twitter because I looked at everyone that was going to be on. I just, putting a name with a face now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll
right.
Again soon.
Okay, no problem. I'll hit you up and I'll get you a copy of my book.
So sure. at Thano Karamalis, Twitter and Instagram, right?
For that you can find me. And listen, if you want, Destro, I'll be on the show as often as you want me to. This was a lot of fun. I mean, I love talking this shit.
No, listen,
we're here for.
Right, 100%. And I've gotten around to doing more of the panel shows where we have multiple. I wanted to have just you on earlier, right? So we could talk about,
everybody too. I like talking.
It's fun. It's very fun. So you will be getting that invite again, my brother, without a doubt. But no, sooner than later, I will put that together with the walkthrough for sure.
Awesome.
Nice. Thanks, brother. Have a good night.
Have a good night, man.
Yeah. And CG, hit me up too so I can get you a copy.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
But yeah, definitely.
Hold on here. Oh, he did go. Okay, for a second there, I thought he was. All right. So here we are. I've gone 2 weeks in a row. I shouldn't curse myself without any major disasters other than I keep backing myself out of the stream. So that's not really the end of the world. The end of the world is when I back out. Anything I had set up to be put on there, it backs up. Jay Toygo. I have the Hiss, the Rattler, the Dragonfly, the Snowcat coming, the Fans, Hobby Skyhawk, the Vamp Stingers, most of the vehicles, but should have got the Ramen Tank. I think the Ramen Tank looks pretty sweet. I
have the Ramen Tank, the desert colored one.
Okay, that's
Nice.
what's up. That's what's up. Well, what we need is what I'm interested in, and I'm pretty sure I know my brother has been working on this, is the Arctic Atlas. So we're getting the Snowcat, we're getting the Arctic Hiss. This Arctic Atlas, I feel like is the bridge between the two of them. You know what I mean? There's definitely going to be like a whole bunch of shit that's, that's going to come out. Also, like I have like 13 Snow Serpents. So then if you start adding in how many of those 3-packs that I'm going to buy, the one that's got the Saw Viper and the whatchamacallit Viper. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like those things, like, and I'm going to have troops. So I definitely want to get the old Moe's Mind Atlas going on here. I'm trying to actually find the fucking picture here. God, the one thing I do have to make sure I do though, and do it right, is to clean out the image filer, because I have all the stuff from the last 2 weeks and it's like almost impossible to find shit. They do me so wrong too, where I have like the okay, here we go. They do me so wrong too, because I have the thumbnails are so tiny I can barely fucking see it. Right? Like I think I gotta take that off.
That Toxic Viper, I really enjoy, man. That it looks so good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it really does.
So this motherfucker here, imagine it in white, subtle
Okay.
tones here and there. I know he's working on something for the back. So that whole back piece comes off, right? I'm sure everybody knows that by now. I've been talking about this thing for a while. But that whole back piece comes off, and that's what we get. I was actually just trying to find a couple more pictures from Moe's stuff here.
Wow, Jay just put up that he has 2 Arctic Hiss tanks coming. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Let's see.
Being in LA, I don't get much snow. I have to drive to it, so I'm not. I have to get the Arctic Hiss because I'm a
It's so cool.
completionist.
Right.
I mean, I have all the others, but I don't get the chance to go out and do the photography in the snow like you guys do.
I had a lot of fun shooting. So I did two big shoots outside in the snow, and they both were like my favorite fucking thing.
Yeah.
I had so much fun doing it, because I was able to set it up in like expanse all through the driveway. The shots came out good, and I really enjoyed doing it for sure.
And then we're talking, because now that we have a Husky, we're talking about doing a snow trip this year, maybe up to Yosemite or something.
Oh, you got to get the boy up there into the snow.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Last year the last time we went to Yosemite, we had like almost 4 feet of snow. So it's like I'm taking my my Arctic stuff. I'm taking my my Star Wars snow stuff and my snow speeder, and I'm going up there and I'm going to shoot a bunch of shit.
Nice. That's what's up. So Ed, does anybody know off the top of their head how is that He-Man doing again this weekend? Is this going to be it? Or are they going to take it out of the?
It's all Toy Story this weekend.
Yeah, Toy Story 5 opened this weekend. So
in fact, I have a Toy Story 5 review coming up for Serpentor's Lair tomorrow.
Oh, good. Oh, nice. That's fucking awesome. I love it. Yeah, shout out to Serpentor's Lair. I've been enjoying the articles. What I'd love to know what everybody thought about the article that I wrote, where I definitely didn't flame anybody, and I kind of felt bad. I really didn't want to name BMAC and Dan by name per se, but I'm sorry. Like I feel like they were kind of hung out to dry, and that's not their fault. But at the same time, I just brothers. Those fucking fan streams are unwatchable. Like,
honestly, they need a producer. They need
okay,
a producer or a writer or somebody that can get in there and help them do those, because they're not. I don't think they're shot live. So they're shot maybe like a day or earlier that day or the day before, I think,
Right,
so
right.
they can edit them and stuff. But they need somebody that can get in there and help them because they are so dry.
Dude, they were dying on the fucking vine right before our eyes, bro. I felt bad for them. I'm not listen, and I'm not trying to knock them per se, because I know they did the best with what they were given, right? Like that's
And dude,
so
that's a hard thing to ask somebody to get up there and do.
I agree, but oh my God. I just like the one time when they were like, I don't know if it was by design or if it was something that just was supposed to, like they wrote it or was something that came up naturally. But at one point the dude like, BMAC was like, oh, I guess if you want to do the next one, cause I did the last one or something. And then like, it was like the setup for the joke. And Dan was like, oh yeah, okay, I guess I'll do that one. And it was like, it almost seemed like that it was written down for them that way, and they did the best they could with it. And I just, oh my God. And again, I feel really bad. I'm not trying to shit on these guys, even though I am kind of shitting on them a little bit. I don't know. Not it. Like BMAC didn't look like he wanted to be there. And I say that only because that's not his bag. You know what I mean?
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that, that's not, he's a market guy, but he's not a on-camera guy.
Sure. And not everybody is. And that's like more than okay. But God, this is where you're supposed to like, and this is where my article kind of like centered around, was one of this aspect that, here you are after, like, it's like, I know they pay attention enough to what's being said on the internet. So it's, right after in the article, I put like, we're swimming in this uncertainty, right? And like with, okay, the head, the head designer walks out, then the second, and then BMAC puts out a thing and says, oh yeah, but we still have Tony. We're here. It's going to be great. Well, then Tony leaves. Right. And then like you were talking about the guy, the Walmart brand manager leaves. There's all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, no HasLab this year. And so all this happens within a couple months span. And then here we are waiting for Yojo June. And it's like, okay, they're going to come in like fucking Tyson and give us the 1, 2, 3 and bring us all back in. Maybe they announce who's taken to, the spots. Hey, now we all the best to Lenny and Tony, but boom, we're rolling with our dog now. It's so-and-so. And here's this new thing we're coming out with. Oh, here's a Thunder Machine, wow us with something. Like literally bowl me over with something. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. I probably sound like a crazy person trying to tell the $1 billion company how to do it, right? I'm fully aware that that's what it sounds like, and it's crazy. But like, as a fan, that's what I wanted. I wanted to be wowed by some shit, and I'm not wowed by any of it.
Well, let's face it. These live streams aren't for the majority of their customers. They're for us as collectors. Even the Marvel Legends stuff, even the Transformers. These are all for the older collectors.
Okay.
And because the kids aren't watching these, the kids don't care. They just want, the little kids that are buying this with their mom and dad are going to the store, and whatever they see, they're getting.
It's an impulse buy. It's not something that the media got to them, and
But with this is, I get you. You don't want to sell out the new designers on these live streams. You want to save it for a big event like Comic-Con. So you're gonna hold off for there. But if you're going to keep the Yojo June and you want to do that, then maybe you should have switched up having your guest host be there, or bring in somebody else, or one of the other designers, or let us meet the rest of the team other than the new designers.
Right.
But you've got to also entertain. That's part of this. That was one of the things that was nice about that Lenny and even Tony. Tony's a little bit more shy than Lenny, but at least both of them, they were more charismatic. They wanted to be there. They were more passionate about it. And unfortunately, BMAC doesn't seem as passionate. I mean, I'm sure he is, but it may be that he's camera shy, or doesn't know what to say. Doesn't know what to say and he's trying to fill time. There's a lot of variables that we don't know about it and what's going on with it that 100%. We can't account for.
100%. I can't echo that enough.
Serpentor's Lair asked what happened to Emily. Emily actually got promoted. She's in charge of all of marketing now, not just the GI Joe brand or one of the special brands. She's been promoted to a higher position.
Nice.
She was pretty good on the Joe brand. Like, I wouldn't have thought it, but she's very upbeat, bubbly, and her and Lenny together were just great. They had,
and that's the thing.
chemistry.
Emily is a very, very shy person. When you talk to her in person, she is very shy at how, and very reserved when you talk to her.
Nice.
But
Yeah,
she's
saw
really
on
nice.
Camera.
I got to thank her. I mean, first of all, she has a copy of my book, and she's tried to help me out with Hasbro getting it made into getting it published. But she also talked my wife into me getting the Snowcat, so I've got to give it to her.
nice. That's what's up. I hadn't seen any of this stuff, but I just saw the other day. I think it popped up. It was on YouTube when I was searching for something on YouTube, and it popped up. And for a second, I thought it was something new, and I was like, "Oh wait, what is this?" And it was her doing some kind of promotion for the Dragonfly. I think it was one of the older HasLabs. It wasn't must have been the Dragonfly,
Right?
And I was like, "Oh, this is what people were complaining about," because I heard a lot of dudes talk shit about her and what she did. And first of all, I always, when somebody says something like that, I always wait to make my own judgment, But I was like, why were people mad? Is this one of those things? It's a broad doing it, so there's just some guys that have to lose their shit. There's just some dudes that can't fucking handle it, which is
she didn't know the product like Lenny and Tony, but she did her job well. And that's one of the nice things about going to Comic-Con is that you get to talk to them, and you get a lot of one-on-one time with them. And Lenny and Tony and even Emily have always been very cordial to stand there and talk to fans as long as they want. And as long as the fan can keep them engaged, they'll talk to them until they have something else they have to do.
Dude, I was so mad. I could have met all those people last year at the Cold Slither concert. Like I was trying to weasel my way, backstage somehow, and it might have actually worked out if I had gotten down there. But I had this job that I was doing, and if I left early on Saturday and didn't come back till fucking Monday to work, it wasn't going to happen. It would have been bad for my business. So I like absolutely had to do it. But yeah, I'm still sour about that because it looked good. But Doc Sewage's other band, Exhumed. Is there two guys from? I think there's two guys from Cold Slither that play in Exhumed, right? Or am I confused?
I think Doc. I know Doc does, but I think Ross might, or he has.
Because I think is it? I think Ross is okay. Then that's probably correct because I was reading something the other day and it said that, and I went, "Oh yeah, I think I knew that."
Well, it was really cool because I had to talk to the guys, got to know them a little bit, especially Gus, because I went. They were doing a signing for as Cold Slither, and I went there after they were doing all the signing and stuff, and started talking to them, and actually got him to sign the actual vinyl of the Cold Slither vinyl instead of just like the cover like everybody else does. I have this blood red one, and I have their signatures on the actual vinyl. And I was talking to him, and unfortunately I only had one copy of the book, and I gave it to Gus. But I was talking to the guys for long. They are true GI Joe fans, and not just GI Joe, Hasbro fans.
Right.
So this was a passionate project for them that they love doing, and so it was really cool just to get to talk to them as themselves, and and because when they were doing the signing and stuff, they would stay in character.
I think that's important there, right? To a certain degree, maybe not to a Daniel Day-Lewis thing, but like I think that makes that whole thing for sure.
Well, if you're going up to getting a signature on a vinyl, you want it to be that band.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And to have them sign, and they did. They signed it as the characters, for the vinyl. Gus signs it with a Z and a question mark for Zartan.
Oh, nice.
Each of their signatures look.
Right.
Each of their signatures looks like something that you would expect Buzzer, Ripper, Torch, and Zartan to do.
That's crazy.
But to get to talk to them, one-on-one and professional to professional and stuff, and creator to creator, it was such a great experience that, I mean, these guys, I totally love them. I'll go see them whether they're as Cold Slither or whether they're in their other bands because they are an amazing artist.
Right. No,
But
listen, their bit Exhumed that new album is off the hook. It's so good. It's not. It's like and again, I'm going to say these words only because they like most people understand what I'm talking about. It's not heavy metal. It's death metal. It's heavy duty shit. Now there's other shit that's heavy just in different ways. Some people called it like oh god, I'm trying to think. It was like a combination of like hardcore and death metal gave you this somewhere in the middle between the two, right? Where
there's a British heavy metal that's kind of like that too.
You talking about Gojira? No, they're not British.
No. But there's British. There's like a German death metal, which is very, very like Gwar and things like that. Which is very, it's heavier than Slayer and that. But then there's also when you get to like British heavy metal, which is more of a punk British, punk heavy metal, Metallica type thing, which is really cool too. But then you get to what these guys are doing, which is almost traditional heavy metal, not the hair band heavy metal, but the heavy metal of the 80s and the 70s that is just so good. And talking to Gus, he sat down and really went into did some research and really put his what he felt as a fan and what a fan would want into these songs that he wrote for the Cold Slither album.
Right.
I saw that Pop Culture and Adventure Layer were talking. They want a gem figure. I want a gem figure too for Classified.
It would go good with Cold Slither, definitely.
I did a custom one for my because she's in the book, and I did a custom one out of Marvel Legends figures that I kit bashed, but I would love to have a true gem one. And the fun here, you want to hear a quick funny story? 2023, when I first was telling Lenny and Tony about the book, when I was first writing it, I mentioned that was the year after they did Chuckles as the exclusive, and then they did the Mindbender as the PulseCon exclusive. I started talking to them, and I said, for exclusives for like San Diego and things like that, you shouldn't do mainline characters. You should do deep dives like Cold Slither. I said Cold Slither would make a great Comic-Con exclusive. I said because then you could do like a companion pack with like Snake Eyes and Shipwreck and the animals in their costumes from that same episode. As a PulseCon or something. And then we ended up getting the Cold Slither one, which I was like, holy shit, they do listen to us.
Right. I mean, which is good because then it's good to feel like you have some kind of a voice there. But
I could care less to have any of the credit for it. I would never want them to acknowledge me as even discussing that with them. Right. I'm just glad we got it, especially Cold Slither as the first one.
Well, one of the Pop Cult Frenzy had said something a while back in the chat here, and I didn't get a chance to get to it. He said they better announce a new team soon and somebody with some fire in him, and I have to agree that would be great. Here we are is our brother Melted Copper, and he poses the question to us: where is Disma? I love it. Once Mark said to you, dude, where you were like, he was like, hey, you spelt that wrong. I was like, oh, he's never going to spell it right again. That's hysterical. I love it. What is up, my brother? Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. What do we got here? He says, Destro Design doesn't date a clown's daughter. I do. That is the defining difference between the two of us. For sure. I am married still. And homeboy is dating a clown's daughter. There's a couple subtle differences, and that's probably about it. But no, you will see Disma and I back on Monday. I don't know if he's announced it yet, so I don't want to say what we're doing until he lets everybody else know. But nope, I'm looking forward to it. And I will always shout out Mark for being such an incredibly great guy, not just to me, but to putting out all that great content. And I'll never be able to thank him enough for.
Dude, you guys, both you and Mark are two of the best. Honestly,
Thank you.
You guys have been so supportive of of my book and of me, and getting to meet Mark in person at Disneyland was a weird, twist of fate, but it was still very cool. And anytime you guys ask me, even last minute like tonight, coming on the show, I'm going to be there.
It was last minute. It was, well, because I knew Thano was going to probably go at around 10. CG was going to be coming a tiny bit later. You showed up at like 9:15, brother. It was so it was perfect. And that way I was able to just have Thano give us the backstory a little bit and everything like that. But I knew I was going to have these pictures queued up, and I thought we would all have something to say about that. Melted Copper says, married, allegedly. Destro Sign says, grandma on par with Lady J. Hey, listen. If she come with that Lady J money, which I'm sure actually isn't a lot, but if she come with that Lady J money, listen, I auditioned to be a sugar daddy multiple times in my life. It just never worked out. I would do it in a heart. Paul Sano says that guy in the band specifically mentioned Gem Torch. Yeah. I think that's who we're talking about. I think Doc Sewage is the one that was talking about it for sure.
Well, in the LA or in the San Diego show, Jim came on and did a couple songs with Cold Slither. So that.
Oh yes.
No. It was so cool, and it was so funny is because my wife is a major Jim fan, and she's like, when I left to go to the concert, because she was like, I swear to God, if Jim shows up, I'm going to be pissed. And I got there, and they had a Jim and the Holograms poster that because they did the venue where they had like Cold Slither posters, they had Jim posters all over the place. So I ended up bringing her home one. But I took a picture of it, and she goes, son of a bitch, she's going to show up, isn't she? And sure enough, boom, when they hit the encore, she showed up, and it was the original actress who did it and came out and sang. It was amazing. And my wife, and I'm recording it and sending it to my wife, and she's like, you son of a bitch.
Nice.
So, now they have announced that, there is going to be the Cold Slither and Gem in concert at San Diego Comic-Con this year on the 23rd. So there's a chance that she can go see her again, or at least get to see her this time.
And I don't know what happened. I used to have emojis that I could put into the whatchamacallit, into the chat. So I don't know what happened to the little icon thing. I'll have to figure that out.
So,
God damn it.
G.I. Jedi said he doesn't need a gem. I want them to do a gem, and I'd love to have a Gem Jerica 2-pack, but I'd also love them to do Pizzazz as a Dreadnought, who's the lead singer of the Misfits.
That would be cool. I could dig that. What I was thinking, I was thinking about this because I know Rich, you, I, and Mark did a show where we talked about a G.I. Joe movie, and I was thinking about stealing that idea. So, and I remember when I had CG on for the first time, he and I talked about a lot of stuff. He had good ideas for different series. Maybe somewhere in the future we'll do a show like that, and kind of, because I think actually, now that I think about it, didn't Mark say we were going to do a part 2 to that?
He said we were going to do a part 2 to that. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. All right. So you know what? Never mind. We'll save it for the part 2.
I can't wait to do that show, because there's just, between what I've written for Protocol G.I. Joe, what I've done, the pilot I wrote for the Dreadnoks Rising series, and the ideas that I have that go along with Protocol G.I. Joe, which would be a Gem movie that could launch the entire thing and make sure that people go see a G.I. Joe movie, I would love to discuss.
I mean, I'm sure we're all thinking maybe the same thing. I know Mark had mentioned it like a handful of times on his live stream that, if the He-Man movie flops, it could really weigh in on whether we wind up seeing a fucking G.I. Joe movie or not.
It's definitely going to be.
It's funny you say that. The Serpentor's Lair just put up, has the Masters of the Universe changed your opinion about a future G.I. Joe movie? Not if it's done right. See, the He-Man movie, and we were talking about this on, Destro's my spirit animal, is that there's only a couple ways you can do a He-Man movie. And after the 87 movie, they wanted to stay away from doing a realistic, movie or a serious movie about He-Man.
Right.
And so Travis Knight, they wanted to have something that felt more like the show, the original cartoon. And I think that it works, but the problem with He-Man, which is a little bit different than G.I. Joe, is that the kids nowadays don't know anything about He-Man except for what their parents have told them.
Right.
And that movie was definitely a niche movie for men of our age.
Of a certain age, for sure.
Right. That are going to go to that movie. You know, especially most of the moviegoers nowadays are the millennials, the Gen X's, or the Gen Z's, and the Gen Alphas, or whatever the hell they call themselves. They're going to go see those scary movies based on YouTubers that they know.
Right.
Which is what's happened.
Right.
Or something like Toy Story, which is, you know, more of a juvenile movie for kids. You know, juvenile meaning 12 and under. Those type movies are going to be really big. The Marvel movies, things like that. We saw that, you know, the Mandalorian and Grogu didn't do what the other Star Wars movies have done, because it's, you know, there's kind of a nostalgia backlash right now, where people want nostalgia, but they don't necessarily want to go see it in the theater. They want to see it streamed. You know, and especially when you have movies that come out in the theater, and then 2 months later they're in, you know, streaming. Mortal Kombat 2 was in the theater in April, and it's already streamed, you know, where you can pay to stream it.
Right. Serpentor's Lair says, I was looking at the numbers, and Rise of Cobra did better numbers than Masters of the Universe, but He-Man was a million times better movie, so I don't know where that leaves me. I don't know where that leaves any of us.
So
You know-
look, I was looking up some of the things with how Amazon MGM handles their theatrical movies, and it's a lot different than like Warner Brothers or Paramount, because they have the numbers. So when they put stuff up for pre-order for physical media and people buy, like Masters of the Universe is up already to pre-order.
Yep.
They know the numbers. So it's going to be a big seller on physical media and digital, but they also got their streaming. It's going to be exclusive on Prime.
Yep. Netflix, Apple, and Amazon don't care about the box office numbers. That's not their price. The reason they put movies the reason that they put movies in the box office is so they can get Oscar nominations. So you can get special effects nominations for Masters of the Universe. You can get, you know, all these different types of nominations for it, because in order for a movie to be eligible for an Oscar, it has to play in the movie theater. But they want it for their streaming content. You know, so that's where they're really worried about it. Look, like I said, if you want to do a Hasbro universe, you start out with Jem and the holograms, and you hire Taylor Swift to be Jem. You allow her to help write the movie. You tailor it to be more of along the lines of, you know, this woman that is Jerrica Benton, that is dealing with being a success in a music industry that's disappearing. You tie it in where you have Extensive Enterprises trying to buy her company and trying to buy her talent away from her. So they try to buy the Misfits away from Starlight Entertainment. That's where you start to tie it in. But you don't only just do Taylor Swift. You do the holograms with Sabrina Carpenter, Olivia Rodrigo, all these these actresses that are also musicians, and you put them in this movie together. And then if you do that, you can also do a concert, you know, where you can have all these girls go out on concert the summer before, which is your home marketing for the whole movie. And you're going to make $1 billion off of your tour, your concert tour. You're going to make money off the album that they put out for it. And then you're going to get everybody to go see this movie that is Jem and the Holograms, that you can tie into the rest of the Hasbro universe. You can have, you know, like G.I. Joe tie-ins to it with Extensive Enterprises, or Duke showing up, or some of these other characters showing up, which would bring that audience to your G.I. Joe movie. Right. Which would bring them to your Mask movie if you have Matt Tracker show up, or make an alluding. You have some kind of tie-in to Cybertronians. You know, where all of this stuff shows up within this movie, that you've now got not only the Jem fans going to, but you've got every tween girl that loves Taylor Swift, Sabrina Carpenter, Olivia Rodrigo, all these other, you know, you put Emma Stone as Pizzazz for the Misfits, you know, and you're going to have a great movie because you're going to have good actresses that are also musicians, and then you tie that to your expanded universe, and you're going to have a hit, and you're going to get the draw to come to GI Joe, especially if you somehow you do like I did with the book. You have Jem show up in the GI Joe universe, for a brief, scene or two. You have Taylor Swift show up in a GI Joe movie. They're not going to care if it's good or not. The people are going to go to it no matter what.
I feel like there's an angle there that definitely brings some butts into the seats without a doubt. I am going to slightly shift gears here into some of the stuff here because, it's getting a little late and I'm trying to keep these streams. I mean, 3 hours I feel like should be the maximum. But
Synergy would be a great Cybertronian mix if they would do that.
Okay. Synergy, that's a Transformer, I think?
No, Synergy is that new character that they showed the silhouette of on Tuesday.
Synapse.
Or Wednesday.
Synapse.
Oh, Synapse,
Synergy.
sorry. I said Synergy. Sorry. So Synapse would be a good Cybertronian. Synergy, I would leave it where. Okay, I'm kind of biased because I did with the book. I have it as a AI hologram where GI Joe has their own AI hologram, and Mask has their own AI hologram that were all designed by Emmett Bennett, who is Jem's father, who created Synergy. So that you can tie them all in that way very easily. But you could do Synergy as a Cybertronian, although since she's a hologram, it may not work. But you could tie it in a way.
So, all right, let me ask you.
Yes.
Have you picked up any Sys 3D Arsenal stuff? I think I asked you this before, and I can't remember.
I have a few things. I as far as like the Valverse monster stuff, the Big Bad Toy stuff, and some of the others, I haven't gotten a lot of. I'm kind of trying to keep my collections to that's pretty. That's so pretty. I've been mostly getting the classified stuff because I buy also, the Black Series and, Marvel Legends and stuff like that. My money goes a lot of different places. So I pick up some of the stuff. I definitely think I want that.
So
that is gorgeous.
These are all individual things. So all the way up in the top, the case that's folded open and it's got all the stuff, that's going to be one case. Then when you look at the other two, he's been selling those other two empty cases for a while, but he now has those inserts that will go in there. And so one of those inserts, I don't think I have the picture where it shows it. I don't, but one of those inserts goes. So if you look, I don't know if you probably can't see my cursor, but if you look at the rectangle crate, top left-hand corner, there is a big square with the red cross on there.
Yes.
That white box actually comes out. You can put it into the hands of the figure, and it's fucking awesome. Now
that's amazing.
That spine board has tri-glides that just help, strap down the figure to it so you can actually get somebody on there. This is elite shit to me, like for sure.
Dude, I need that. I need that for Lifeline. Like I took Lifeline's medical pack and I painted the inside of it, all the little components in it. But that I need.
And it looks really good.
To answer Jedi real quick, get my novel and read it, and you'll see how you can do Jem within it, and G.I. Joe fans would not be upset.
Right. I don't expect. I mean, listen, if it's one of those things where we have to sit through a small portion of this movie because Taylor Swift is at doing this part, but it helps give us $1 billion fucking budget to make this movie or something crazy like that. There's a world where you could try to make it work. But here is one of the med crates. This was actually part of a larger shoot. I had I don't remember. I think it was 10 police officers. 1, 2, 3, 6. Yep, 10. And then I traded 2 of them. So I had 8 now, but I did this. It was called Civil Unrest. I had the Dreadnoks raising hell, off camera, and I had all the policemen coming out of the Atlas. But here is a shot of the.
That's a good picture. What are you shooting with?
My Samsung Note 20 something. It's I think. God, I'm going to say it. I'm pretty sure it's like the best camera in a phone, right? Out of like a Samsung, Apple.
Right. I'll show you.
It's,
Yeah. Okay.
it's one of the better ones. You use a Lightroom in post that, like, say that black looks rich because I
Yeah.
probably turned it up a little bit. I also had at his feet, like if you look at the legs of the guy wrapped in the blanket, there's like a red hue coming up. I had to cover this red light mostly with a piece of tape, so only the tiniest bit was coming out, and then amplify it with the app afterwards, because anytime I tried to use the light to make that like slight glow of like something happening off camera, it was blowing out the whole picture. Now I'm saying that just for fun, but also that's why I should get a camera, because I will be able to shoot little lights like that and it won't look so absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Is that an Andor figure?
That is, yes. I'm trying to think of who that is. The guy's name is Andor, right? Or is
Yes.
that the name of the show? Okay,
No, that's but
That's
the
him.
show is Andor, but he has Cassian Andor from.
Nope,
the show.
that's him. That's definitely. I took his. I think he still has his jacket on, but I took the blaster off the side of his leg, and yep, that's the guy. Commander Unicron in the house. He says, "Greetings to all from Planet Cobra. Congratulations on your new endeavor." Thank you much, my friend. I'm humbled and honored to be working with my brother Roblox and create that story. I'm very excited for that. Actually, Rich, I don't think you were on the show when I was talking about this earlier. I am gonna write the we're gonna drop like a small like booklet, and then 12 comics to go along with our brother Roblox new line of figures that he's launching.
Oh, nice.
Yep, very
Nice.
excited.
Definitely let me know so I can get it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. For first, we're still trying to nail it down specifically, but it's going to be like I have a lot to say to kind of shape the story a little bit, and
Sure.
And we're going to do that. It's going to have some pictures in there. Our brother Arfacto is going to do the drawing for that, and then I can just get like the base of the story out. That way, it's hard to tell. At least let's put it this way. I'm obviously not a good enough comic writer to tell a backstory while also telling a news story in a comic book, right? So this booklet that we're going to have is going to be like one side will be all actual words, and then the other side would be maybe 2 or 3 pictures to go along with it, or maybe even like 2, or maybe sometimes just 1. We're not trying to tax the guy right off the bat, but that way it lets me and the artist, try to get to know each other a little bit, how to work together and how to get
Nice.
what I see in my head out onto the screen. So I'm very excited about that.
Nice.
Sure.
Very
Yep.
cool.
Yep, definitely. And also it's very inspiring to see Brother Block take the bull by the horns. He went out, he got a commercial space so we can work out of it and shit. He's going to put all his stuff in there. Yeah, this is
Wow.
our brother is all in. So I was like, yeah, man, I want to be in with somebody that's all in. Let's do this.
Very cool.
Here we are. So, see, we'll show off some more stuff from Sis3 Arsenal here. This is one of my favorite picks. The brightness, I don't know if it's my screen, but the brightness is up and it's definitely tweaking that green a little bit. That green sits a
Yeah,
lot
it
better.
is.
Yeah, it's a little blown out. Yeah.
It's a little blown out. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm not sure. You know what? That's probably I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. But anyways, let's focus on almost everything here is from Chris. So the whole armory in the background, it's got a locker on one end. The second thing going from left to right is a full rifle rack that underneath it has 2 drawers that come out. Then the next 2 are just kind of like cabinets with some of that above the top. And then just going off screen, I think is there 3 or 4? Yeah, I actually have there's another set of cabinets and then a locker. This was something that Chris had sent for the Cobra Claw launching facility, basically sponsored by Sis3 Arsenal, and that was what he had sent right there. So as you can see, I got some gridiron guns back in the back up there. I got those 2 new action shoulders. They've got, it looks like the one homeboy here in his right hand, he's holding one of the ammo cans from Sis3 Arsenal, and they are standing in front of what is in essence a pallet full of mission crates and more ammo cans, and then that is a 55-gallon drum with removable lid that I got on there. If you look down at what Tripwire, Short Fuse, and Steeler are looking at over here, are these huge munitions, right? So if you look at right at their feet to the right hand side, so to speak, is for those actual shells, along with the armor piercing rounds, are 100% military accurate. I was talking to him about this one day, and like all the stuff, including the colors, like so the yellow band that's on the head of the shell, it's actually that yellow one indicates high explosive, and it's actually used. These are like the colors and the stripings that's used. And then if you look to the left of that, where it's 9 tubes that are looks like black tubes that are banded together, and they got gray caps. 3 of those right in a row. If you lift the lid up, there is actually 3 more armor piercing rounds in it. And then
Nice.
all the other, it's fucking awesome. And just setting those up, they just look so good. And again, it's all just like affordable stuff. Like if you're like, oh, I just want, maybe I could add to a diorama and, go and spend $20 over there, and you can get like 3 different things, depending on how you do it. And especially if you're using my promo code Destro Designs, you get 10% off. Try to squeeze something in there. You get 3 little things. When you get it, you now all of a sudden can take just those things, and now you have a diorama. You've made nothing other than the money that you use to purchase the shit. It's
that's a great. I mean, despite being blown out, that's a great shot.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you. No, I'm upset that this is the one that I saw, because there is definitely, I think, 5 shots that I whittled down and that I was using. That there's one where the camera goes more to the left, and almost in the middle of the picture are the 3 dudes that are their tripwire, Steeler, and short fuse, and the other 2 guys are a little bit in the background. Yeah, that one came out really well. And look, when you have a bunch of stuff from Sis 3D Arsenal like this, I put this together in no time. You just slap it together. Like I could technically come up with shots like this. If I just think about it, I grab a bunch of stuff from Matt or Chris, and bang, next thing I know, I just have to get them posed in a realistic kind of way, and don't take a blowout shot. But thank you, I appreciate it. This is this series was a good one, but I'll have to try to grab another one sometime. So again, sis3darsenal.com, Destro Designs 10% off. One more thing I did want to mention. 2 more things actually. So our brother here is doing 1/18 scale. Now, I should get the info on whether it's everything across the board or not, because I'm honestly not sure. But this right here, as you see, it's a Scrap Iron, who I actually had this 3 3/4 figure. It was an extra one. I have another one. I wound up getting 2. I think I had a bid in on something from eBay, and I won it for like $18, and it was complete, but I already had one. So I shipped this off to my brother, who I'm pretty sure Chris's favorite character, I think, is Scrap Iron, or one of them. And so here he's put Homeboy to use, and he's advertising for his excellent 1/18 scale. So all of the classics, that and love from Sis 3D Arsenal is boom, boom, boom right there. And one more thing. So I'm pretty sure I have one of these on the way.
Hey, real quick, Giant Man's heading out. So, hey, Giant Man, thank you very much. Nice talking. Nice having you here.
Oh, thanks, brother. Appreciate you for coming through. Hopefully we'll see you next week, my man. Happy Father's Day, if applicable. So he's got merch now. Now,
Nice.
Chris is a Seahawks fan, so if you recognize that dark
There's the
blue
colors
with the neon green, it's that. I asked him, I was like, are you by any chance? And he was like, yes, I am. Or it came up in conversation. But if you look down to the bottom left, that right there is a cartoon style shot, a cartoon style picture that's made from a shot that Chris took. So that louvered window and the wall behind Scrap Iron is an actual piece that you can get from sis3darsenal.com. The figures, and then like all the stuff on the other side, as Chris had set that up. It's an amazing shot, and he put it on the on this here, and so I kind of had a pick between these, and I went with that one. I was like, yeah, dude, I actually really, really like the top right. I don't know. I think that the color is cool as shit, and I like the styling of it. It's not too overwhelming, not too crazy. But the one down on the bottom left, I was like, oh, dude, I gotta have that one. That's fucking so cool. How often do you see Scrap Iron on a T-shirt? Right? I don't know.
never.
That's the shit for me. The only other thing that I thought about this the other day was like like just having some kind of an emblem, like a on the one side right here that would have like trying to come up with like a scrap iron. Imagine what scrap iron would wear when he's taken off his uniform. He's still in the Cobra base because I'm sure he doesn't go anywhere else. But like I'm saying, like when he's not in that full uniform, he's got like a something, you know, like maybe he's part of the 788 somehow, or do you know what I mean? Like just something like
Yeah.
that. I really want to figure something like that out. But anyways,
Dude, the 788 stuff would be great to do. You know,
I've had this 788 photo shoot in my mind for so long, and I'm not going to talk about it until I get it done. I just haven't had time because like most of the stuff I do is for, you know, stuff that people have sent me, and I have a long list of that I still have to get to, you know. So these other ones I've just put them on the back burner, but like, yeah, that I have a 788 shoot with Major Blood. Actually, I technically did the first shot because I got all that stuff from Chris from Sys 3D Arsenal with the, fuck, I dropped it.
no, I got you. I mean, you saw I showed you and Mark the Dreadnoks hideout I'm building, and it's taken forever to finish that thing up.
Oh, for sure. This is that. Hold on, let me go back to it. So, Chris, knowing my love for the 788, and if you didn't know, these lock, which is crazy town. Chris, knowing I love the 788, made me a special little deal and sent it.
That's
to me.
awesome.
It's really cool. So the whole thing is that Destro recruits Major Blood, gives him the uniform, so he changes into that new uniform he has, hands him this empty case and says, I need you to get the chemical from the Joes, and I need you to fucking kill everybody so they don't know it was us. And that's what the mission is. So they're going to take this from the Joes, boom, put it in there, and then that's it. Major Blood, who's the new leader of the 788, is going to bring this to Destro. It makes me happy to think about.
Nice.
I almost like the idea of the 788 being some kind of a sub team almost for
A
Destro.
special forces team.
Right, but like for Destro, as opposed,
Yeah.
I know it's Cobra Commander is probably the clear person on that, but I don't know. There's something about it. The way Destro looks with the 788, the silver-headed Destro looks good with it. You know, I just always had that in my mind. Now, the other thing is, I almost have Python Patrol as a subset for Destro too, because if you take Darklon as he stands and put him with a bunch of Python Patrol guys, you go, oh yeah, this is their leader. Like,
I
look
can
at that.
see that. I can see that.
And then I have 4. Actually, I have 5 now. I got to figure out what to do with the 5th one. Grim Vipers. And so if you take Darklon, those Grim Vipers, first of all, they look perfect together. And they look like Darklon's. Imagine how much sense does this make? Darklon, a guy who uses a belt-fed grenade launcher, right? Darklon has two guys, or a group of guys walking with him, but they all have giant, miniguns. And
think about this.
Think about
this. With Star Wars, with the Clone Wars, they started having each Jedi had their own battalion, right? So Anakin had the 501st that had the blue design.
Did you lose CG?
He actually said that he lost internet connection and was trying to get back on. He was in the chat.
Oh shit. CG, my bad, brother. I missed that. I was rambling.
But you could have it where each one of these guys has their own battalion. So, Destro has the 788, Cobra Commander has a battalion that's his elite, central command guard. And then, Major Blood has his own, and Darklon has his own. You could have it where each one of them have their own battalion of troopers and and Vipers.
Nice. That's what's up. Spencer's later got something that kind of works what I said. So yeah, dude, I kind of basically am going to wind up putting Darklon and the Grim Vipers with the Python Patrol, and they're just going to be, there's a problem in the jungle, then he calls Darklon. And Darklon a good place to be.
That's perfect.
Marshall Dude in the house, thank you very much for stopping by. See where'd it go? Oh, I hate it when the thing scrolls up on me. And I can't see. Well, anyway, so CG, I'm sorry, brother. No worries, my dude. But have a good night, and I will talk to you tomorrow. So yes, sys3darsenal.com. Destro Designs will get you 10% off. If you have Etsy and you still have like the premium Etsy where you get free shipping, you can still order his stuff through Etsy to get the free shipping. But Destro Designs will work over there to get you 10% off as well. So however you do it, Chris is a great guy. You're supporting a great dude, a great company, top quality shit. Oh, amazing customer service. When I first thing I went and I ordered only this, right? And this and not this. I ordered this and a bunch of other shit. I meant to order this, right? But I completely forgot. So when this showed up and I was like, oh, hey, brother, I just looked and I was like, fuck, I didn't order it, but I need this to go with this. And he was like, all right. And then he called me back like the next day and he was like, hey, I'm just wondering, the order for the drawers you just put in has black drawers and the top part that you got was gray. Did you want them to be different or did you want this one to be black? And I was like, oh no, wait, I actually want them to be different. So he reached out to say, something, he's paying that much attention and he reached out to say, hey, I just want to make sure you're getting the right thing. And it turns out that I had made a mistake and he corrected that by paying attention. So that's
Nice.
excellent customer service.
That's very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, he's a great guy. Make sure you're following him on all the social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. I'm pretty sure he's over on TikTok and Threads as well. I think he's one of the only other people I know that is active on all 5. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I'm not that active on Threads right now. I haven't really signed up. Or I've signed up. I got the names locked down, but I haven't been able to do much. Let's see.
Threads is pretty cool.
Yeah, it seems okay. We're going to switch over to fucking my brother Matt from Mo's Mine. Now, lately, Matt has been coming up. Why is this thing such a pain in the dick right now? Matt has been coming up with some new shit, and it's called the Mags line, the Mo's Armament and Gear System. My computer is doing some really strange stuff. This is what the packaging looks like. Here, I got a couple slings. You can get 3. You can get 3 slings for is it $19.99 or $18.99? Don't quote me on any of the prices. It's something like that, but it's a steal. It's after having bought a few of them myself, I can tell you right now that it's well fucking worth it. And let's see. So he's added some new stuff to the line, and one of them is boom. Oh, okay. This is what's throwing me off. No,
I think we've seen this one before, right?
No, we did. This is Chris from Sistery Arsenal. So what happens is I switched this. Oh my God. It's like highlighted and it won't stop. Okay. So let's go to. And I got to remove. There it is. Okay. So that's off. And now this is on and we should be good. So here we have the Riot Shields.
Nice.
And
they're pretty.
They're fucking awesome, dude. They're so fucking cool. And they obviously with the figures that they're with, they look great. There's this. And we'll add another one. Here's a little up close. So as you see here, now the secondary that is in his hand is actually, what did I just do? I got rid of the comments. I think it's like, okay, I think I did it. All right. So the secondary in his hand is, I'm trying to get this fucking comment oh my gosh. I mean, I understand that I'm not super awesome at this, but why is it being so hard? It's like I'm trying to click on shit and it's not working. I can't.
I hear you clicking.
All right. Oh yeah, I'm clicking up a storm. Okay, there. I do it like that.
Sounds like you're clicking your brains out.
Dude, I was about to start fucking monkeying it. So the secondary that's in his hand actually is in a holster on the back of the shield. Somehow,
nice.
Dude, if you saw the thumbnails that I have to try to select these photos out of this thing, I'm trying to find the one that shows that because it's like absolutely incredible, but it's been like an absolute crapshoot, and I don't think I can see it. But for some reason, I almost don't think it's on here. I may have deleted it. All right, let me try. No, I know that's not it. 1 second. All right, I'll try this. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure. Nope, that wasn't it either. Okay. All right. Well, anyways, that holsters behind the shield. The arm on it swivels, so you can put it in either hand. And also, if you look at the top of the shield, what it does is that, hold on, let me put it to the other one. Dude, I'd love to know what's going on with everything. Is all like, you know how when you wrong click on something and it highlights a bunch of shit, but then when
Yes.
you just get to the spot and you click on it again, it all stops doing that. It won't
Yes.
stop doing that. And it's on jumping from one thing to one thing. Oh, Matt from Mo's Mind says 1999 on the slings. Thank you, Matt. My apologies.
Hey, real quick, I want to ask you, what do you think about Flash coming out as a retro?
I mean, I guess we're probably more used to it being, we get the main line and then we get the retro, but they could just be doing it the back way, right? Maybe they know that dudes out there have been so thirsty for this guy that if we gave him one that didn't look exactly like the old one, because let's be honest, the people pounding the table for that Flash do not want anything but a retro, right?
You are absolutely correct. But after the airtight fiasco, and I mean that where so many people were disappointed that he's coming as a retro and just seems so plain for a classified. I was wondering, and then the same thing with Zap, where people were complaining that, okay, you came as a retro and we didn't get a classified edition one. I'm kind of, it's one of those things where Hasbro's in a no-win situation where, people are wanting Flash so bad, and they know that they're not going. You're right, that they're not going to be happy with the classified edition. They're going to want a retro edition because that's what happened with Steeler. Everybody wanted the classic Steeler, or at least not the classic, but the one that looked more like the cartoon.
Right.
And they weren't happy with what they got. So I'm just glad we're getting him. Honestly,
I agree. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, no, for sure. As I fumble around to look for more better shots from Mo's Mind, I'm going to pull up something else. Okay, so the shield, totally awesome, right? I absolutely love it. I think it's fantastic. But we also now have these binoculars. Look at how fucking cool that those things are.
That's pretty sick.
I'm sure I can find another picture here of somebody else. So that's a Night Viper holding those. It looks really, really good. They are shaped. God, how come I don't have that? Oh, here we go.
Although I have to say, it's odd that a Night Viper would have them when he has the telescopic lens on his head.
No, but it figured looks good doing it.
I know. I'm making a joke.
Hey, listen, you ever see the? Well, something that I always refer to because I think it's just hysterical are the Vipers that have the goggles on top of their head when they have the face shield on. I've never, oh my god!
I know. That's
I've never not laughed at that. I don't know why the fuck. Oh my god!
Yeah, I agree with G.I. Jedi. I want a classified and a retro. I'm hoping that they do a classified edition in a 2-pack with a silver plated or silver chested Grand Slam. So you do the retro, you do the retro Flash, and then you do a classified edition with the silver Grand Slam as a 2-pack.
Okay, I'm with it. Yeah, dude, I don't think I can all of a sudden add or remove stuff to the stage. Let me see. Is that okay? Why can't I? So what I have to do is I can only put 10 things in the queue, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And now I'm trying to delete some of them so I can put more. Okay, here we go. That's the thing. I keep going to grab stuff out of the file and it's not loading it because it says fucking that I need. Okay, here's the one.
So Brent earlier put up a retro shooter to complete the 14. I don't think that you need to do a retro. Just do a non-Night Force. Just do do a shooter. You can do a classified shooter in a similar outfit, but not Night Force version. But I mean, to do a retro is also awesome. Either one would work for me.
For sure. Pop's got it. He says Grand Slam with the jump. I love it. I'm all about it. I take that all day. But here is a shot of just said binoculars from our brother, and look how awesome they are. Right
those are cool.
When Matt was on here, he had gone through and gave us that whole how he basically the collar if you will, or the I don't want to say string, but the
The
what was it
strap.
called? The strap. Jesus fucking Christ, it's getting late. That's how I know. So the strap moves around a little bit, right? One of the worst
Okay.
parts about all of that shit, all of the ones that come, like, I think Tunnel Rat's bag had an okay one, but most of the straps that come on like the vehicles and shit like that, or not the vehicles, but like the weapons, they're ass. They're all
Yeah.
like totally and completely ass. But my brother doesn't fuck around, and he's got something hot going on over there with the new shit. And this is also another item that I believe is well worth the purchase, right? Of course, I'm not going to remember the price. Maybe Matt could throw that up there. I did have all this shit written down, but I was looking for it 10 minutes ago, and I don't know what I did with the paper. So the binoculars, I think, are $11.99. I'm going to throw that guess out there. I think they're $11.99, which is a steal for how cool they are, right? I mean,
Okay. That's pretty cool. That's a not bad price.
and there's red, and you can get red, and that's like a blue lens in there. And I'm sure if there was a lens that you wanted or a color at the end there, I'm sorry, the straps are actual cordage. That's right. So very, very cool. My being crazy innovative as always, pumping out the best products. Thank you, my brother. Now binoculars, really fucking cool. And $7.99. Okay.
Wow, really? That's even
So,
better.
Now it's a steal. Like,
Yeah.
for real. So if you think about it, right now you can get 3 straps and a set of binoculars for what is it, $19.99, so $27 before shipping and tax. So 27, you use the Destro Designs 10 to give you now you're back down to like 24. Was it 24 and change? I mean, no, you can hardly go wrong there.
Quick math. Yeah.
Now, for all of the stuff that I've shown you so far, one of my favorites in terms of the product and the deal is these. So my brother has a Eufy maker. So this is not like a sticker or some bullshit. This is inkjet right on there. You get this. So on the left-hand side are the actual screens for the tablets. On the
Nice.
right-hand side, that is what the rear of the tablet looks like. The detail in this is absolutely insane. Go over to my brother's Etsy and check out. I didn't put the link in the whatchamacallit. Over on Etsy, Mo's Mind Custom Design. Use Destro Designs 10 to get you 10% off. These tablets right here are like the rugged case itself, right? The different colors and the level of detail on it, they're just forget about it. Now, the price for these, we're gonna play this funny game. I think these were $11.99 for 3. Does that sound right, Matt? I know that this is also an incredible price. Yep, $11.99 for a 3-pack, dude.
Nice.
You got it. $4 a rip for that level of detail. That I know the quality of stuff that my brother sends out. You're gonna be hard pressed to find a deal that's like fucking that good for.
I need one of those with the Cobra logo for misconduct.
No, she needs that to walk around the studio with, dude, for sure. Holy shit.
Totally. I mean,
Yeah.
she's Cobra Commander's, attaché, so she needs to have the fucking tablet to keep him informed of everything.
I love it. I'm gonna put. So I got the Shadowhawk here. I'm gonna share the link for the Shadowhawk. I'm gonna get a second, but I mean, dude, as you're looking at it, you can see it. The level of detail in the like the screens, like think about it. We're looking at it on a picture that I put through a streaming service. You know what I mean? That is now here. I'm gonna before
that center one, that with the red one with the silver detail on the back, is just. I mean, there's so much detail on just that one alone.
100%. 100%. Let's see here. I gotta go back and. Oh, hold on. I keep hitting the wrong button. But I mean, and for the price, holy hell, the fucking price. I mean,
yeah.
Let's see. How do you copy? Oh, I know. Oh boy, I am having a tough time with this tonight. Let me tell you. No, I don't want to copy the whole fucking email. I just want the link. You never make me feel more like a caveman than when this shit happens. Okay. I'm gonna try one more time. I know everybody loves that dead air.
Right.
Sure. No, I don't want.
So what do you think they're going? While you're doing that, I'll ask you. So what do you think they're going to announce this week?
Brother, I'm gonna keep saying Blizzard until we find out what happens, and that's mostly purely based on the fact that I want it badly, right? I don't know. I don't know if we wind up with that or anything. That, I mean, honestly, dude,
There you go. There's the link.
that there is. So that will take you to the Shadowhawk product for Mo's Mine, which everybody should see. But then all you got to do is just click on the thing that says Mo's Mine. You're going to be right at the you'll be right at the old oh good lord, you'll be right at the main page. Everything you need is right there. And look at all of the stuff. He has amazing shit. This mag,
Oh,
and listen, just because we're pimping the mags line right now, he's still taking orders for all them big vehicles, the Atlas and all the other stuff. That's what's up.
Sorry, I just remembered that I need to send Serpentor's Lair a new link to my book because he has
Okay.
one to my TikTok shop, but not a lot of people have TikTok, so I need to send him the one that takes it to my website. Sorry, that was just internal thought that just kind of vomited it out.
Right. Let's see. We got another. There's Mainframe.
Oh, mainframe. That's perfect for mainframe.
Color and everything is perfect for Mainframe, right?
Oh God,
I mean,
yeah.
he comes with amazing accessories and everything like that, but like, come on, that's fucking.
Now, all I need him to do is a wrist gauntlet where it kind of comes up as a hologram, and then I can start doing some pictures from my novel.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's what's up. That'd be pretty fucking cool. Let's see. Hold on.
Which I think that they did do. I don't remember if it's a Marvel Legend, G.I. Joe, or Star Wars that they did do a hologram that fits in somebody's wrist gauntlet, and it comes up and shows like a display.
Oh,
And I'm forgetting which character did it, and it's driving me.
That's pretty cool, dude. I had the Mezco Destro forever, and I just realized that there's the wrist rocket one, but then there's the thing that the gauntlet that you on the other side that lifts up, and it's a computer in there. I didn't know.
So Mo's Mine just asked what color hologram. I would need red for Cobra, blue for G.I. Joe.
Nice.
Oh, Techno Viper hologram would be wrist Viper, or wrist hologram would be cool too. Yes, it would.
Shit. Look at that. Yo, do you have the Mezco Destro by any chance, bro?
No, I don't. That's beautiful.
So I'm gonna tell you, if you look around right now, you'll catch him somewhere from anywhere between. He pops up $40 on Amazon every now and again. Dude, you absolutely have to buy this. It's before like all of a sudden people start charging $100 for him on eBay. Find them for if you find them, like honestly, $100 is a hard price to pay. But if you find one for honestly $80-$85 or less, just get it. It's more than I would even tell you to pay $100 if you absolutely had to, but I think if you looked around a little bit, you would find one that whatchamacallit. So yeah, fucking A, that's awesome. Techno Viper has the wrist hologram. That's correct.
That's right. Okay, that's what it was. Yes, thank you.
Nice.
I knew there was somebody. I knew I'd seen it.
And here we go. Here's another tablet. As you see, it's controlling the MPAC drone, which is one of the drones that I show. So I'm gonna get a green one. And I'm gonna have a controller do the same. Also, I've got here from Mo's Mine the Arc Cannon.
That's pretty.
And this, I had Steeler standing behind it, manning it, even though it's got its own optics, but still, Steeler was running it with something that I had gotten from Amazon, a cheap little metal tablet thing. So when I get this motherfucker, Steeler's gonna be back behind here with a not a grunt, but one of the fucking whatever.
Green shirts.
Green shirts, thank you. Helping with the munitions, getting ready to load up something. But the arc cannon, the outpost, and the bar, remember, are all modular and they all stick together. I have been trying to find a minute to put a shot together. That's
You know
going to
what?
be
Thinking about it real quick, I wish Hasbro would do a female green shirt.
the
Troop
what?
builder. Do a female green shirt troop builder.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, dude, give us a female of all that shit. Give us a female Viper.
We
Give us
need a
Techno
female
Viper.
battalion to go against the Valkyries.
Yes. Yes, we do. That's a good point. So here we go. Let's I'm going to take this off and then I'm going to circle back real quick to this bad boy right here. And this is Matt's magnum opus. This is just a different angle. I love this. That's the actual one that I have. That's right here. I absolutely love that vehicle. It is just the coolest thing. And it swallows the hiss like I was talking about earlier. It's embarrassing how much bigger. Maybe not embarrassing. That seems like I'm saying that in a super negative way, but like it's much larger than the hiss. Like the hiss when you're holding it, you're like, wow, this is so big, this is so awesome. But then when you hold that thing, when you put that thing next to it, you were like, oh my Lord. So
Moss Mind, can you do a Coyote from G.I. Joe Renegades? That would be sick too.
I'm sure he could probably do just about anything. I think it's.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Destro?
Think so.
They did it. It was a the vehicle that Duke and Snake Eyes and Scarlet and everybody stole. That was a Cobra vehicle that they called the Coyote. That could it could change colors, but it was kind of like a armored Humvee, almost like a Hummer type thing.
Okay.
Seeing the Atlas, it would be great to see it.
I do think I've seen that.
And people would eat that up.
No shit. Huh. That is a cool vehicle. I'm drawing I can see two different things in my head, but I'm pretty sure that the one, I think I can picture it. And that would be pretty cool for sure.
If you can't Google it later. I mean, I'm anybody, you can Google just G.I. Joe Renegades Coyote and you'll see it. It's kind of a MRAP box truck in a way.
Awesome.
But it's kind of it would be so cool, and people I know people would love it because I know there's a lot of Renegades fans out there.
Melted Copper says Barbie a larger toy has a few vehicles that aren't battling legit car payments. That's fucking amazing. $85 for a guy in the 80s, man. It was like 16 guys. Yeah, really. That's fun. So this is the Atlas, and remember, link has been sent into the chat. So if you scroll up a little bit, you will see I posted it in there. That will take you over to see the Shadowhawk, which is like the flying equivalent of the Atlas. Equally awesome and everything. It's ridiculous. Minigun on each side. The hook, the grappling hook, not grappling hook. The hook that comes down, it's all very awesome, and I'm excited to get one of those for sure. But yeah, so make sure you are going over, follow the link. Destro Designs 10 will let you know that who sent you over there to, give you my brother an idea of where the traffic's coming from, but the products sell themselves. I'm just over here on my Squawk Box. But yeah, you're supporting a great guy. Matt is fucking awesome. It's been a great year getting to know the guy. I mean, same thing with Chris from Studio Arsenal, but Matt was on the show last was that last week? Holy shit, was it really? Oh my god, dude, these weeks just blend together, I swear. Like I can sit back and think about a show and remember it for sure, but like in a quick glance, you're like, because sometimes people it'll come up and I'll be like, who's fucking, when were they on? And a bit 5 weeks, 8 weeks, no clue. There's almost no difference. But it's been a pleasure getting to know these guys. And Matt, you're supporting a great guy. It is his gig. That's what he does. This is his full-time hustle. So I really appreciate you guys support my boy. And remember, Destro Designs 10. I know it was a long 7 days. I fucking no shit. Destro Designs 10 will get you 10% off on all the products over there. There is more to come from the Mags line. So right now we have straps, binoculars, tablets, and what was the other one? Oh, Riot Shields. So we're up to 4 from the Mags line, but all the vehicles, all the other awesomeness is available still. And that is again, the link is in the comments over here. Destro Designs 10 will give you 10% off. And
Nice.
Rich, my brother, I do got a bunch of shit to do tomorrow over at my parents'. I'm trying to build this shed. I built like a frame for it the other day. I was there today for a little while. I opened like all the packages, looked to make sure there wasn't anything crazy that I needed, and basically was like, all right, now I'll be back tomorrow because I ain't doing it today. Fucking so Matt says my bad 8 days ago. I mean, dude, it feels like forever ago for sure.
Well, because as Pentor's Layer said, yesterday's show is today's show now.
Melt
At
the
least for
cap.
you guys, I'm still out in California, so we still have a few hours before we hit Father's Day out here.
Oh, nice. That's what's up. Well, yeah, it is 12:30 here, and I'm probably gonna have to get up at like 7:30 at that. Oh my god, what am I talking about? I have to like be getting ready to leave the house at like 7:30. Oh yeah, the shed is enormous, right? And it's not just studs and regular roofing and everything. It's like all this plastic that you got to put the metal pieces together. You got to screw it together. I mean, basically, when I was reading through the directions, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to set up like 6 different cordless drills to be able to do this like quickly. And they're like, oh, it's going to take 3 people. Oh, and by the way, we didn't mention it, but now that you have it open, you're going to have to spend about $500 on a frame for the bottom, right? Because you got to pressure treated lumber, you got to get a good subfloor. That's $60 a rip. Fucking nuts. It's like, it was legit like $470 for the just pressure treated 2x4s, the screws, the long screws, the short screws, and 4 pieces of Advantech. Unfucking believable. And if you have a contractor who's putting a subfloor in and it's not Advantech, let me look at that fucking let me look at your estimate, because I don't, well, I say this, there might be another flooring out there that's not bad, but make sure you're getting that Advantech. It's the best shit. And that is an unpaid testimony there for sure.
There you go.
So I think I put the link to your book that is also in the chat. That is out there, and
everybody can always go to Instagram, at RA Rain or at Protocol GI Joe. You can find me at either one of those. I'm in all the Facebook groups too, so the Joe Facebook groups.
Nice. That's what's
and
up.
My daughter and I are getting ready to start our own YouTube vlogging channel. It's
Is that
called Today I Wanna, and it's based on a children's book that we are writing, and I wrote, and she's doing the illustration for it. It's basically a dad and daughter. Today I want to be whatever, and it's going to be us doing different things. Like today I want to go to a concert. Today I want to go to Disneyland. Today I want to build a cosplay, or today I want to write a book, or GI Joe, or do play a game.
Right,
It's just
right,
going to be
right.
all of us doing things together as a father-daughter.
Okay, I love it, brother. That's fucking fantastic. Very cool. I'll keep an eye out for that. And when it launches, I will be sharing and putting eyes on there. That's fantastic. And you're on all the socials as well.
I am.
Very good, very good. And it's RA Rain on everything, right?
My RA Rain for X is it's RA_Rain.
Okay.
Because unfortunately, somebody had it and they never used RA Rain, but for some reason they had it. I guess they took it just to grab it from me.
That sucks, really.
Right, yeah, but everything else is it's RA Rain as one word, and then you can also Protocol GI Joe for just things about the book.
Okay, that's what's up. I love it. Well, I am Michael from Destro Designs and Viper
That's
Studios.
MySpace.
Right. You can use both of those accounts, and that is everywhere: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. You can find us here live, Viper Den Studios. That's on Saturday, 8 p.m. most of the time. Every once in a while, we shift to accommodate depending. On Mondays, you can find me over with my brother Mark Fogarty on his channel. Destro is my spirit animal doing the lives. We've got about, I think my 30th is either this week or next week. It's one of the others. We were talking about it the other day, and I was like, oh, yeah,
Nice.
I missed like the first 2 or something, or 3. There was 3 or whatever it was. So, but that 30th show coming up, which is great. We actually just went past 50 here, which is nuts. And that's on Monday. Tuesdays and Fridays, you can catch my articles being dropped over on Serpentor's Lair.
Oh, yeah, and Sunday, I forgot to mention, every Sunday I have an article up on Serpentor's Lair.
Oh, nice. There we go. Awesome. Very good. Yeah. And make sure you're over there for everything that they have going on. There's other writers. Our brother who runs the site himself. There's pictures, there's articles, there's all kinds of good stuff. It's great. And now also I can officially say I am the writer for the Shadow Strike comic series. So
Nice.
also something very exciting to put on there. I might have to change my bio because I don't mention any of that in my Twitter bio. I'm just like, yeah, man, I'm here for toy photography. So, but yeah, who would have thought that a year into it, toy photography would be the thing I don't even mention because I'm doing all these other things, podcasts and writing and fucking, that's just it's been a wild ride. So, shout out to Roadblock for again trusting me with this vision here and getting it right. So I'm excited for that. Rich, thank you so much, especially on short notice, brother. I called them what is in essence like, what was it? It was like 6:30 maybe something.
Probably,
like
yeah. It was yeah.
It was not first thing this morning, which even in itself is would be considered a little bit late. But no, I appreciate you coming on. It worked out perfectly. We got to go through it with Thanos, and then he got to throw down. I really like the group setting where we all have like a even if it's only slightly varying, we all have similar interests, but there are enough parts of the the conversation we're having where it's different enough to be like, oh, you're looking at it from this aspect. You are looking for this figure. Oh, I could care less about it. It's great. It works out well. So
it does. It works out really well, and especially since when you have a lot of group settings, sometimes you have a tendency to talk over each other, and there wasn't a lot of that, which is really cool.
It is. It's good.
Just keeping a conversation going without trying to without overrunning the other person.
Right, 100%. And well, let's see so this Monday we're doing something I think again with our brother GI Dave, but then that we want to be talking about Yojo June, but these live streams suck ass and there's nothing to report. Right, that we don't want to sit there and talk about how much we disliked it, So if it sucks ass again next week, hopefully, because I definitely when we were talking about the movie, that definitely felt like a part 2 was coming down the pipe. So I look forward to that as well.
No, I sent Mark a DM right after the live stream, and I was like, "So, what are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, they're making it really hard for YouTubers to talk about anything."
It's true. I keep hearing that. Oops, sorry, wrong one. I think there's somebody just got. I don't even want to say any names because I can't remember. I just remember reading something, and I think I'm confused to who actually had the trouble. But somebody had just gotten in trouble for saying something on their channel. One of our collective group here. Look, I got 2 strikes for showing Plastic Laser.
Well, Melted Copper's got it right.
Let me
Hyper Island posted a bunch of stuff about certain things selling out that had not sold out. And of the last 2 pre-order things, and completely got things wrong again. But
right.
I don't want to bash people, because everybody wants to get on here and try to do their best. But there's certain people,
fuck
certain
that guy.
groups that
he doxed our friend. Fuck that guy. And I won't say shit openly like that about other people. It's literally. I preach the opposite. I preach the opposite on the Twitter timeline all day and night. We don't need this drama. We don't want this drama. No, fuck that guy. I consider Mark a friend, and ultimately it didn't wind up meaning anything, but still, nobody wants shit like that to happen.
Still, if you're gonna have a channel, you want to have it where people can depend on you to give them accurate information and not just regurgitate what you've heard that is not necessarily true.
Right. Yes. And doing it all so maliciously for clicks, right? Because that's what it is. It's malicious.
Exactly.
It's wrong. So you're just saying it for your own personal agenda. And I think when you tread in those waters, inevitably it'll all come out in the light, and then people stop, whatever. But the internet's vast, and your show can be bounced from group of people to group of people for a long time, unless you're a channel with multiple millions of followers, then that shit winds up on
Yeah.
TV sometimes. Like, oh, so this person got in trouble, but yeah.
But Pulp Culture just got it right. He said, it's sad because his production is so good, and
Right,
that's part of the problem is that his production is so good that you think it's believable.
Right. 100%. No, it's now this is also on the viewer, but at the same time, I understand it. It gives legitimacy to, like, you know what I mean? The production value. It's like you almost immediately like, well, no, who's going to go through all this trouble to make this look this good for it to be wrong? And it's like, well, yeah, it's actually what he's doing. Like anybody who knows anything knows that he's wrong.
Yeah.
So,
But and unfortunately, there are fans that aren't part of the other groups that don't watch some of the other YouTube channels that just go with this and think that it's the Bible and that it's the accurate truth.
Right.
I don't know. I don't want to say too much more because I personally don't know the guy. I don't.
Agreed. I'm there. That's just about the gist of it. I usually just say fuck them and then move on. Melton Copper says people with no hobbies and goals phrase it as trauma farming. For GI Jedi, I'm very flattered. He says Destro Designs, Dimzo, Full Force, 3POA, Mega Powers, and so many great places to get info from. To even be mentioned in a conversation with those people is incredibly flattering. So thank you, GI Jedi, and thank you all for coming and staying with us for the 4 hours and 40 minutes. This is the longest one I've done in a while. And I need to end it and get my motherfucking ass to bed. So once again, shout out to our brother Thano for coming on. We'll definitely get back on. I want to have that tour. That's really awesome. CG Horror makes his 10th, 11th, 12th appearance, something along those lines. Thank you so much, brother, for popping your head in. Really, really always good to have you. And Rich, again, thank you so much for popping in on the short notice. It was great to have you.
Anytime. I'm here for you, brother.
Nice. We will talk again soon. Again, thank you all in the chat. Everybody on the replay squad, I really appreciate your support here and everywhere. And we will see you guys again soon. Later.
And thank you, everybody who's picked up a copy of the book. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
I really do.
Make sure where to go. I always have it right here. Where to go? Yes, G.I. Joe Protocol. Make sure you're grabbing it from my brother. Hold on. Is it? Oh, it is right here. I got the ramp rats on it.
Hey, that's fine.
There it is.
There you go.
All right. Thanks again, Rich. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you all on the next one. Later.
Thank you very much. Night.
If I can get it to end the stream. Oh, there it is.